Hello everybody, how are we doing, and welcome to a beautiful day of OSC Championship action. And you know it's a beautiful day when there's only one day left, because it means we're at the best of the best, the greatest of the greatest, the players of the players, the StarCraft of the StarCraft. I mean, anything sounds cool if you say of the in between the words and you just repeat it twice. We are here in the final day, and it is a day to decide who will be taking down the OSC 13 Championship crown. Super excited. I mean, we've been doing this event over the past month already. It has been a wild time. We've seen some great games. We've seen a bunch of different players taking part and everything as well. It's been an absolute joy as per usual. And super excited to bring you guys the resolution here today as we crown ourselves the 13th OSC champion. We've got a few players who are kind of in the running to kind of come out and do it all again and kind of be repeat champions. Let's have a look just before we start today on the previous OSC champs and see who is looking to get it done today. Our most recent champ, Clem, is going to start the day off. He takes on herO to begin with, and he is looking to become the first ever three-time champion after winning in 2020 and, of course, last year in 2024. Obviously, Dark will not be rejoining us. MaxPax has been eliminated as well yesterday by Solar in that 5-game epic in the lower brackets, so we'll not see MaxPax return for championship nor Zest. However, Cure is still alive in the lower bracket. Solar, a 2-time champion, still alive in the lower bracket as well, and he's also looking to be a 3-time champ. So we're going to have 5 players remaining today. Clem, Solar, and Cure. Clem and Solar both looking for their 3rd ever OSC championship, while Cure looks for his 2nd. And the Protoss players, herO and Classic, will be looking for their 1st OSC championship, looking to join themselves into the rankings here of the OSC championship and into the tournament which really does track history and really does have such a storied history at this point, over 13 years of competition. So let's get ourselves excited and ready to dive on in and jump through into more StarCraft 2 today. It is going to be Clem versus herO to start the day off. So we are going to get ready for this right now, guys. Clem versus herO TVP. After this, the schedule is a little bit loose because there is obviously the other tournament going on, which is the Rongi Cup, and that is going to include herO. So unfortunately, that includes herO, which means that we might have some downtime or bits and pieces of waiting. I'm pretty sure I can jump into the Rongi games if we need to kind of fill some downtime and so on as well. So there's no worries there. I'm just letting you guys know that obviously, you know, that might happen. And like I say, it just means that we don't know exactly what the next match is, because we will obviously do matches in an order that allows us to try and kind of continue through. But there is very possible a point where we just need herO to play, and he still has Rongi to go. So that's to be figured out, basically. We don't know how that turns out just yet. We don't know exactly where that will take us. But yeah, hello everybody. Thank you so much. Anytime117 for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Hamper01. 96-month resub as well. That's a good round number. Hell yeah, that is a beautiful number. What's that? Is that 8 years? Damn, 8 freaking years. Is there a bracket for the other tourney? I mean, you can find it on Wikipedia, so. But I'm not going to promote the other event going on that we are not casting. But shame on them for putting their group stage right over the final day of OSC. OSC didn't even get greedy and try and go on the weekend, man. And freaking Rongi, they couldn't even wait an extra day to start their groups. Shame on them. That is tournament scheduling. A blasphemy, if you ask me. No need. There was no need. All good. I mean, these things happen. And like I say, we'll schedule around it as well, and we'll make things happen too. Everyone has their own rules to stick to and reasons why things have to happen. As we get ready to go, guys, the countdown is on as we start our first matchup here of the final day of the OSC Championship. herO versus Clem will be our players, and, well, that'll be our matchup. 8 years, the day before my kid's birthday, as it turns out, but the sub was first. What came first, the sub or the kid? And it's like, well, you know, it's like, you know, I guess in this case it was the sub. I mean, I don't know if that's a question people actually do ask, but there you go. All right, into a best-of-5 series between 2 absolute legends of the game, and 2 players who I think are going to give us an absolute banger of a series here. In the bottom right-hand corner, our blue Protoss player is going to be representing T1, of course. This is herO, and he comes in as the man of the moment, winning that All-Stars event over in Hangzhou just a few days ago. He comes in today against the player he didn't have to play in that tournament. In a matchup he didn't have to play in that tournament, the PVT. So we'll see how his PVT looks as he takes on the Red Terran player. He got the semi-finals of that event, but got knocked down by herO. In the red, from Team Liquid, we've got Clem. Alright, Clem versus herO. Game number 1 of this best of 5. As we get ourselves set up, a probe moving around, gateway in the barracks on the way through, probe in the SCV coming about right here. And we just have that probe pulling back over to the right for a couple of moments. And just, again, scouting down to the bottom side. I'll look to see what's going on initially. And you see our Nexus dropping into place. And the barracks coming through on the other side of the map as well. So a little bit of setting everything up right now, but nothing too crazy in the early stages. Just going to see the Nexus, the Cybercore, all of that building through. And that will be our starting point for this game number 1. Like I say, we saw herO just scouting over here just in case of like proxy barracks or so just taking a bit of precaution, but not wanting to actually go all the way across the map to scout. So playing a little greedy, but kind of like calculated greedy. Is like, okay, well, if you haven't proxied there, I'm pretty confident you're not proxied and everything else. I don't feel the need to take my probe all the way across the map just yet. As the SCV comes through, probe will take a nibble, and we are going to see our Nexus and Cybercore continue to build up as well. Sorry guys, just had to sneeze 1 second, give me a moment. Epic intro to the cast, just, 2 minutes in, it's like, bam, Wardy needs a sneeze. I've been a bit sneezy this month. I'm not, like, sick or anything, it's just that time of year. You know when things are just lingering, but you're not really sick, but, like, you could be sick if it got a bit worse. It's kind of where I'm at. It's like that lingering, just kind of, like, sneezing every now and then and stuff. Oh, yeah. What a way to start the day! Thanks so much, NanoFly. That's what I thought when I saw you subscribing. Thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you, as herO says, let's throw down a forward pylon. He's building a Twilight Council, so he's going to look pretty normal here, but what the heck are we going to do if we have a forward pylon? That insinuates a forward gateway, unless we do something really crazy. This is not what I thought was going to happen, simply for, like, look where this is. This is just to the side of Clem's base. This is not, like, even hidden off away in a corner or something. I guess the idea is you build a Dark Shrine here, and then you're going to use this as your warp-in point. Yeah, gateway comes down here as well. Oh my goodness. herO with the DT rush is coming in with no nonsense. Well, it is kind of nonsense, but he's not waiting to get involved. He's not waiting to get to it. He's ready to play, and he is throwing down this gateway and the Dark Shrine on the opponent's side of the map. This is going to hit so quickly because not only is it a very far forward gateway, it's also a very nearby, because the Dark Shrine's right there, then it's not just a forward pylon, it's the gateway too, so the DTs are going to warp in super quickly. How often do we see the DTs warp in a bit further away, and those few seconds of them walking kind of makes the difference? So I really think this is going to be a big deal here. As we just see ourselves, the orbital command setting up, and we will take a moment or two to, again, give us a second, let this get figured out here momentarily. Marines coming up, just going to be seeing the Dark Shrine on the way, and the rest of that around, and we just take ourselves the Marines chance to sit at the front. I mean, do we have a scan available? Yes. 1. No, we don't. We just dropped the Mule. Game might just end. He's going to start building the Raven, but he just dropped the Mule a moment earlier, and the DTs are going to slice through the Marines, and Clem didn't save a scan. He's building the Raven, but like the thing is if he has the first scan buys you enough time to scare a DT off, buy some time, and the Raven pops out into a much easier situation. Clem is going to see the pylon, the gateway, and the Dark Shrine over there, so he knows where they are at least, but there's a lot of damage done. At the same time across the map, we're going to see the Woodermine drop. Going to go for 2 probes at least, and this Woodermine's going to get burrowed as well. That's going to be a pretty big hit, so he gets a bunch more workers. Raven's about to pop out. We need to get rid of these DTs now. We will start to do that. Because herO lost a bunch of probes himself, this is really not as good as it was. And Clem might actually be a little bit better off here than we originally expected. I mean, the herO is going to get to blink, though. He's going to have a bunch of Stalkers warping in, but they're all at home. So they're going to come walking across the map here. What is going to happen? Marines in the tank just going to latch themselves onto this pylon already, and that pylon is going to be going down. So we clean up that pylon. Now we switch over to the Dark Shrine. Gateway, obviously, to follow. That's a lot of Stalkers. Clem's obviously out in an open space, and if we lose that Raven, then we're going to have the same issue as before, as we're going to drop an auto turret down. Clem will clean up the DT. Clem's going to say GG. I actually felt like this was okay for Clem apart from the fact he stood over here and these Stalkers show up. If he's maybe set up on the natural, sieged and so, I think he can handle these Stalkers, but being out in the open, a worker deficit's fine as well. Like, he's okay in this game. Hero is also only a 2-base Protoss. I do just think this is a case of, oh, I just kind of screwed up in terms of being out on the map. Like, I get it. You want to deny that pylon. You want to, you know, you want to slow your opponent down and everything, but this was just not the moment to be still on the map and to still be active and still be, you know, looking for more. That's the stage at which you just say, no, you should have been a little bit back at home, because your opponent can bring things on the map. And that is going to be herO getting the cheesy Dark Templars to win game number 1 and to start us off in all the right ways. If you're excited for kind of an exhilarating back and forth, kind of, you know, anything is really on the table kind of series, which is what I do think we're kind of due for here between Clem and herO. Because I know Clem, I don't think he's afraid of kind of throwing something a little bit cheeky and aggressive and a bit further down the line either, to be honest. So, alrighty guys, we'll take a moment, we'll jump into our next matchup here. The games will resume in just a second as we get ourselves into game number 2 and ready to rumble. Again, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream, so good to see you guys. Appreciate you all dropping by and hanging out with us, as usual. Again, great to have you guys with me, and excited to dive on into some more action as we continue to come on through. Let's kick this off. Let's get this rolling as we have ourselves game number 2 right now, starting up here on Death Aura. So this is one of the different maps. This is one of the maps from the OSC extended map pool. We had some issues with this map early on in the tournament, but all sorted now. So yes, we have Death Aura, which is, like I say, a map which really is kind of fun, an old school map. And what's really cool about these older maps when they get played is that you really get to see them kind of being, you get to see the players kind of showing some life and some love and some kind of different things. So let's see what we get here. Is to the upper left-hand side, the Protoss in blue will be herO, while in the bottom right, our Terran in red will be Clem. Again, thank you so much for joining us, guys. In for a hell of a day, if you ask me. I think we're going to have a very fun time over the course of this one as we get ourselves set up for this game number 2 and look to see just where things are going to roll to. Barracks dropping down, get that set up as well. Just get ourselves started for the early moments here in this game 2 of the series. Sorry, trying to get my airways clear after the after some sneezing. Like I say, it's I don't know if I guess it's worse to be actually ill, but I'd almost rather just be actually ill for like 3 days, lie in bed for 3 days, get better, and just be done with it. But like I said, I'm not really ill. It's just that kind of season where sometimes you sneeze a little, and it's just like, gosh darn it. It's the worst kind of thing for casting, right? It's like, you know, anything else, you just sneeze a bit and you continue on, but now I've got like a little bit of sniff. Oh, it's just miserable. Miserable. But misery is easily solved when you've got StarCraft 2 in your life, as the SCV and probe will chase around the main base for a little bit. Obviously, the probe there is going to see the depot coming down. There's a Reaper on the way up. The SCV will pull out and try and chase that probe for a little bit as well. And yeah, let's see what happens as the factory on the way up initially from Clem as well. So just going to get that factory started. A couple of SCVs pulling back over into the mineral line. And that probe chases the SCV around for just that little extra 2. I'm going to recall the probe out of here. Factory, reactor, all still building. Just going to see the SCV coming up as well. We do see the Reaper of Clem making a journey out toward the top side of the map. So that's going to come straight across the other way. So we step through. Reaper obviously trying to find some info. Clem down by the game from the lack of knowing what was going on in that last one. So I would imagine we're going to see the kind of decision here from Clem being kind of, let's make sure we don't have anything like that happening again. Let's stay on top of things. Let's try and not let sneaky little herO sneak away some extra advantages throughout the course of this. Hellion, Reapers still building up. Just going to be seeing the Warp Gate in the center on the way through. Add a Twilight Council into the mix there as well. So that will also be on the way through just for now, as the Reaper continues to settle here. And it's going to be joined by other Reapers and Hellions, so there will be a chance for Clem to try and do some early damage at some point soon, you would imagine, as this Reaper starts by moving upwards. And the Adept is going to be right there to keep things back. And we're going to Hellion join together, and just going to pull back in the center. There's the 2 extra Reapers and the extra Hellions, so that's going to be 3 and 2. And then Clem behind this starts up into Marine production. Tech Lab on the factory starport to be done shortly too, so we'll see exactly what his follow-up is. Probably just tanks. It's going to be okay. Cyclone first, and probably a Medevac. Reaper Hellion going to try and just dive by, and will be good for 1 kill so far. The Probe's playing a pretty good ring around the Nexus, and what could be cool is if Clem just gets out without losing anything. The first grenade was cool because it kind of keeps units back. He got 2 probes, he lost 1 Hellion. It was okay. You obviously caused a lot of lost mining time as well, right? So there's more than just killing the workers. There's the time in which they're just not mining in this early stage. You know, if we take a second to look at the income graph, you can see the big dip down into Clem's favor while those probes are pulled. So, a definite advantage there, as Clem will finish the medevac, and we'll have a bunch of Marines and a Cyclone to be aggressive with. And this little Cyclone Marine job has been very popular as of late. It's seen a lot of success. It's something that definitely splashes nicely into the build. The Terran can go into it very comfortably and easily as well a lot of the time, as we are going to see this medevac and the few Marines making their way up toward the upper left-hand side to start things off here. So a little bit of movement up to the top left. Let's see the Free Reapers and the Hellion coming out to the sides. Next is coming down. The medevac ready to make a strike into the main or natural in the next few moments. Hellion backs away, so does the medevac, as Clem just looks at it and says, no, I feel like you're well enough defended. I'm not going to find much here for myself. So he just backs away from this for now. The hallucination gets to see the extra barracks coming in on the follow-up, so you just get that info, but I wouldn't say that that's super crazy either. Like, that's very much so what you expect. But hey, I guess it's good to confirm what you expect rather than just playing without knowing. Stalkers will go. Reaper Hellion comes back. Marines in the Cyclone will unload once again. We're seeing the Cyclone loading back up into the medevac, and the Stalkers will continue to fight for a few moments. Just going to sit on the high ground. Just going to see that Stalker already taking damage. Temple Archives coming up. herO has mixed in the Storm once again a lot more recently. We still see some of the Robo builds and the Colossus builds, but Storm really has also kind of retaken the stage in this game of PvT, and has definitely been a factor as well as of late. Starport drops down the reactor. Barracks comes across to build the Tech Lab. I was just going to see a tank shot firing. A few Stalkers take a little nibble there. And again, Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 will coming up. Marine Marauder on the way, add the SCVs through. A lot of that on the way for now as the Storm and the Charge will be following as well. So we keep that moving just for the moment. Oh, to see the units gathering around, the Raven sitting overhead. Tank will siege up right there. Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 all building through. A few Stalkers at the front, ready to try and deal with some of that Bioforce. Just going to be seeing Clem wanting to step forward onto the map a little further. Again, +1 Combat Shield, Concussive Shell coming through, the Bioforce coming back over there. Just going to be seeing the Marine Marauder continue to come about. Cyclone on the way through. Siege Tank is going to be there. Then Nexus, 1-1 upgrades, all of that continuing as the Bio gathers once again. Combat Shield building up so we can continue to get this on the go right now. And just settle for the possibility of dealing some damage as we look to move across. A couple of Widow Mines being added on. Add a command send into that mix. Again, we see Marine Marauder, Medevac all being added as well. So some good bits and pieces there. The Stalkers intercept the Reapers. It's nice to catch those, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world for Clem to lose them either. But this is realistically something that Clem could have worked through without one way or the other. So, like I say, not the end of the world. Still nice to get rid of them. But Clem's not overly upset. They were just going to be nice little backstabbers. The Stalkers do get forced out of position, and Clem is going to get a good setup on the fourth base. So don't think herO can do much about that. Double auto turret. Clem going to ensure that this army does not want to run down here. He's going to sit and grab a few probes that are just long distance rallying down, expecting to mine from there, and herO hasn't fixed them yet. What is interesting is that herO steps onto the map, so herO might look to force a base trade. It's wild because obviously Clem can't really get back home easily. It's not like you can recall like a Protoss can. It's a different race, believe it or not. So, yeah, it's interesting. We're going to re-cancel the fourth, but in the end, I thought herO's going to go more across the map with everything. In the end, he just sends a few Zealots, and Clem has units to deal with this. The Widow Mines are going to strike very nicely. That will do more than enough to deny the majority of this. Now herO's kind of going across the map with everything else, but is this not just a little bit too late, herO? This feels like something where it's like, okay, now I'm going to decide to go across the other side. Throws a storm down, and if it wasn't Marauders and Medivacs there, that would have been very deadly, but it was mostly just Marauders. Hallucinate Colossus for the high ground vision will look to push up, and we do enter the base trade. Clem, upon realizing it's base trade time, is just going to step into the natural, and he's going to do a ton of damage right away. Good storms up the ramp. One more storm on that ramp on the left side did not really find much of anything, but the important part right now for herO is just doing what he can. Zealot's going to get stuck behind the wall off the bio into the main base. We'll go after the Templar Archives, saying, hey, look, you might still have some gateways powered elsewhere, but I can ensure you're not at least building High Templar, which will find so much value over time. High Templar stepping into the storm there. herO is losing Templar in his own storm. He loses 2. Drops a big storm, though, so, I mean, he gets something out of it, but he probably could have done that without walking into the storm as well. The Liberator goes down as just being built as we try and find as much as possible here defensively from Clem before finally deciding to retreat away. I feel like Clem found a lot here. His army still doing work over the other side of the map. Bio in good positions. A couple of these workers going down so far. Damage definitely being done for the moment. Just going to finish off the main base. Clem is obviously able to evacuate the main. This is the kind of base trade which does not go well for a Protoss player. So, base trades in PvT nowadays, usually, you know, we used to say never base trade a Terran, but actually base trade in Protoss became pretty miserable because of recall and the ability to kind of relocate around the map and just warp in elsewhere, and because a lot of the time Protoss just have so many bases to begin with as well. But this is the kind of base trade I don't think you want to be in as a Protoss player. It happens early in the game where you don't just have a ton of bases to utilize. It happens at a point where the Terran was already in a way better position to base trade than you were, so he's going to do way more damage before the idea of a recall even really comes online. So yeah, I don't really love this from, you know, from the point of view of herO in terms of base trading, but I appreciate that he felt like the position was one he couldn't really work out of otherwise. But you're kind of seeing the repercussions of it a little bit at this stage. Now that said, where are we at? 0 SCVs to 7 probes. You're on 34 army supply herO, 45 from Clem. He gets rid of the cannon here. This army is hurting. Medevac energy low. The siege tank is looking to try and get a High Templar. We do not get one more shot off there though. Clem's just going to retreat away and let this game develop. Clem, of course, does have orbitals, so he can get mules, and most importantly, he's still got supplies. So if he can rebuild, he can get an SCV, so he can actually start a rebuild as necessary. If he was supply blocked, he would 100% be unable to do anything else unless he killed units enough to get unsupply blocked. But as he mines up a mule, he can build an SCV, and he can start to recover in this game. And he's just going to keep moving around the map at the moment. He's going to swing back up here, perhaps, and then just go for this base. The problem is if he tries to fight, a stim from Clem is very expensive. He needs to make sure his opponent is committed to the fight before he stimmed, which he kind of did there. Fought the Zealots for a while, then stims and backs it off. He's starting to add additional units. He does not build an SCV, by the way. He just builds straight up one Marauder. The Hellion actually finds a couple of workers on the other side who knew that early unit would actually have an impact 11 minutes in this game. Like I say, Clem gets a lone Marauder out, but hey, it's better than nothing at all. And it's something we can obviously utilize for now at least. I'm sure he will try to as he finds the Nexus over here. So herO's going to get put down into... I mean, I think Clem can basically force a draw if he just kills the Nexus up on this side. Like, if he stops this mining here, then it's a draw at worst case from Clem, right? Because he could just fly a structure here, and herO can never afford the Stargate or something like that. As we're going to see the Stalkers getting caught without any support, though. So a couple of Stalkers going down. The Archon will go down too. The High Templars and the Zealots were just everywhere else on the map, but not here. herO a bit too spread out and getting caught by the army gives Clem the chance to cleave through a bunch of the important units there. That is going to be a massive cleanup. That is going to be pretty darn major, and that's going to make it a lot tougher from herO, who's not dead yet, but is much more dead now than he was 1 minute ago. Nice storms, and of course storms will add that damage up over time. A couple of Zealots get through there to pick off a couple of the Marines that just built. Clem trying to mine from this location, so it definitely has a position he wants to make things happen from. The storms come down here, and Clem just kind of dove through. It's going to be Marauders kind of against the Zealots. He can lift up the Marauders individually right now if he wants to. The low HP Marauders, they get rid of the Stalker. We have 4 Marauders remaining. Marauders do not kill Zealots easily. Oh, now we have 3 Marauders remaining. This is not a Clem micro highlight clip because he messes it up a little. He actually loses more than he really should be. So this actually becomes a bit more expensive as the Zealot Archon is going to once again make a step forward and try and chase those units. A couple of extra Marines are kind of a big deal right now. Like, we're at the stage of this game where a couple of extra units will make the difference, where they will have an impact. So we're absolutely at that kind of a point here, where just this base mining for a little bit, this base mining up here, the few extra Marines, Clem is establishing an army that is genuinely too large for herO to deal with. As this one Archon tries to do the job, we have to split everything and avoid splash damage. The Marauders keep running, but we will get the Archon. herO goes down to 8 army supplies. He just warped in, I believe, a Stalker across the map. So he's warping in a couple of Stalkers. He has been mining, of course. He had a bit of gas banked up, and he's repowered some gateways in the natural. That's always the issue. You leave 1 or 2 gateways alive, and then the pros can make use of them again later. At the same time, the reason you run by them is that maybe this wouldn't look like this if Clem hadn't been quicker to get to the point. As these Zealots just come in on their own, though. I mean, I get it. I don't know if herO's really feeling confident about having a chance right now, but kind of surprised that he runs in with the Zealots. herO's actually got 17 workers. herO actually needs to maybe just not attack. Like, maybe he thinks Clem has more economy than he does, but the reality is that herO is mining like a full economic base with gateway production. Income advantage. Sorry, guys. My bad. Sorry, I misclicked on the hotkey. Income advantage is going to go over to the side of herO and has been for a while, so he's mining significantly more. In which case, does Clem need to really do anything here? Oh, does herO need to do anything here? I mean, he's getting more Stalkers up, and these Stalkers might actually just be everything he needs. A couple of Zealots as well. Let's see the bio pulling back over that right-hand side. I think herO's actually going to be able to build enough in the end. Wow. What an absolutely ridiculous scenario in the end. As the Marine just gets picked off as it builds. Again, the mining is happening over here. We're going to commit through. We're going to have a sentry who's going to stop a lot of this from happening as well. And Clem just says, that's too many units, GG. herO just refinding those gateways and having himself the setup and actually being able to make this base trade work, even though I felt like he gave up a bit too much. But having that extra base and actually just mining from it, obviously significant in the end. GG. Wow. herO 2-0 in the lead right now and looking good as we get ready for a third map here with that advantage coming up at the moment. Damn, that was crazy. I was not expecting that to be kind of the outcome of this one. I was actually really very anti-herO on this scenario. I felt like Clem... I guess I disregarded the mining that herO had. And because it felt like herO was reset to 0, where Clem, if he just mined a bit, had the barracks. But because herO actually had those gateways in the natural originally, and he repowered those, that removed some of what I was worried about in terms of the rebuild. And yeah, I didn't really acknowledge those well enough, and then the continued mining at that point. You teased a video for the WardiTV 2026 Championship. When will I release it? I mean, that was the video. The video just was the teaser. But there will be news on that soon. I'm just finding some time to do it. I've been the last week or two. I've just been very busy with like early streams. I've been a bit ill. I've been not quite 100%. So I've not really stopped to do the extra stuff yet. But I'll be making like a little video and recording and just talking about it. Because obviously the 2026 stuff is already underway with the WardiTV Winter Cup and so, but I'll make a little video explaining our plans and things like that, and just TLDR supporting the Patreon stuff. But yeah, I'll show the video again, but not today. I don't want to show it during the OSC stream. On Monday, when it's WardiTV Mondays, I'll show you guys the video again if you missed it. I don't want to show it during a non-Wardy event. We got other things to show if we're going to show things. Clem killed his own medevac at 12:53. Oof. Didn't even see that one, but yeah, that probably doesn't help you either. You meant the talking video? Yeah, I've not recorded it yet. Yeah, I just probably next week. Well, probably not next week because I'm away this weekend. Then I go to Home Story Cup. I'll probably write the script for it or something on the plane to Home Story Cup, and then just record it when I get back. So, week and a half or so, stuff like that. Will I still be doing the Wardy monthlies, WardiTV December and stuff? No, because they've been, those were usually like filler tournaments, just when we have like a few days. For the most part now, the filler tournaments are going to be like the winter, like for example, right now we have the Winter Cup. The Winter Cup is essentially WardiTV January, but we've called it the Winter Cup because it's going to tie into the Winter Championship. And on average, we run like maybe 4 of those monthlies every year, sorry. So yeah, I mean, we might still do like a WardiTV May if in May there's just like some extra time. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. is the TLDR of it all. So yeah, we'll keep you guys up to date. Like I say, if you've got any questions about the system or the circuit and stuff, then feel free to ask, because then I'll probably include them in the video if you feel like it's something that needs explaining. But yeah, I'll explain it all. I mean, TLDR, we're mostly just doing what we usually do. I'm just going to try and consolidate it into really everything being linked together, really promoting if players do well in one thing, they get a benefit in the bigger event already, like some better seeding and stuff, which promotes them playing in the previous events and makes it more worthwhile and so on. And obviously trying to promote like opportunities for players that are not the top of the top as well. That's the TLDR of it all. In terms of what I'm going to try and do, but in the grand scheme of things, honestly, not much is really changing from last year. It's just going to be better linked together and better branded, is the overall consensus. And instead of doing a failing kind of push on, what did we do last year? We did a failed push on like Indiegogo, and this year we're just going to full send on the Patreon. So yeah, that's the plan around. Thank you, Tamir Lebovic. Thank you so much for the 6 Israeli shekels. Thank you so much. After EWC news, that's a little we can do. Thank you so much for the super chat, mate. Appreciate you. Probe nibbling up at a couple of SCVs as we start this one off. And the SCV going to turn around, fight that probe back for a couple of moments. Sorry, it is herO 2-0. I've just set the scoreboard the wrong way around. Hey guys, the actual standing of the series is based on what the players did, not just what I decided to put on the scoreboard. Fear not, herO still leads 2-0. Sometimes what happens sometimes is I set the score first, and then I'm like, oh, the players are the wrong way around, so I'll like Control X like this, and then, yeah. I'll have already set the score or something because I'm just talking to chat, so I'm like doing it like a bit brain AFK, and it just doesn't really make sense. So if you ever see it wrong, feel free to just shoot a message at me in the chat. I'll get it fixed, obviously, because I don't look at the score a whole bunch all the time either. So yeah, if it ever seems wrong, just let me know. And get married to play my tournaments. If you want to get married to play in the tournaments, go wild, mate. But I don't want to force people to play that aren't interested in playing, to be honest. I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be cool, but like at the same time, it's I'm very happy with whoever wants to playing. You know, I don't feel like we need to do too much different. He wants to play? Alright. And he's very welcome to play. The next big event I have is Winter Championship, so I'll be sorting that out in a couple. I'll be sorting that out like just after Home Story Cup. I'll start to put some work in on it, but got a little bit of time before that gets fully operational. Unless he wants to play the Winter Cup, I actually have a spot in Group D, albeit I don't have a date for Group D right now. It's not going to be accurate to what's on Wikipedia. I don't imagine Mary wants to play that. I feel the Winter Cup's a bit on the smaller side, though. Anyways, Marines and Cyclone going to gather up. We are going to start setting up to the front as we just have ourselves a blink and a couple of gates for Robo Facility coming by. Medevac, tank, and the Marines building. The SCVs and the barracks will come through as well. So we got that started as the army of Clem pushes out down to the bottom right-hand side of the map here. So we are going to take a little bit of a journey right now and a step toward the bottom right-hand side of the map. So coming straight across. Just going to be seeing our blink, gateway, warp prism, all of that coming through. The assimilator is coming by. The medevac is going to boost. We will see 2 Marines unloading here and a chance to push up this ramp into the natural. A few stalkers gather together. So we're going to be seeing the Marines and the Cyclone will be there to try and fight. A couple of Marines start going down. Marines taking a lot of damage. We are going to be seeing a good bit of micro from Clem though, and a good micro from herO as well. The stalkers blink back to keep themselves in a pretty safe place. One stalker has to blink back the other way. I'm just going to be having the Marines in a tank pulling back across, back to the upper left-hand side as well. Cyclone locked onto the Warp Prism there for a few moments too, and is just going to lock onto that and put some damage out as Prism and Stalkers go back across the other side. So now Clem is going to get pressured here by these Stalkers. He will have the Cyclone dropping into the natural. Not sure what that lock-on was on, but it faded away pretty quickly. As the Stalkers up top are going to come straight in, going to go after that Siege Tank as well. I think we're going to get the Siege Tank, to be honest. Seems pretty likely at this stage, and that does look as though we're going to have ourselves a tank, but then everything goes down. It's not exactly ideal either from herO. He lost the Prism, he lost the Stalkers. He's going to clean up the medevac from the Cyclone. This was... But now we've killed our own pylon too. Okay, what are we watching? herO is channeling his All-Stars Grand Final herO. Okay. So it started off nicely. He definitely overcommitted over here. He lost so much. The bunker stays alive. The prison goes down as well. I feel like it's such a damning effect at this sort of point. Let's just see the Forge, the Gateway, charging the Observer, all coming through. But yeah, this felt as though herO was going to be in with a good fighting chance. And now hero's supply is actually looking pretty miserable. Equal worker count, down in army supply. He is going to blink straight onto this Banshee. And there's an Observer there, so that's going to do absolutely nothing, unfortunately, on the side of Clem. Just going to see the few Stalkers gathering. Observer being chrono boosted. Continue to bring that up for the moment here, as you just have against impact combat shield and +1, all building by. Marine Marauder coming up, barracks on the way. Get the rest of these units gathering together for a couple of moments also. And yeah, charging the Observer, building up and getting ready to resume. Well, game will settle down. Clem is building into a third base. May see a little bit more Marine Marauder Medevac coming up as well. Stim Combat Shield and the +1 attack upgrade building through just for the moment. There's a couple of probes. We'll continue to build right now onto the third base. Island goes down, pulling out to the right-hand side. Just going to see the rest of these Zealots warping in as well, so we continue to settle into this. Again, charge coming up, Robo Bay in the gateway, producing as well, add a +1 attack upgrade on the Forge. The pylon was the win condition. Can you imagine? Comes down to a base trade and there's like one pylon left and herO just needs one more pylon of time. Bam. The one pylon that changed history. You can already see the documentary. Well, a few Zealots are going to counterattack in. Clem's halfway across the map. The Zealots will at least take a second to stop onto the bunker, which is good news for Clem because that means less time they're going to be killing his workers. They actually go into a reactor afterward as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, reactors are nice things to get. They're easy to kill, and they're not cheap, and they take a long time to build, so it is an annoying one to get cancelled from the Terran. It's going to be a pretty effective cleanup, because obviously we did force the recall, so it's pretty quick, and now Clem steps back onto the map with a +1 attack upgrade lead. Down 0-2 in this best of 5, 85, 87 to 61 army supply currently. As the Stalkers will shoot, they will get a Marine already. And we will see this army still moving over to the right side here, this fourth base. Going to be in some trouble. Battery goes down, Nexus and the pylon going down as well. Units of herO hanging out to the high ground as a couple of Widow Mines going to unburrow the Observers. Just watching all of this as Clem has not spotted the fact that there's multiple Observers tracking his army. He does now, I was going to say. When there's two different shimmers, surely you see one of them and he does catch one of those and starts to shut down that little bit of information gathering that we've had going on. Stalker's going to come back to the side. Just going to blink back away from the mine shot, trying to minimize damage being taken at the moment. The Observer comes back to sitting overhead for a little while here. And you're going to see our Vikings, Marauders, the armor upgrade coming through. Starport about halfway done. The Zealots are going to come back through, and we just see one Marine stimming out to the left-hand side as well. Going to chase after those Zealots for a couple of moments. Down the bottom, the Colossus is good to get rid of a Marine. On the top side, the Zealots looking to push through as well, and a couple of the Zealot shots already kind of going off over there. We are going to be seeing the Zealots going to charge in again. Just going to grab a couple of units. The Widow Mine also. Stalkers getting blasted. Widow Mine's going off. Siege Tank fire good too. I mean, honestly, just a lot of bio fire that's seeing success right now. As you are going to see a lot of that army getting blasted out of here. Well, STVs have to pull back. A couple of Vikings land. The bio still stepping forward for a couple more moments. And just again, chasing the Zealot force away as the Order Command does a little bit of lifting off and landing back down. Just going to be seeing the bio. Actually, will catch some of these Zealots. I love that. Targeting the Zealot that's slightly in front, slows it, actually blocked the other one. Just guarantees you 2 kills when you could have had 1 if you were being a bit lazier about it. Clem fighting for every possible advantage. You know, you never see when one Zealot makes a difference, but, you know, in games of StarCraft 2, things really do add up. So, if you can target fire 1 Zealot and it gets you 2 instead of 1, take those opportunities, right? Clem has the micro and the APM to do it. Dark Templar out, and hero's going to bring these across the map looking for opportunity. I mean, he's definitely hurting a bit here on his way to Shadow Stride, and I do feel like this is a bit more of like a... I don't want to say desperation play, but it feels a bit more like a, okay, this game has not quite gone my way, and now I need to do something that isn't just playing to the complete normal of the game, right? So you get some DTs in, you hope that these are a good distraction and a good harassment point for you to utilize here against Clem. I don't disagree that they probably will be, it's just also the fact that, you know, I don't disagree that they will be, it's just, it does feel like herO needs something from these Dark Templars, otherwise might run into some trouble as Clem apparently scanless at the moment. He has a turret on the bases, and so he was actually maybe just luring it back onto the turret rather than anything else. I thought he was just stuck, but maybe not quite the case. And we see now a bio gathering Vikings overhead. Clem's about to be maxed out, so we'll see if he wants to move out while being maxed, or if he's actually happy to let this kind of go into a bit of a later stage scenario, which could be the case, right? You could let this kind of develop into a little bit of a deeper state of the game, where you kind of basically just say, cool, my setup looks reasonable, I feel pretty good about things, I just kind of get Ghosts and Liberators out and I continue to build this army up from here. There's the bio. We'll step forward, heading through the center of the map. The Vikings still overhead, the Colossus and the Zealots gathering on the bottom. Let's see what comes next of this as the ship weapons coming through, the couple libs and the barracks all building up. Bit of bio comes to the right side, the Observer slips away. And the army continues to move forward here just for a couple of moments. It's actually herO that's stepping more onto the map than Clem has been. I did expect Clem to maybe bring some of the aggression and fight into this because, like I say, he maxed out pretty quick, but I do think he just appreciates the chance to get into Liberators and Ghosts and a lot of these techier units. That does seem to be his vibe right now, more so than anything else. He was just going to send it, though. He doesn't want to let Clem have that much time. Good EMPs initially. Colossus is going to get forced back. We're on 4 Colossus. And right now, we're not really doing much to stop these Vikings from shooting at them. There's not a lot of anti-air. Like, there's Archons, but there's not enough Archons to really get rid of the Colossus. As the Zealots just melt away, the Vikings just do their thing. And that is going to be pretty much all we need to see on this one. Yeah, that's going to be Clem. It'll take another good fight, and we are just going to push this back. herO. You can see a couple of these Stalkers getting pushed away as well. Clem continues to cross to the other side. And we will look to push straight in as the pylon cannon and the battery end up in some trouble. It's going to continue through. A bunch more of these probes going down. And Clem is going to get the cleanup here to shut down this game 3. Archon Zealot going down as well. A couple extra Zealots going through at this point. I mean, Libra is still overhead. At this point, it really does look like more than enough, as we are going to be seeing Clem taking game 3 of this series, and he will advance to a game 4 after being 0-2 down. He is going to start bringing it back and fighting it back, as we'll get into the 4th map here in a few moments' time. Getting ready to jump on into Winter Madness. I'm just going to take 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a moment. Hey guys, sorry about that. Welcome back as we get ready for Game 4 of herO versus Clem. In these next couple of moments, thank you for patience. Get ready to kick this off. Alright, give me 1 second, guys, and we'll get back into this. And we'll get resumed. Alrighty, so let's jump on in and look for a little bit extra as we get into game number 4 of this series. This off and get this rolling. So, it's 2-1 lead for herO into game 4 of this best of 5. Entering Winter Madness, as we have in the top left. Our blue Protoss player here is going to be herO. And he is obviously a map away still from advancing through to the upper bracket final, taking on Clem in the bottom right corner. The red Terran player representing Liquid, of course. Both these guys trying to avoid a trip to the lower bracket, which would not be an easy trip down there. I mean, lower bracket, you drop down there, you're going to be playing against, the first match would be against Cure. You win that, you play Solar. You win that, you play the loser of herO Classic, so you're going to have to potentially rematch herO or play Classic. But obviously, instead of, having a second life after that, you'd already have been on 1 life. So, just an important match, because winning now would make life so much simpler, so much easier. As we have in the bottom right side, Clem, as I mentioned. Getting into this game 4. Winter Madness, our map. Get this ready to go. Gateway assimilator building through. Racks in the refinery coming up. Probe and the SCV will be building. Let's get ourselves up and rolling here as we have ourselves the Probe making a little bit of a journey around for a couple of moments. So, pulling back, and again, there's the gate coming up, refinery, and the barracks coming online as well. So again, we get that settled in and see where we're going here over the next couple of moments. Just put some damage out, get some work done. See the Orbital and the Reaper building into place. Next in the Cybercore coming up as well. See where we're gonna go. Drops down. No surprises. The Reaper in production as well, so that'll be here in a moment or so. And that factory will follow up before Clem expands, so there's everything that's going on here on the Terran side. The Reaper will check the corner of the natural just to ensure nothing too crazy is happening there, just to make sure we're looking okay. Yeah, this Reaper going to continue to go over that right-hand side and continue to make some moves here for a couple of moments. Does herO play here in the wrong E Cup at the same time? So this first match of the day is from replay, and then so this first match of the day is from replay, and then after this, the matches are live, which means that if herO is going to be playing in wrong E, we will have maybe some downtime, potentially here and there. There is going to be a little bit of figuring that out. We're very much kind of flying a little bit loose on the day in terms of just figuring out what's going on and kind of, getting things done and that sort of stuff. So, yeah, we don't know the exact match order. It will depend a little bit on how things go, basically. But it is possible we have some downtime, but we'll just work with it. So, this first series is from replay because it just meant that it gives us more leeway in terms of where we go after this. Because, for example, it just gives us, this one has to be played. So if this one gets played, then, like I say, at least we have 2 avenues of matchups we could follow along on. Instead of this match being the only one, so. But it's the only match from replays today, and this was literally played. I think it was played yesterday. So I think this was played like literally yesterday, within the last 24 hours even. So we are, very close to when this was played. So it is not like an old replay or anything like that. Very much so, just a thing to help work out the scheduling. As I do have any Reaper, we'll hang out on the low ground there. The Marine, Siege Tank, Viking continue to build up. SCV coming through. Blink is building, gates are building, probe on the way, battery on the way. It's going to be seeing the medevac. Taking a chance to move over, cycling a few Marines, stepping across right now. It's just going to bring that across and over for the moment. You can see a few Stalkers nearby as well. Just going to see the Reaper throwing a grenade down. Stalkers pulling back a little bit. We are going to be seeing the sentry. It's going to end up in a little bit of trouble there, taking some shots. Medevac loads up and we hang back for a few moments. Stalker's going to be there. Medevac taking some damage. I see the other Stalker's going to intercept this. That would be really bad for Clem to lose this Medevac. That would really take away potential in terms of what he can maybe get done in this game. And you see Marine Tank Viking continue to build on the other side now. STVs from Clem. He does get this Medevac out alive. That was a good move from herO. I really felt like he'd done enough to catch this Medevac, but it doesn't happen. Not now, at least. Stalkers running down to the bottom. Again, Vikings, Marines, the tanks can gather up a little bit then, so take a couple of moments. And I mean, I think defensively we've got more than enough here from Clem. I don't think we're going to be in any issue early on. Vikings step through, Stalkers get pushed back. A little bit of the Marines and the Cyclone coming by there for a couple of moments and just continue to push the Stalkers away. Be seeing the Stalkers taking a little bit of damage. The Marine Tank Viking still gathering around. Cyclone is locking onto the Stalkers there, which do blink over to that right-hand side, so just about able to escape out for the moment. We are going to see the army of Clem continue to push in to the upper left-hand side. Stalkers will come in from all angles. The SCVs are pulling, so Clem is getting very aggressive here on Winter Madness, looking for this big shove to get a W on the board quickly. Now, Dark Strike coming up from herO. That could be useful. It could be useful, but it's a long way off. And it's one of those things where it's like, again, it could be useful, but there's no guarantee of it. Clem taking an okay fight here while the tanks are on siege. He has some good micro to keep them alive, and obviously he is able to kind of get damage output from those tanks even if they're not siege. Their single target output is actually still pretty decent. Now we're going to see the Stalkers blinking in here, and because we repaired the tanks up a little bit, they are actually taking a long time to die, and I don't think that was a good jump in from herO at all. I think he lost a lot in that last couple of moments. That said, I mean, we're reducing the power of this because now there's only one tank siege until reinforcements get here. The question is, can we commit in right now as herO? No, the Stalkers on the left are hurting, and the siege tank shot there is massive. Another few Marines and another tank coming over. Viking and Marines still coming up. Dark Shrine is about to finish. Marines pushing through. The few probes pulling back over. The Vikings are going to be there targeting the Dark Shrine. I love it because I think Clem knows one of the things that kills him here is him being aggressive against Dark Templar, because the DTs can just force scan after scan after scan. He finishes it off now. One DT does get warped in, and we're going to scan it. So yeah, like I say, you have scans to deal with DTs for a little while, but you don't have scans to deal with DTs forever. And Stalker goes down the back there. Stalkers actually do get the chance to get on top of the tanks now. Will you get both of them? No, one of them just survives, and while it's low HP, there's an SCV to start repairing it back up to health. herO at 39 supply, his natural into heavy fire. I think this series might be on its way to a Game 5 after a pretty wild set of games on this. I mean, here, you know, game number 2 was absolutely ridiculous. This game has been pretty wild as well. It's not done yet, but definitely does seem to be trending in Clem's favor. Marines and Vikings, the tank, just going to get after and killing off this Nexus. Pylon goes down as well. We will pull back over to the left now. A couple of SCVs will repair up the bunker. The Pylon taking additional damage. The Stalkers blinking back away. We are going to have this army still pressing forward. The Stalkers still taking shots. The battery is going to be getting cleaned up as well, so that battery will go down in a moment or two. The Nexus still taking damage. I'm just going to have the Stalkers gathering about. Marine Viking coming through. Nexus is about to go down, so Nexus will fall. We'll see the few Stalkers still dropping as well. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers still getting hit. And now, herO's just trying his absolute utmost to try and figure things out. Liberator going to siege here. The few Marines are going to be sat by. Liberator's going to take damage from the Stalkers now as you see the tank shots firing. Stalker's still taking shots. I'm just going to be seeing the Marine tank continuing through as well. Stalker pylon on the way up, but I mean, hero's now a 1-base Protoss. I don't know what he sees in this situation, but can't really say that I'm loving it for him as those Stalkers take some damage. We will move through. Just going to chase the Stalkers down over to the corner. A couple of those Stalkers keep on dropping. And this does look as though pretty much everything is going to get rounded out here as Stalkers will come to the bottom. Just going to see the tank continue to fire. A few more shots coming in. GG is called from herO and Clem. We'll take game number 4 of this series, and we get tied up into game 5 of this matchup. So, game 5, herO versus Clem coming up, and we are going to be going to Mothership to round this series out and to see who gets to stay alive in the winner bracket and who will be dropping down to the lower bracket. Alright guys, we'll kick this off in a second as we get ready to roll on through. I think it's been a good mix of games, hasn't it? Some aggressive stuff, some a little bit more passive stuff as well. We've been a little bit all over as we get ready for game number 5 of this series right now. So getting ready to kick this off and get underway in just a few short moments. Alrighty guys, let's do it. Let's go into Mothership. Let's round this herO versus Clem series out. Again, winner advances to the winner bracket against Classic. Winner bracket finals against Classic. The loser drops down to the match against Cure in the lower bracket. And that was a close one between Clem and Cure last time. In the upper bracket, they played 3-2 victory for Clem. I think herO's a bit more confident and comfortable against Cure, but still, it's not a fun section of the bracket to be in, because after you beat Cure, you play Solar, and then I mean, every match is, you know, life on the line, right? So just not fun to be down in that situation at the best of times, as we have in the top right. Our blue Protoss player here is going to be herO, and has done everything needed to bring this back. And how many games in this tournament have gone 2-0 and then gone back to a game 5? Not all of them have gone the full reverse sweep, but we've had a good few that have gone back to a game 5. It's actually kind of crazy how many of those have come about over the course of this tournament. OSC has really had some great fortune in the matches, as Clem is in the top left-hand side. He's our red Terran on the reverse streak right now. But herO is going to mix it up for a game 5, and he is throwing down the double gate on the map. Obviously, this is a 3-player map, so you don't know where your opponent's at, but if you build it in the middle, you're close to this and this starting point. So as he scouts down here and realizes his opponent is not there, he can then take this aggression and run it up over here, and Clem, what will he do initially? Will he do something that allows him to figure this out and scout this, or is this something where he's going to find himself in a bit of trouble as well, perhaps? Just not knowing what's going on. 3-player map, obviously the scouting there is a bit of an issue too, potentially, so yeah, herO going to really up the ante in this 5th game of the series. We'll see our gateway producing through the Zealots. Second gateway coming up, and the Cybercore will begin to follow this back at home. We've run away from Clem, but not even an SCV scout, so he has no idea where herO's going to come from. He's got no idea where to even go with this Reaper for early info either. Clem at least does go factory before an expansion, so he's going to have a little bit more movement towards kind of an actual kind of fighting army more than anything else. Two Zealots coming up, that Cybercore coming in, Reaper in the factory still building, the SCVs coming over as well, and the Reaper will step out on the map. Just see the probe pulling over to the side, and again, Zealot, Stalker all coming up just for the moment. A couple of Zealots making their way over, 3 Zealots heading across right now. Clem has no idea, man. He's building the reactor. The Zealot is, or the Reaper, sorry, is a little bit out on the map. It's going to start turning around now as it moves through and starts to try and put out some damage. We'll see if there's some sort of saving grace to this, but I'm not going to lie, guys. I do not think this is looking super fun. And we're going to double engineering bay to wall off, which at least gives you a very solid wall off, if nothing else. So we've got something going on over here. The Stalkers show up, though, and that means they can shoot across the wall. And like I say, Clem just completely blinds the aggression as herO puts it all on the line in this game 5 of the build. But it has worked perfectly. I mean, a Marine spawns now, but the Marine can't do anything because it's just going to die. If you try to actually come close toward these units, the depot goes down, and Clem says, GG. herO will 2-gate in the middle of Mothership to throw Clem to the lower bracket. And we will have ourselves a Protoss guaranteed in the Grand Final as herO and Classic will fight for the Grand Final place through the upper bracket finals. And again, that is going to be very interesting because we've never had herO nor Classic win the OSC Championship before, so they're both looking for their first time OSC Championship, while obviously everyone else that's still involved today is looking elsewhere. Alright guys, we're going to swap on over to NA and get ready for the lower bracket stretch, which is going to begin in the form of Clem versus Cure. The winner plays Solar, the winner plays the loser of herO and Classic. So that's where things are going to be at. We'll take a couple moments, guys. We'll be a couple of seconds, and I'll see you guys in just a few as we come back with more games here. On the other side, it's going to be Clem versus Cure in just a few moments. BRB. Alrighty guys, hello, welcome back. How are we doing? Thank you for joining us, being here and hanging out with us for the final day of the OSC Championship. I don't see Clem online right now, so just waiting on that to be figured out, him to be located, and for us to get this next series videoed up and ready to go. So, we'll be a moment or two. I guess we'll throw the Ladder Legends promotion up, and we'll take a couple moments, and we're just waiting for, like I say, Clem to arrive in the video. We can get this underway.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Welcome back, guys. We're just waiting for Clem, but I just saw his status change on Discord at least, so I presume he's on his way. Should be able to get resumed fairly shortly. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you guys being here with us today as we get ready to roll out into some more StarCrafts. And again, wrapping up the tournament today. Wrapping up the tournament. Very cool. Very, very cool. So yeah, let's kick this off in a couple of moments, get this ready to go. And yeah, just waiting for Clem to make his way online. But you just love waiting around, yeah. So give it a couple moments, guys. We'll get kicking off into this shortly. I guess you take just a moment or so to say, if you watch on the YouTube, consider maybe hitting that like and subscribe button. We had a bunch of subs come in yesterday on the YouTube, which is amazing, because like I say, we're on the push toward 50,000 right now. We're a couple thousand away, so keep them coming, keep it happening, and that's definitely our goal for the early part of this year, to try and hit 50k YouTube subs. So yeah, help us reach that. It's a very cool goal that we've been kind of having our eyes on for a while, so nice to see that we're getting so close to reaching that part of it. As yeah, it doesn't take long. It takes a moment, scroll down, like the stream as well if you're already there on the YouTube as well. Like I say, these things really do help out a whole bunch. They go a long way. They're super easy to do. I know we have to do them daily, the liking at least, but it really does help us out. It really does. It really does just tell things to happen the way tells YouTube to tell people to watch it. It's a bit silly, but such is the way of things. Home Story Cup next week. Yep, Home Story Cup will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. I fly out there on the Thursday, so that's why I'm away this weekend for my own thing, and then next week I'm only back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before we eat off to Home Story Cup for some Home Story Cup fun over a few days as well. Gonna be a little bit crazy, TBH. A little bit crazy. Oh. Ah, Clem's online. Ah, cool. He was just not in the OSC chat channel. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, got this sorted out, guys. Getting to Clem vs. Q in a couple of moments. So from here on out, guys, matches are live. So I guess the good thing is that obviously Rongi Cup's going on, so we were kind of a bit worried about herO playing, but I think the resolution right now is that basically because Clem's in the lower bracket, we can pretty much do Clem Q and then the winner versus Solar before herO has to play. So I'm pretty sure that should be enough time for herO to get through his Rongi matches, and if not, it's going to give us a good amount of time. I think the bigger problem would have been if Clem won that previous series, then we'd only have one best of 5 before herO had to play, and then there's much more likely an overlap in the, on the two tournaments. So I think that's just probably going to be alleviated now. If we have some downtime, it should be pretty minimal. To get ready to roll. Alright. Vetoes have just started, guys. The Clem took a little while to get here. And we will kick this off. Is it true if you want to see high-level StarCraft Championship in person, you have to go to China? Well, we have no idea where in-person StarCraft 2 will be at all, honestly, in the near future, but it depends what you mean by StarCraft Championship. Like, China right now is probably the best candidate for the next kind of World Championship or something along those lines. But yeah, I mean, we just don't know at the moment. I wouldn't say that's true though, because like I said, nobody really knows at the moment. So if nobody knows, it's kind of a difficult statement to make, right? A little bit of a difficult statement to make. World Cup? Well, in that case, no, we've got no idea because there's no announcement of a World Championship this year. Like, it might be that China picks up the kind of the reins and tries to run like the global championship or something, but like there's no guarantee of that. And like I say, they might be the best candidates at the moment, but we just don't know. It's just the plain simplicity of it all. I think there's gonna be the Classic Cup at BlizzCon. I'm not sure how much StarCraft 2 will be in that, but like, yeah, I mean, like I said, we don't know where. We don't even know if we will have a World Championship. Like, there might not be one at all. You might not have to go anywhere because it's not possible. It is very sad, it's kind of weird, but there's like a bunch of places which we went to so much in the history of StarCraft 2 because every year there'd be an event there. For me, one of those places was Valencia. I used to go to Valencia like every year for DreamHack Valencia, right? And that was like a really cool thing because we used to go somewhere that became kind of familiar, and then we just don't go there anymore. It kind of sucks. And now it's like Katowice. I'm probably never going to have any reason to go to Katowice ever again. But I have been to Katowice like, I don't know how many times I've been to Katowice, probably like 5 to 10, like somewhere in that range. It's not 10, but I think it's more than 5, because I went before I was even casting. So it's like, there's a random city in Poland I'm actually very familiar with. I know a bunch of restaurants there. I know like how to get places in this, and I'm just never going to go there again, probably. It's really crazy. It'd be the same if Home Story stopped existing. It's like, I know Krefeld, like, so well. I know the ins and outs of it. I know all the good places to eat. I know all the good places to walk. And, you know? And it's just like, if Home Story Cup stopped, I'd just never go there again. It's really wild. So, yeah. Anyways, players are readying up, guys. Thank you for your patience as we take a few moments. Well, we took a few moments to get this underway, but we are set and ready now. As Readies and GLHFs are going to get thrown down in the chat. As you can hear, the countdown is happening, and we are heading into Clem versus Cure, best of 5 in the lower bracket, an elimination series here as we get this ready to go. What can we do to keep it alive? Just watch, honestly. Watch, support what you like, and help spread the word when tournaments are on and stuff. I always think it's very useful. Just talk about, just interact with the game. It's not rocket science. At the end of the day, like, if you're excited about StarCraft 2, act excited about it, you know? Watch the games, talk about the games. If you do that, that naturally makes StarCraft 2 a lucrative product for people. Like, there's not some, like, secret message, there's not some secret code or mystery. Like, it's just, like, if you enjoy StarCraft 2, watch StarCraft 2. If you really enjoy it, find people to talk about with it, you know? Like, it really is just as simple as that. Like, it doesn't even have to be money related. And obviously, if you can support monetarily to whoever you like watching, whether that's OSC or myself or somebody else, then yeah, go ahead and support them. You know, that's obviously amazing too. But I really think at its core, the most important thing you guys can do for StarCraft is just keep on watching, keep on enjoying, and keep on organically engaging with the tournaments, you know? That really is, in my eyes, the best way we can do anything for StarCraft 2. Even balance wine, yeah. And if balance whining is what keeps you kind of talking about the game, then go wild. And sometimes I'll tell you to piss off and not do it here, but like, at the end of the day, like, you know, those discussions and passion about the game, right? And that's what the game feeds on, so yeah. Playing it, yeah, I mean, play it as well, but like, if you just like StarCraft 2 as an esport, I don't even think playing it is that important as just, I could say, just watching, so. But I mean, literally anything StarCraft related is going to help, right? So I don't think there's one singular, like, secret of, yep, this is it. This is what we got to do. Anyway, Probe and SCV going to nibble Command Center coming down. We do have ourselves the Cybercore and Nexus both building in as we get set up for a few moments. Is TVT boring to watch? Is that why Clem is Protoss? Clem is Protoss because he plays Protoss against Terran players. He doesn't like playing TVT. He switched to PVT a long time ago. It's been over a year now since he played an official TVT matchup outside of, like, randomizing into it. So he will, he plays Protoss versus Terran, which is nice because it means when Clem plays, you never get a mirror match, which is neat. And invite new players. That's also part of the support. We need new. Yeah, I mean, share it, right? Like, if you enjoy it, share it. Tell people about it. You know, introduce people to the game. It's, all of this is good stuff. Like I say, you can't go wrong if you genuinely enjoy it. Just keep on enjoying it and do the things that naturally come from that, I think. Anyways, let's get into this TVP. So obviously, Cure on the Terran side of life. Going to open with a couple of Hellions. These two played in the winner bracket, and that was a 3-2 victory for Cure. Kind of a funky series, a lot of aggression. When Clem got set up in some of those games, he got really well set up, you know? Like, once he got started in a couple of those scenarios, there were just positions he was so solid in, and it felt like, you know, you couldn't really do anything as Cure in a lot of those scenarios once Clem was on the map and poking and prodding. But there's a lot of times where Cure was able to get a good start, some good harassment early, get into a good army to follow up as well. A lot of fun stuff there. There's a couple of SCVs and the Widow Mines coming about, the Medevac coming through, Robotics Facility, Gateway, Probes, and the Warp Gate coming online as well. See those couple of Widow Mines popping at the moment, heading to the front as the couple of Hellions will take their chance to move onto the map over to the left-hand side. Blinking the Warp Gate building up here. I'm just going to get that on the go. And again, see the Robo Facility building just for now to get settled in. A couple of Stalkers going to spread. And again, a couple of Widow Mines and SCVs all coming through just for the moment. Getting this on the way for the next couple of seconds. Stalker's going to be there. We chase things back. Again, just going to be having that blink on the way through. So we are going to see Clem playing pretty much to what his standard is. And his standard is to play blink in these matchups. So expecting him to probably stick to that for the majority of this. Clem has shown us the willingness in the PvT recently to play Storm and Colossus, as the other top tier Protoss players have been doing as well, so I'd imagine that both of those are kind of on the table here for Clem to kind of come into, as we are going to be seeing those 4 Widow Mines going to drop into the main base mineral line and just start to put some pressure out. One shot goes down for a couple of workers. Hellions are going to dive through at the same time. It's going to make it a couple more workers going down. However, we've got detection. As the Hellions are the deadliest, because actually the Widow Mines are not doing much else with the Widow Mines being detected in the main base. We lose 10 workers in total though, so Clem takes quite a bit of damage, and Cure is able to get a very good start to this game 1 of this best of 5. That's exactly what he's dreaming of. A setup here where he can get in, get some damage done, and just put himself in a very good position in those early few moments. Impact building, Marine Marauder on the way, add the SCVs, the barracks, and the engineering bay up as well. So we get that on the go right now. We bring a lot of that up and into place, and just see the Raven heading up the right-hand side. So Raven going to go up the right again, just see the Stimpack and the +1 coming through, Templar Archives, and the gateways in production as well. We had a few more probes in. On top of that, Charge will be building. Again, we've got a few probes coming about. The Raven going to throw down an order turret there. A couple of workers just going to get chased away. We just see the, again, Stim Combat and +1 all building through. The extra Marauders coming up. A few probes are going to jump onto the assimilators right now, and we're going to see the Observer still up in the main base. So just try and see what else is going on for a couple of moments. Yeah, charging that Storm building by. Order turret still putting some work in. 3 workers killed up until this point. Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 building. And we do have Clem and Cure both settling. I mean, really do like the start that we've had from Cure here. It really has been very effective, I would say. Able to kind of put him in a very solid position early. Just good damage done. It's going to give him some good waves of aggression here with the bio units. They hit Stim, Combat, and +1 as these first units show up. A lot of potential. A lot of this kind of relies on the Storm from Clem. He's going to have 3 High Templar, and obviously a good amount of Storm availability off 3 High Templar, but I mean, it's going to be important. It's pretty much everything that this is going to come down to is a few more units unload. The Stalker blinks back, the other Stalkers gather together. The Marauders will stem through, Stalker's getting pushed away, the High Templar's being chased. I love that, the 2 Marauders trying to get in front of the rest. And as Clem will threaten with the HTs, he forces this siege up quite far away, honestly. So Cure's tank is going to be quite a ways off the 3rd base of Clem, so that part of this should be looking pretty reasonable. Let's just see the double medevac into the main base. The Stalker's going to get underneath. They're going to go after 1 medevac already, and that's going to be a good shutdown. We do unload a few units from it straight away, but even still, we're going to lose the medevacs, and this is a cleanup with a couple of Stalkers lost, but not much else. So good defense from Clem against this army of Cure so far. And Cure's drop really, again, leaving kind of a bit to be desired at the end of the day. This really does feel as though it could have done a little extra. As, it was a pretty uninspired drop as well, right? Just flying in. Clem is not having to deal with anything else at the same time, so he's very easily, you know, very capable of kind of handling this. And kind of, like I say, goes back the wrong way right there, as we just see the little bit of bio going to return home. Ghosts on the way, missile turret coming through, refineries are coming up. We just have ourselves the rest of the Bioforce between the bases here from Cure settling right now. Clem's coming across the map. This is the point where Clem definitely feels good about being aggressive. It's the stage of the game where he's now going to be able to kind of stand out the front and trade a little bit. You can't do this as well with High Templars and Stormers as you can with Colossus, because you're limited on the amount of Storms you have, whereas Colossus can kind of stand here and fire a whole bunch. Now, one of the siege tanks is actually very annoying right now as we catch the medevac trying to return home. The Ghost obviously scary as well, but we do load a couple of High Templars up in the Prism to try and help out with that. It's going to be 1 Storm just as he sees the Widow Mine at the front there. It's just going to make sure we can get rid of that already. Push that back. It does get microed away from Q, so it doesn't just go down to the Storm. Get up to this high ground, and we are going to look for the attack in. So Clem, not going to respect this army at all. Going to say, I believe I can get through this. And honestly, there's not a lot of splash damage here from Q. That Storm, and he's just going to walk, turn away once that Storm comes down. We've got another couple of Storms still available. I like that Clem turned away from that Storm. He storms and says, cool, if you want to stop me from hitting your 3rd base, you're going to have to run through the Storm to make that happen. And Q then basically can't run through that Storm, so just gets used basically as a really cool zoning device. The bunker goes down the side there. That Archon will fall. 13 SCVs killed, so Clem does put himself in a good eco position. We'll try and micro forward a couple of the low HP Techia units. Can we actually escape from this without losing too much? I think we're going to have to sacrifice this Immortal. And from there, I think Clem is going to be away for now, at the very least. A couple of shots coming through. The Raven taking damage. We are going to see the rest of Bio Ghost still just joining in the center for a couple of seconds there. And yeah, Marine Marauder coming up in general right now. So bringing a bunch of that through. And a couple of Colossus are coming by. You're just going to see that extended thermal lances on the way. Armory in the engineering bay building. The Vikings in production. Marine Marauder in production as well. A little EMP onto the High Templar, but that will be about it for the moment. There's a bunch of extra Zealots get warped in along with us. And you're going to see one more EMP coming down as Cure trying to push back. His army supply actually very good right now. So Cure might actually just have a little bit of something going for himself. Clem switched to Colossus. However, those Colossus are not super safe. Love the Prismite Crow. It's going to keep them a little bit safer. We definitely need it because, as you can see, he's running out of everything else to really support this, and it does look like Cure in the end is going to be okay. I think Clem lost a few too many units retreating away from that third. Maybe there was a moment where he could have just turned away that little bit earlier on. And if he turned away that little bit earlier on, perhaps this looks a whole lot different than what it does right now. As you see, the Bio going to take the chance to jump onto this Nexus, play a bit of cleanup. And really, this is looking as though Clem is at the very least losing his fourth base, but he does not have a lot of supply to keep playing with either. So I really do feel like we're kind of more towards the point of this being a GG. And Clem is going to say exactly that for this game number 1. And Cure will be the one to take the lead in this series with a 1-0 advantage. Looking to be the last Terran
when you look
standing.
at where you are and then where the very...
Sorry guys, I forgot to turn the Ladder Legends video off when I turned it on before. My apologies as we get ready for a Game 2 in a couple moments' time. Alright, kick this off momentarily. As the players have been hosting the games for us, and had a little bit of time getting into this, guys, which means we actually can just take a moment or so to settle and wait. So we will do exactly that. Take a moment, get back on track here in just a sec. Now, there was I do think Clem just stuck around a bit too long. Like, I like the idea of what he did, but maybe when he stormed and I was talking about you can't really fight back through that storm, maybe that's when the tech unit should leave. You let the Zealots just do their thing, clearing out the mineral line, and then you just leave with everything else and go and reset your army. Because what happened in the end was he stuck around, then you lost a whole bunch more stuff because of it. So maybe that was the point where Clem had actually already kind of reached his potential and was time, you know, like I say, kind of time to just move on. And, you know, kind of go from there more so than anything else. Waiting for them to host up Game 2. Literally just waiting for them to throw the game invite out, guys, and we'll jump straight into a Clem Cure map 2 of this best of 5. It's coming up right now. We'll jump into whatever this map will be. It's going to be 10,000 feet for second game. So 10,000 feet coming up. Get this on the way in just a couple of seconds. No, we're missing Indy. Alright, 10,000 feet coming up, and we get this one going. So, game number 2, Clem, down by a game, looking to fight back. He is going to be playing on the West server now for the second game, so we'll see if that is going to be impactful. Start this off in a moment here. 10,000 feet, and we are going in game. In the top left-hand side, the Liquid player who does not have the lead of the series. Down a map, we're looking to fight back. This will be Team Liquid's Clem. Up against the blue Terran in the bottom right-hand side is, again, the other Team Liquid player. In this Team Liquid showdown, Cure. Again, also a former OSC champion. Again, a tournament which gets more and more storied every single year with the previous champions. So Cure winning way back when in 2020. With the, well, it was the 2019 season, so he wins the... A little confusing because I was saying Clem won the 2020 season earlier, but obviously it's like this is the 2025 season, even though it's played in January 26, right? So Cure won the 2019 season, Season 7. 4-0 against Denver in that finals is absolutely brutal. Denver had a hell of a run. Denver started in round 1 of the lower bracket. He nearly made it happen. He actually beat Clem in the lower bracket final, as Cure actually beat Clem in the upper bracket final of that tournament as well back then. Cure came from the second round of the winners bracket with a decent seed. Went through some good players, moving through and able to become an OSC champ. looking to be one of the few, the third player ever to repeat that if he was to go through everybody and be able to win today. Again, Clem looking to be a 3-time champion, Solo looking to be a 3-time champion, Q looking to be a 2-time, and herO and Classic, both Protoss players in the upper bracket finals, looking to be the first ever, first-time OSC champion. Oh, Depot's coming down, commencing to setting up. Next is coming through as well, so we got a lot of that on the way just for the moment here. Getting settled down and seeing where things will go to. Let's just have, some layer coming into place. One probe going to return a few resources back over this side as well. Marco's jumping onto that assimilator, and again, Warp Gate coming up, Adept coming through, Marauder and the concussive shells also in production right now. Denver was a real dinosaur back then. Is Clem playing Protoss the whole tournament? He plays Protoss versus Terran. This is Clem's main race versus Terran. Has been for over a year, so he's something that everyone knows. Whenever a Terran plays against Clem, they know they're playing versus Protoss. He still plays Terran versus Zerg and Terran versus Protoss himself. Marauder and the Marine will go after the Adept, and second Marauder shows up, we'll get rid of the Adept pretty quickly. So the Marauders having that early concussive shells means that Adept gets caught, cannot make a getaway. Clem just gives up on it pretty quickly, doesn't try and force the issue, doesn't try and force more out of that. Second Adept is shading back as it wanted to maybe grab the Marine at least, but doesn't really get enough done. As the Barracks and Orbital still building through. STV, Marine, and the Stim Pack coming up as well here from Q. Engineering Bay just starting. And yeah, that blink coming up at the moment from Clem. So we got that blink on the way. Warp Gate coming by. Gateway and a couple probes coming up as well. As you just see the couple of Marines going to get into the Adept there. Just going to pick that off. Adept will get rid of one Marine there as well. We'll just go a bit back and forth again. So looking for a little bit of opportunity. For a few moments, Stim Pack and the +1 upgrade coming by right now. Couple of shots coming through. We are going to hit some damage out. Just going to see that Adept having a shade back. Gateway coming into the front just for the moment as well. Got that all set up and ready to roll out. Again, Stim and the +1 upgrade will also build. And Marine Marauder joining, looking for a bit of a push up to the top side of the map in these next few moments. Again, Stim Pack about to be done. That +1 attack about to be done. Marines in the factory coming along with this. And just a lot of setup here. At this current point in time, Observer going to be on its way. And just that blink at the moment, just bring that straight on through. And we are going to be seeing the units are going to start moving out onto the map. So away they go. Bio going to try and get onto this set of rocks right here. Secure opening up the right-hand side. Secure obviously building like this higher barracks kind of count early, very Marine Marauder heavy, so playing the 3 racks and wants to get aggressive in these early stages. As the +1 and the combat shield will both continue through. And kind of scary for Clem if he doesn't really know about this, and these units have already broken out to the right side of the map where you don't expect them to be. That could absolutely be a big problem, right? So definitely looking at that as a potential issue right now. As the Marines, combat shield, and the +1 all building up. An Observer staying overhead to keep an eye on things. Everything else just gathering together for the moment. When Marines get over to the left side, Observer is going to set up. Just going to see the medevacs. Marauders and Marines coming through. Combat shield building. Charge about halfway done as well. The Robo Bay, the probe still building through. Battery on the way. So we're going to get rid of a Marine or two, so at least we found some of this army. However, we've not found the army on the upper right, and that's going to take a Stim into the third base, and Clem out of position for that. He's got to be careful with how he blinks. Finally going to go down, it loses the battery and the warp in straight away. Has a couple of Zels, but no charge yet, and now Stimmed in on the other side as well. Secure throwing the multi-prong on Clem, and like I say, Clem's issue is that he's meant to kind of kite units across the map and reduce their numbers early. Now he's losing a ton of probes, and this build from Cure is putting in work with all the probes on the right-hand side. Clem tries to survive through this. He is going to clean up on the right-hand side. He now needs to clean up the Marines on the left. He's lost 21 workers. And his Cure does serious damage. 21 workers killed. Clem will be down by about 5 because he was obviously on a big 3-base economy and set up for the long game. Cure's going to add 2 more barracks and he's going to 2-base all in off the back of this. So he's going to bring even more bio pressure in the very near future with Clem playing off of a hindered economy. That said, he will have Colossus out. He will have some splash damage in play. And if Cure doesn't do anything to create kind of anti-Colossus play here, and Clem gets to 2, maybe even 3 Colossus, that would be massive. Cure is going to throw a 3rd CC down as well, so he's also looking toward the future rather than just the potential of ending this here and now. Hobbit Kabul, how you doing, mate? Thank you for the 58-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Bit of mine burrows at the front. I mean, the more Colossus we get out, the happier we're going to be here. Good thing that Colossus didn't get depowered, or the Robo didn't get depowered. Although I guess Clem was very aware of that. He's got 2 more pylons on it, so not really an issue. As you're going to see the scan. Second Colossus is here, no thermal lance. Does Clem prioritize Colossus 3, or does he? Yeah, he does. He gets that on the way. You know, I don't think it's terrible for Clem right now, because Cure is not going to be able to attack straight in. Cure is still going to take advantages off of this. He's got 1-1 where Clem sits at 0-0. He's going to get the armory starting for 2-2. And Cure, because he's going into a more kind of long-term scenario, he's adding Vikings. And he will add those 2-2 upgrades as well. But I think he's okay to do this. He's on a strong position. And he's going to continue to develop that strong position over these next few minutes. As the bio pulls back down through to the bottom side. Command Center going to float up into the center as well. A few SCVs are transferring across. Getting ready to mine off this 3rd base, which is now going to be operational. As Clem has retaken the worker lead, as a Protoss should in the matchup. But obviously was heavily slowed earlier than what he would have wanted to have been. Colossus able to get a Marine. Well, Sentry, Zealot warping at the front, just get those warpings going. The Bio Army collecting out the center. We'll see a few more Vikings on the way up, so 4 at a time. The question will be is if we get to a lot of Vikings, can we A, push them back here as Clem? Or is that going to be an issue, basically, is what I'm saying? Or is there a world where Clem can, you know, does Clem kind of get caught in just Colossus and doesn't get into another wave of splash damage? It's a good fight for Clem. No Vikings present in the fight just yet, so the Colossus is completely safe. They get a bunch of laser beams off onto the Bio Army. And laser beams do be pretty good at killing men in suits. So it's going to be a pretty good start from Clem so far on this fight. Now, big warping into the main base is going to allow him to poke at the front as well and try and keep the pressure going. Finds a refinery here. That's going to be pretty much a guaranteed pick-off right there. Just going to be seeing these Zealots in the main are going to put in work. They're killing a lot of SCVs. Clem's still attacking on the front as well. There's the Viking count, and like I say, the Viking count is not nothing. Kira is building 4 at a time for a while now. This is exactly what Clem needs in terms of just picking away at the Terran player. He's doing a good amount of damage. 10 SCVs dead, and because the Vikings are split across all over and they're not able to get to the Colossus yet, that has been an issue. Clem steps forward there, maybe a little bit too far, as I believe he was just trying to click onto the Vikings, but I think it made him move command in a little bit deeper than expected. Now the Colossus is getting chased, and Cure strikes in the moment it rises, and that orbital command nearly fell. I'm not sure if that really would make a difference, because I think Cure takes a good enough fight here, whereas he had to win this on 2 bases. He probably could. He's also 2-2 to 1-0 right now, so the upgrades have just kicked in into Cure's favor, and that's going to be another bonus here across the board. There's a few mules drop down onto the 3rd base. Bio Viking still gathering up. Zealot Stalker joining as well. A couple disruptors are going to be on the way through. Got shield active. Clem is up 30 workers. So while Cure did save the 3rd, there is a lot of economy from Clem. The upgrades right now do not favor him. I love the Liberated production because I think that's something which absolutely helps you massively here, as Clem will get a disruptor shot that will reach the army. Just clips one Marauder in the end, but it forces Cure back for a few moments. The Liberators, like I say, I think are something that are really good right now because it's something that Clem does not have a good answer to, and he's nowhere near having a good answer to. It can provide you a lot of efficiency in a game where you're going to need it, and right now we are kind of on the way to needing that. Second disruptor shot here will land. That's a good few Marauders going down. We're going to jump in with the Zealots. Important for Clem, I think, to get some work done now, because, like I say, the longer this goes, the less I kind of believe in his position due to those Liberators coming up. So if you put yourself in a better position now and you give yourself a better shot for when the Liberators arrive, that should be very beneficial in the grand scheme of things here as the Zealot Store continues to push through and continues to trade in. Just going to see the first Liberate showing up, but Clem's already pushed this back quite a lot. Another Disruptor shot that forces the Terran army away by just a few steps, but it gives you space to work with now. There's another Disruptor shot flies toward the front, playing a bit of defense for the moment. Man, cracking fight, and Clem actually coming out good on supply. The longer this takes for Cure, the more impactful Clem's worker count is going to be, and it was significantly advantaged after that previous fight across the other side. As a Disruptor shot flies towards the Vikings there, and we are going to be seeing Clem clearing up. Cure is down 50 supply, and what a defense from Clem to get it done here in game number 2, after it looked very, very scary for him on the other side. I love the Disruptor production. It was so smart. He knew there was a Viking count. He knew Colossus were not going to do much, but the Disruptors, well, maybe not the best units in this day and age, still have a little bit of a way they can be involved, and they definitely got involved there. What a great bounce back from Clem in this game number 2, and just showing that he means business across the course of this series, with a third map on the way in a few moments' time. Clem and Cure going to a game 3 with Clem striking, like I say, back at Cure here, and able to take this to a 1-1 scoreline in the best of 5. Winter Madness coming up. In the lobbies, just waiting for Cure to ready as we get ready for game 3 of this series. DSAF ASDF, says Cure. As, yeah, that does apparently mean he's ready. And again, guys, the way this bracket works, Clem versus Cure, winner plays Solar, then the winner of that will play in the lower bracket finals against the loser of Classic versus herO, which is the PvP upper bracket final. And then we have the grand final after that. What is good is that, okay, we could have 2 PvPs a day, but that's the only mirror matchups we can have. And it would only be if we get to a grand final of PvP after the upper bracket final of PvP as well. So we shall see how that pans out, as we're tied up 1-1 right now. And we head into game 3 of this best of 5 series, Winter Madness. Try and determine who will take the lead and have the first shot at a match point here between 2 players who keep on giving us great series of PvT lately. I mean, Cure and Clem in the upper bracket was fantastic as well. So right now, feeling like they're pretty well matched. And in different ways, I do think Clem in a more standard, straight-up game where he gets going is looking very good. But I do think Cure has a lot of the strategy and ability to kind of make Clem feel uncomfortable in these games as well, and to kind of get himself off and rolling into good positions and give himself the chance to really compete against someone who, like I say, in a more standardized game, it's going to be very difficult to kind of keep up against. So it'll be fun to see what happens here for game 3 of this best of 5. As we get into this right now, there is an SCV on the map. There is a probe on the map. SCV going to get that to Engineering Bay block and try to throw Clem off of his game early. And that will be the early few moments of this one, as we'll see what Clem does about it. That Engineering Bay right down there already in position for the moment. Probe across the map just going to be slowed by the SCV, as Clem is going to pull the probes in response to the Engineering Bay just to try and deal with that early on. So just wants to make sure we can take this base fairly quickly. There's going to be the SCV coming back in. It's going to drop the second Engineering Bay, basically saying, I see you pulling the probes to deal with this, and I want to try and delay your expansion as long as possible, and basically make you pull these probes for as long as possible. Obviously, you will cancel these Engineering Bays. But when you build the second Engineering Bay, that's another bunch of minerals that's invested. I mean, first of all, it costs you like 30 minerals each time you do this when you cancel, but it's also, like I say, it's that mineral investment that stays invested for a while, and I don't know, usually we suggest that that's not worthwhile. Obviously, Cure feels a little differently there. As we get that started off. Factory Command Center coming through, the SCV on the way in. We'll just have ourselves the reactor building as well, so just a few little bits and pieces on the way through for the moment. Why don't SE2 players like to play against their own race? Mirror matchups are a lot more volatile than the other matchups, because when everyone's playing with the same tools, there's very little margin for error. There's very little margin for kind of not seeing something or reacting properly. So the game is played much more on a knife's edge in the mirror matchup, and that's something that's dissuasive, but each mirror matchup plays very differently too. And I think it's very fair to say that Terran versus Terran is played in a way that you cannot play in TVP and TVZ. Or TVP and TVZ can be played in a way you can't play in TVT. And for Clem, who's like a fast-going, action-packed, I'm going to be everywhere sort of player, and really kind of benefit from my multitasking, and so that's just not as reliable in TVT because the defensive nature of the matchup really takes a lot of that away from you. And I think Clem oftentimes probably felt trapped, where he's like, man, this feels great for me. I'm going to go into my kind of awesome kind of multitask mode, and he ends up kind of just losing the game because he's attacking into the defensive Terran, which is something you can't really do. So yeah, mirror matchups are just kind of a weird breed, and it's very rare someone is good enough, you know, with their off race to be able to kind of switch away from the mirror matchup. So usually people just have to try and learn. But yeah, it's that's kind of the reasoning, and obviously Clem just would rather not play it because his strengths are better in PvT than they are in TVT. The funny thing about is like mirror matchups really do. It's so difficult to be consistent in the mirror matchup because of, like I say, the volatility, which means that when someone is consistent in the mirror matchup, it's extremely impressive. Like MaxPax was consistent in PvP for so long, and that was impressive because he did it in his own way. People tried to copy him, they couldn't. Maru, dominant in TVT, and that really is just because his style allowed him to play super defensively, so even when the matchup got volatile and went against him early, he was good enough to play defensive and to draw the game out into a longer game, right? So it's very rare that the players' playstyles work to an extent in the mirror that's so strong for them. But, yeah. Well, there you go. There's some info for you. Like, interesting, as we just have ourselves a little bit of setting up going here. Viking tank. Prism and the Blink all coming through. You do see the Widow Mine is going to unload over in the main mineral line, so looking for some damage over here, looking for some opportunity. Widow Mine just going to go off on the one probe. Pretty well handled so far. We do see the... Matter of fact, we'll stay alive though, and with the mine inside of it, we'll have a chance to bring that back in later. I'm about to have Blink, as Kira is taking his first Marine tank army across the map currently. The Stalkers get warped in, they're going to go straight through for those Marines. That Marine tank Viking force still coming across the map, so running straight across here. Going to try and get some things done, as we see the Stalkers going to have to blink away from the Marine tank Viking force. Good one shot, good, hits a couple of probes. A couple of the SCVs going to come about with this as well, so again we get that set up right now. And yeah, Marine tank just still going to be firing away there. The Viking going to be there too. Shots coming in, Observer goes down just for the moment. Tank's going to unsiege, and Clem, of course, like, you know, just as much as he can, trying to slow this down at this point in time. And we're going to see Medevac picked, and Hewitt has to go turn it around. So he's not going to get in position here. Clem will keep his third alive through good army positioning, and is not going to let Hewitt take advantage of this position right now. Marines will step forward. The Prism has to step back a second, so let's see. Hewitt's not going all the way home yet, which gives Clem maybe the chance to stay aggressive here onto this army. Obviously, if Hewitt's not going home, he still has the potential to push up, so Clem has to stay active on the map to try and ensure that that will not happen. This one's still building through. The Marines are producing, extra barracks are coming up. I wouldn't say it's how old as I thought. As we are going to see, Stalker's blinking in. That's a very aggressive blink from Clem. Try a complete misread of the situation. I think he thought because it was on siege, he had a chance there, and he just did not. That was a complete misplay from Clem, and that's going to just end this game and put Kira into the lead 2-1. Oof. I was about to say, I wouldn't say it's his off-race when his pros 6.9k on ladder playing against Zergan pros as well. Yeah, I mean, Clem, we say off-race just as terminology, but the reality is that, yeah, I agree. It's, you say off-race because it's usually his worst race, but, like, he's obviously very good with it as well. It's not really held to the same level as the other guys' off-race. Yeah, that was just a misplay, though. That was a, hey, I've got this, and it was like a, no, I don't have this moment. I think because the tanks and siege, he just felt like he could attack in and then micro his way into a good trade, picking off the tanks, and it just, there was so much damage output on that army of Kua. I think Clem didn't recognize that Kua was kind of doubling down on just more and more of the same idea of just kind of continuing to crank out units and just going. I think he didn't realize that that was kind of happening, I guess, and so he engaged in there when there was a lot more than he really thought. That was a, yeah, that was a truly bad blink, and does lead us to a disadvantage once again for the red Protoss in the bottom right-hand corner, facing elimination. Our two-time OSC champ on the verge of being knocked down here in the lower bracket and out of the event. This is Team Liquid's Clem. Against teammate in the top left side of the map, the blue Terran Cure. Game 4. You are looking to get into the top 4 of this tournament. To win here today would do that for him. Game 4, best of 5. Gating the gas coming up, Raxing the gas coming up. Clem looking to bring himself back into this series once again here in this Game 4. Raxing the SCV coming up. Just going to see the gateway and that probe coming by. Take a couple moments as the probe goes after the SCV. The SCV comes back toward the probe as well. Cybercore building up, the Zealot on the way through. Couple workers going around. The probe is going to get chased a little bit, so looking to get some damage dealt here initially. Just going to see the SCVs. You get to that probe and just try and chase it off a little further. I'm just trying to scout, trying to make sure nothing too crazy happens early in this game. Trying to make sure we're aware of what is going on in those circumstances. As they're building through, I'm just going to see the SCV coming up as well, so factory building, and we'll see what build Cure has in store for us here as he decides what his approach is going to look like in these next few moments as well. Decides what he exactly would like to try bring to this table. The Zealot from Clem goes to the upper left, so that's going to be a starting point of this game to move up over there and to try and see a little bit of opportunity if possible. And we'll come about the Zealot in some trouble. I'm just going to be seeing the couple of Marines continue to go after the Zealot right now, so just chasing that down. Just for a couple of moments. So again, we move that through. It's going to be seeing the Zealot and the Adept together. Going to go in after a couple of Marines as well. Marines turn around, get a bit more damage dealt. Just for the moment. The Steps putting some good damage in. And the Marines obviously getting low. The Hellion will help a lot against this. We're going to commit to get the Hellion. We're going to shade onto it so we can kind of guarantee that it goes down here. And we will grab that. So Hellion goes down. We get rid of some Marines as well. It's going to be 2 Adepts and a Zealot for 3 Marines, a Hellion, and an SCV in the end. Just assuming that this Adept's going to die because it was pretty trapped. He made an attempt to get away, but not able to do that. Blink is building. The extra gate's coming online. We'll see the few Marines going in after the Stalker as well. It's just trying to find an opportunity there. And as we have Stalker and the Marines going to go back and forward a little bit. Those extra Marines coming back over. And we take a few moments continuing through. Be another kill, so Clem. A little reckless, man. There's a Stalker going down as well, and his unit count not looking great. If Cure comes across the map in the next moment or so, every unit you lose out on right now could really work against you. So this is definitely getting to be a little bit dangerous. A little concerned as to how these next few moments goes. But like I say, maybe there'll be something a little bit more viable in these next few moments. Going to find out very shortly. Let's see what goes on. Medevac pulls back, tank gonna set up. See that Cyclone locking on the Prism can take damage. Let's see the tank shooting back. The Stalker's taking damage as well. Again, tank, Banshee, Marines in the cloaking continue to come through. Just seeing the Observer stepping forward as well. Let's see the extra Stalkers warping in. The Nexus in the pile, and there's a building up as well. I'm going to see the tanks ready to fire a little bit. A few shots coming in. We are going to have the zombie stepping through. The Stalker's going to have to micro back. Pulling away here for a moment or so. Continue to micro nicely for now as Clem tries to buy as much time as possible, trying to keep the zombie of Kira away. Going to bring the Observer nearby, just get a reach on what's going on, but he does get spotted. Good spot from Kira, playing well at the moment and doing everything he can to ensure this game continues to head in his favor. Playing very solid, honestly, through and through at the moment is Kira. Cannot really complain about his play. Clem might be able to blink forward for the siege tank, and if you do, I don't think that's too bad of a deal because the Marines are going to struggle to get kills in return. The Prism does a bit of microing and saves the one Stalker that was immediately in trouble there, so he's able to do a good job on that. As now the Stalkers get ready to hop into the main base, going to go after a Tech Lab, Reactor. I mean, these are great kills, right? You're getting rid of really important things which add up over time. We're going to blink through one tank, two tank. The second tank never even fired, and Clem loses maybe a Stalker or so for that. Great decision on that blink. It's not an easy one to make, and you got to make it split second, and he decided he just had enough to do it. No Observer here, so the Banshee will go uncontested. The two Banshees across the map going uncontested as well. Is going to be Clem's biggest issue right now. He's done good damage, but he'll take some damage too, losing the pile on the low ground, not minding from the natural at all currently. He wants to keep the aggression going here. Where are the Observers at? He's got two on the map, so you can only imagine one's coming in to help somewhere. But we have one at home with that other Stalker, but we've got to deal with those two Banshees. As Clem is going to blink underneath the Banshees now, but man, this took a long time. And like I say, if nothing else, he's lost a lot of mining time. However, he's also killed a lot of SCVs here by not just recalling home and by dealing with that more slowly, admittedly, but also just not having to return off the map for it. He is going to be able to keep dealing damage, and he gets a lot more SCVs in the last few moments. I actually think it's the right call from Clem. Well, he took bonus damage, he took the risk, knowing that there was going to be a chance he was going to take more damage, but he knew there was potential to keep doing damage here, and he did so. And now the Stalker can't get very low. We're having a Prism micro ourselves back out of trouble. Gonna see the Banshee still firing away. Charging the +1 still coming up. A couple more shots from the Banshee going off onto the probes. The charge and the +1 coming through. The Stalkers will blink in. Gonna get rid of that Banshee as well. That will go down. Observer still set up here for the moment. +1 attack, extra gateways, extra probes, all building by. A lot of that still being brought into play. Yeah, this looks good for Clem. I mean, at this point, Kira does have a decent army supply still, but he's still going to have to get across the map against the Blink Stalkers, which are obviously going to keep track of things for a few moments as well, so that alone is going to become an issue. I think it's going to be very tough to really push into your favor right now as Kira. I'm just with the 4 Stalkers, getting a bunch more SCVs, even more damage taken, so even more damage going the wrong way at the moment. Ending up in the wrong place. I see the couple extra shots coming through. I see the extra gates, the +1 attack, the Robobay coming by. Stim and the +1 will build as well, so we continue to get that started. The Banshees are back, and we kill 7 probes. I mean, Kira got to do something, and that is definitely a step in the right direction. Pushes him the right kind of ways. The couple Stalkers going to be there to chase the Banshees away also. We're just going to get rid of one Banshee. That should be the end of them, as this one just goes for as many kills as possible. Didn't quite get that last one. Battery was just about enough to keep it alive. +1 on that thermal land still coming through. Stim back combat shield, +1 attack, continue to build in. Just going to see the scan coming about. The Viking and the Marines able to grab the Observer. Fire just going through there. The Stalker's getting chased. Just going to have, again, Stim back combat, concussive shells. All building right now. The +1 attack upgrade coming through also. Bringing a lot of this by. Just going to see the bio going to be there. The Stalkers get turned back to the other side. And concussive shells in that combat shield continue to come up. The Marines in the tank will come around as well. So we get that on the way. A couple of medevacs are going to build through here. +2 attack and the extended thermal lens. And the Colossus still building. Server sitting overhead. That's going to get scanned. That's going to get taken out as well for the moment. Well, You see the Stalkers blinking through. The Zealot's trying to come across to this. One siege tank going down already. Second tank starting to fall. It's a good jump from Clem. I mean, his army is significantly better at this point. And Clem says, let's go game 5. I'm not done in this tournament just yet. So Clem takes game number 4. And we get ourselves tied up and going to an ace match for the second time here on the final day of the OSC Championship. Clem versus Cure will lead us into Clem versus Solar if Clem wins, or Cure versus Solar if Clem wins. I really feel like Solar's probably cheering on Cure, because I think Solar's had a better track record against Cure lately than he has against Clem. Clem has been... Solar plays well against both of them, but I think Cure is the more beatable player in this EVT matchup. So I'm sure that's what Solar's thinking. Let's see what we get as we count into a game number 5. Ace match, Clem and Cure. Second time in this tournament. Like I say, the first time it went the way of Clem in the 5-game series. This time, will it go the way of Cure, or will Clem once again just show that he is the slightly better PvTer than Cure is? To get this ready to rumble. Tidal Citadel is our map, and we are loading in right now. Let's do this. Let's get this started up and ready to party. On the bottom right side, I'm going to start things off with the red Protoss. This is going to be Clem. And it was brought us back to being tied. He's kept on being behind in this series. That's kind of the issue. So can he rectify that here? Can he get this back on track? That's what we are finding out in this next moment or two. I love how many people, it's Cure, sorry, in the top left-hand side, Cure. I love how many people just don't still know about Clem playing Protoss and PvT. It's amazing. It's amazing to me because it's like, this is not a slight or a slant or anything. It's just like, it's amazing to me that so many people just don't know that. It means we have so much kind of continuous kind of, thoroughfare, I guess, in terms of StarCraft TV viewership. Like, this has been a thing for over a year and people still surprised or not knowing about it. Just shows just the reach of StarCraft and how many people come through and watch this game and maybe don't always watch it, but kind of come back to check on it and stuff as well. Very cool. It's been a year and a half now. I don't think it's been a year and a half because he started Home Story Cup, right? So I think it's been a year and like a couple of months or so. Year and a couple of months, maybe. I think it was the Home Story at the end of 2024 that he swapped. Cure should pick Protoss 2 for the lulz. I think he'd get destroyed. Clem's very good with Protoss. And the thing about Clem's Protoss is it's not just, he doesn't just practice PvT, like he's good at all matchups, so... Remember when he was getting tilted versus Maxbax in TVP and he swapped to PvP and he won some games? I think we underestimate the number of viewers that just come and go. Oh no, absolutely. Yeah, it's the beauty of StarCraft in a way, right? Where it's like, this is a game where you really can just come back and if you enjoyed watching it once before, you probably still enjoy watching it. It's a good game to come back to. You don't have to watch everything day in and day out. I mean, I think you guys should, but like, biased opinion and all. But like, it is kind of the beauty of it all, so. Adept moving around. Concussive Shells coming up. Marauder and a couple of Marines coming by. Gets settled here. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up as well, so a lot of that coming through just for the moment. The Adept gets settled. Now, there is going to be the proxy on the map. Marauder building on the other side, and Concussive Shells coming up. Clem does not know about it, and that can be dangerous if you don't know. The two Marauders are going to start stepping forward. He's going to see it with the gateway first, so now he knows. The Stalker has to be very careful. He will have to play high ground. The Adept's going to recall home, so he will have these back at home to help him play defense. Clem starts up a battery, and wants to get a second pylon down as well. See, that Stalker needs to be super careful at the moment. Obviously, one of his gateways at the front here is just going to be very exposed. The Stalker will take a second to get rid of the probe on the low ground, building the bunker. Making sure that that bunker doesn't come up, because that would be really horrible to have to deal with. Clem loses a chunk of probe so far. Remember, this is an expansion from Cure, so it's not the most committed kind of build that this can be. But, obviously still looking good to get damage done at the moment, and finding some value at the moment here, as we are just going to be seeing that bunker has to cancel. Clem will get a couple more warp-ins. Marauder count getting high. We're going to commit through as Clem. There's a couple of low HP Marauders, which is going to make the difference here. And Kira says GG, because if he loses all these Marauders, there's nothing stopping Clem walking across the map. And if he walks across the map, Kira has pure Marine production and nothing else. The cheeky little build for game number 5 is going to go wrong. And just like that, unfortunately for Kira, this is going to be the series. Clem is going to take it 3-2 as he defends against the proxy. What is it with Clem and having... What is it with Clem and having short game 5s today, man? He's having a bunch of shorter game 5s than usual. Clem is going to take it down. Oh, Kira, I hate to see him go. I love his builds and his decision to kind of be aggressive in this final game and everything, but just falling a little short of the mark. Sometimes it feels like Kira needs the World Championships just to get that like extra little bit of oomph in his performance, man. Don't forget, he's the 3rd place finisher of the World Championship this year, so crazy stuff. Alright guys, we got 4 series remaining between us and an OSC champion. Solar versus Clem in the lower bracket. That will be coming up next in the best of 5. After that, Classic plays herO in the best of 5 upper bracket finals. Unless we're very unlucky, we shouldn't have issues with the wrong E-Cup scheduling, so I think we should be pretty fine in terms of that. So that should be kind of fine for us. That should be kind of cool. And we get this ready to go. Can I bring Kira back as a wild card? I think you should demand it. I would love to, mate, but it's unfortunate it's not how it works. It ain't how it works, unfortunately. Alright. We will get into this next match in a few moments, guys. I can't run ads right now, so we might run ads in like a minute or two, guys. I can't run them just yet because I just ran them and then we had a very short game, so apologies for that. I didn't know how the game was going to be short. But I would like to try and run them before we go back in game because it will just help us to kind of keep them from playing in game just in case we get a long match. We should be fine if we don't, though. So just trying to be cautious about that as best as possible. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling today? Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. And the OSC Championship, of course, brought to you and sponsored by Ladder Legends. I can read a little bit about Ladder Legends right here for a couple of moments if you would like to do so, while we wait for this next series to get videoed up and ready to begin. So check that out. LadderLegendsAcademy.com, where you can hone your StarCraft 2 skills and become the best StarCraft 2 player that you can be. Unlock your full potential with Ladder Legends. Again, that's LadderLegendsAcademy.com. Check out the sponsors of the OSC Championship. We do appreciate it. You okay? How am I doing? How am I feeling some good about some time off? Yeah. I'll be excited tomorrow, I guess, when I'm going, but yeah. Not enjoying the games for today, to be honest. Nothing about the time off when it gets to being time off, you know. Yeah. How's YouTube doing today? YouTube's doing wonderful. YouTube is up at 400 viewers. Hello, YouTube viewers. It's actually kind of crazy. So usually, like, YouTube used to kind of like scale a lot more with like the viewership of Twitch as like a lower percentage, but now it feels like YouTube gets up to the first 300 to 400 viewers super quickly and it just seems to stay at 300 to 400, but like it's really solid there. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for joining us and hanging out and being with us for some games today. Appreciate you all on the YouTube. Hope you guys are doing great. Yeah, if you're enjoying on the YouTube, obviously take a moment to like and subscribe. I can give you guys the little woo. Want more? Subscribe on youtube.com/WardiTV. If that little pop-up doesn't make you want to subscribe, then all hope is lost. I've got nothing else to give. I got nothing else to give at that point. Yeah. Busting out the buttons. I am busting out the buttons. Is Ladder Legends a subscription-based coaching organization? Yep, but there's also a bunch of free resources there as well. So if you want to check out the free stuff, you can do that too. And then there's obviously, like I say, there's the subscription stuff. You can get one-to-one coaching sessions as well. So you can basically pay for access to like more articles and stuff, or you can also pay for straight up like coaching sessions and stuff as well. There's a bunch of different ways that you can basically learn, improve, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a cool little system. Definitely worth checking out. May not be for everybody, but if you're actively playing and you feel like you need a little bit of help to get to the next level, maybe Ladder Legends is for you. Greetings from Mexico. Hello, Mexico. How you doing? If you're on the YouTube, like I say, like and subscribe. Appreciate you guys greatly if you do. We've been bounding up the subscriber. We're at 642 YouTube subs in the last 28 days. Is this for? Yeah. To put that in perspective, we've actually been doing quite well over the last 9 days. It's 1.4k. So we're due to hit 50,000 in about, what, 3 months or so? If we keep up the current pace, which is pretty sick. I guess this is a cooler stat. In the last 90 days, so in the last quarter of the year, let's say, we got 1,400 YouTube subs, but in the last full year, we got 3,700. So we're basically on track to, like, really outdo ourselves in that regard. Anyways, enough about my YouTube, enough about numbers. Let's talk more about Solo versus Clem, which is setting up here in a moment or two. We're going to get this kicking off and ready to rumble in just a second, guys. We are in the lobby for Death Aura map number 1. As we have this matchup ready to begin. We have not seen Solo versus Clem yet in this event. So they both started on separate portions of the upper bracket. Now they both end up in the lower bracket. And Solo versus Clem best of 5 going to be starting now. After this, we get the PvP of herO versus Classics. That will come up after that. So the winner of this will play a Protoss in the lower bracket final. And the winner of that will play Protoss in the grand final. That's the way that things are going here as we kick off into Death Aura in the next couple of moments. And this ready to rumble. And thank you for joining us. Let's get started here on Death Aura for our opening map. Let's kick this into action. In the top left-hand side, we're going to see the blue Zerg. Can he take it down? He's been our last Zerg representative of this tournament for quite a while, and he's been holding that torch high, and he's been doing a good job of not losing. Came through max packs to get to this round of the competition. Now he has to face another beastly European opponent in the top left from Falcons. Our blue Zerg player is Solar, looking to try and keep Zerg hopes alive in this season of the OSC. Looking to keep the Terran hopes alive because one of these players will go out, and hence their race will be eliminated in full from the tournament as well. Team Liquid's Clem in the bottom right corner of Death Aura here for map number 1 of this best of 5 series. What's up, Juniper? Thank you so much for the 27-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the big resub. Thank you so much indeed. And let's get ourselves up and running here. Game 1 of this best of 5 series. So we get this underway. Winner advances to the top 3 of the OSC. I wonder how many... Clem must have been top 3 a bunch of times, right? Even though if he's only... Let me have a little peek. I guess, do we only have the... So, Clem's never lost in the finals, but I know, for example, he was in the top 3 match a few years back as well. Not last time. Just doing some research, guys. Probably not super important. Just didn't play in this one at all. I'm playing that one. And Clem just didn't play in a couple of these tournaments after he won one. He won that one time, and he didn't play for like 2 years after. The year before that, he lost. That was the one he lost in the lower bracket final to Denver to. Did he play the year before that? I was gonna say maybe Clem's like one of the highest consistent, highest placing players in this series, but like just didn't play in a lot of them. I think he's only played in 3, and his worst ever performance was 3rd place. Oh no, because I saw him in another one where he got eliminated early too. Okay, so I'm just talking a little bit of nonsense. Okay, don't mind me, guys. Anyways, let's do some more actual talking about the game and seeing what's going to happen here. As you're going to see Clem trying for the SCV block on this 3rd hatch. Still gives up on it. He has a drone going to the left side. He'll drop the hatchery down there, and we'll get that very comfortably early on without any issues. So it's going to be nice and easy, easily done, easily found. And let's just have ourselves the Reaper hopping up into the main to see a little bit of what we can do. Going to jump onto a couple of Zerglings to put a bit of pressure on there initially. And yeah, Solar will be taking the forward base, but is still going to get to 3 bases quickly initially. I say Solar wins this. Ooh. That'd be fun, man. Solar's been good. I mean, Solar's been very good lately, and I do think his ZVT is good enough to challenge Clem. I think his ZVT is good enough to beat Clem. But I still have Clem as the favorite. You know? If Solar wins this series, I'm not like, oh my god, how could this ever happen? But if they played 5 best of 5s, I'd expect Clem to win 3 or 4 of them, you know? So yeah, it's definitely a winnable match on both sides. My favoring goes to Clem. I don't know who I want to advance. Who do I think has the better chance against the pros players? I kind of want to see Clem Classic again. But obviously there's no guarantee that happens necessarily. I mean, honestly, these 4 players that are remaining, Solo, Clem, herO, and Classic, I mean, are they not just the 4 horsemen of online tournaments lately? Solo's been amazing from the Zerg perspective, herO and Classic consistently performing from the Protoss, Clem always there as a Terran. It feels like these guys have played so much against each other. I mean, look back to the WardiTV Christmas Day game, semi-final, Solo versus Classic, grand final, Solo versus herO, right? Like, these are all matches, these are all results that... But, like, these are all situations and results and stuff that are just so... It's interesting, I guess, is just what I'm trying to say at the end of the day. It's interesting to see that these guys just keep on performing, and once again, we find them all at the top of this tournament, looking for a chance to win it all. And I actually think they can all really beat each other. Like, this, to me, this is a really open top 4, where there's no guarantees. I think it was a really open top 6. Like, if we started with Stola versus MaxSpecs and Kira with Clem at the start of the day, I would have said that anyone could still win. I would have believed that about Kira as well, and MaxSpecs, even though they've both been eliminated, because that's just the level we're at, where we've got a lot of great players, and they're very competitive with each other. It's very fun to watch. It's very, very awesome. Anyways, into some actual action on this one. It's been pretty passive for the first few moments outside of the Reaper poking around and so, but nothing killed. The Hellions and the Reaper now just kind of hold map control for a little bit of time, so they're just going to hang around for a few moments. The Banshee going to come online here from Clem. We're going to open with a Banshee in this series to begin with. Get that underway. Again, Banshee and Cloaking coming up. The Marine is on the way through. The Hellions and the Reaper take a chance to come across as well for a second. Banshee going to put some damage onto the hatchery here. Just try and chip through this for a couple of moments. Queen's going to shoot, Banshee getting some shots. So a little bit of damage being done already. Just to begin with. And as you can see, that Banshee still putting some damage out as well. So going to get a cancel on the hatchery. It will go down. We just have the Hellions, the Reaper, all joining up. And take a few moments for this to see exactly where we go. One upgrades. It's going to come about. The Queen's going to be there. Just going to see the Banshees getting turned around once again. Still got the rest of this coming through. And it's going to shoot. A little bit of damage being done already. So again, a few shots going back the other way just initially here. For the moment, we're going to get ourselves this setup continuing as the Hellions get caught. And now the Banshees into the back of this mineral line. Going to go for a couple workers as well. Hydroden, Bane Nest all coming through. The Extractor taking some extra damage. Queen stepping forward to try and do something about this. Just going to see those Banshees both building in. And a couple Queens going to get over there as well as we try and zone those Banshees out the other direction. 1-1 Missile and Carapace upgrades building through. The Banshee there taking a bunch of damage. Taking a few more shots as well. And yeah, Bane Nest, Hydroden, both building at the moment. There's 1-1 upgrades coming about. And a couple of these drones getting shot at and cleaned up at the same time. So again, making a bit more of a pick-off on that one. A bunch of Zerglings going to turn back the other way. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming over. Just going to see the Queen firing at the Banshee. Nice that the Banshee's still here and dealing some damage. And, you know, the longer that Clem is able to keep that pressure up and to keep that damage coming in, the happier he's going to typically end up being at the tail end of this as well. Banshee gets a shot off, a few drones coming up. Marine tank is going to move over. Still got the combat shield building. The 1-1 upgrades coming around. Bane speed, the cruise lines coming up as well. The Queen will combine to kill that Banshee as Clem gets in position right here with these few Marines and tanks. Scan comes up. A couple creep teamers going down. A few shots coming about already. Going to get a couple drones in the mix there as well. What's nice is that Clem has that upper right base to get to. We're going to see Lings running in for the tanks, but the Marines are having a great time against the Hydras. We'll have to pull back now, especially as the Queens and the Hydras actually stayed pretty strong for a while there. I actually thought Clem had more pushing potential, but man, the Hydra count was getting to be very, very good very quickly. And that is absolutely going to make a bit of a deal-breaking change on that one as we pull back over. Infestation Pit still coming up for the moment. Keep that going. And again, Hydra drone building right now. the Ling's just going to take a chance to jump onto the Marines and pull back there. Just going to have ourselves the Infestation Pit building. Again, the Lings, the Banes, all coming through. Upgrades are coming by. Just going to be seeing the Hydras and company coming up as well. So again, we take a couple of seconds here. Just see those Marines coming about. They're just going to chase forward as well. Just going to be seeing a creep tumor or two still going down. We jump onto these drones. Lings run forward. They're going to melt, and this is just going to be too many Marines at the moment. And now these Hydras are a little bit unprotected, and this time these Hydras going down very quickly as the Marines are making work through expensive units of the Zerg. Better fight for Clem on the right side. He's fine, but this time it's too many Hydras. Then we're going to have to be very careful over there in comparison. And again, just have to continue being a little cautious across the board. These Marines gather together. Just going to see the Lingbane Hydra pulling back over to the right a little bit. There's too many units now. Clem will target down a few Banelings and just find some value before these Marines lift up and get out of there. So just escaping away. Look, Den and Hive both building up. The Hydra Bane Ling coming through. The Marines want to get in after the spores. Just for a moment or two. One medevac taking some damage. We will see the Marines loading back together. Instead, medevacs. The spore comes over to the side. And this big push from Clem going up the right. Just going to see a couple of these Banes taking some shots. The tank's going to siege. A couple more Banes going down. A little bit more cleanup being made right now. These Banes going to get picked away at. There's a lot of damage from Clem, basically off creep for Solar. The Banes are just not reaching the army. Okay, the tank's now in trouble. The flank is the saving grace for Solar, but man, because there's just that little gap of no creep spread, these Banelings were just not getting far enough forward before they got shot down, and Clem was able to really maintain position here against a very strong Solar army, and I think on creep it's very different, but that little gap of no creep allowing you to just get so much more value out here on the side of Clem. Now having 2-2 upgrades about to complete from Clem. He's going to be 2-2 to the 1-1-2. Attacking upgrades are going to be next on the list from Solar, who is also starting to make his first few lurkers of this game, and that's something which typically pushes Solar into a very solid position here. You get those lurkers out, and those lurkers typically do kind of, really give him a lot more freedom on the map and a lot more kind of capability in the later stages of this matchup. Ling still producing through the +3 attack, +3 armor, and the +2 vehicle weapons also building by at the moment as well, so we keep that going just for a couple seconds. Clem's been very active keeping medevacs and drops on the map. He has got the Ghost Academy now, and you imagine Ghosts are going to become necessary because he's feeling that Lurkers are on the way as well. And once the Lurkers are out, you do typically need that little bit more of a teched up army, which we're getting to as Clem. Like I say, we're very close to getting to that point. We're just not quite there yet. 3 upgrades and the concussive shells still build through for a moment or so. Fusion core coming up as well. We get that going. The Ling Hydra going to get there. It's going to be a push away on that medevac, or those 2 medevacs, pushing them back out to the right side. This is going to run through. Bio going to go and jump onto the rest of this for a couple of seconds, in fact. So, looking for a little more. Just for a moment or so here. Trying to find some more value. The Ling Hydra Bane still collecting together. The Marines, the Marauders, the Ghosts gathering up as well. So, continue to get those joined. There's a couple of CCs will come down also. And yeah, the Knights Network coming up. Just going to be seeing the +2 missiles, the +2 melee, that Overlord speed. Lots of stuff that's going to help you later in this game, giving Solar some harassing options. As we are heading to the later stages here of Clem and Solar. The trades early in this game, 8.7 to 5.9k. It was a good start from Clem. Like I say, Solar was able to hold on. He was able to maintain, sustain, and get through to this point right now, which is going to be the most important thing. Because now we've got StarCraft 2 to play for in the later stages. Defense Ballistics coming up as well, so Clem's even thinking about Liberators here. Missile turret setup going to be important, you'd imagine, a few times over in this game to try and shut down Overlords and Overseers that are going to try and provide the vision for those Knights Networks into the mains and natural. You want to try and stay on top of that throughout, as the Marines are going to find a chance to get rid of some Queens on their own. It's going to be a nice catch, as unfortunately for Solar, can't really do much about it. I was going to say maybe a scan would be good for the creep spread. We're going to scan now, but the units are already showing up, so not much else to be done there. And again, just the drop showing their power. Able to show up, get in, do some damage, get out again. It's having a very good time. Bio going to have to pull back here. This Lingbane Hydra Force steps up. Bio going to fight. The Field Marines on the left-hand side going to fight in return. We've got a few Hydras and Banes. Still trying to get a crossover there. 3-3 upgrades. Finishing in the next few moments as well. A couple of siege tanks, the Liberator, advanced ballistics all building. Got these couple extra orbitals coming up as well right now as the Nidus does get out into the natural, so Clem's going to have to deal with only a few lurkers, but still a few lurkers is worse than no lurkers, so this is a problem he has to stop and handle. He's going to do it pretty well. This was not actually too impactful overall. Pushing the center here from Solar, he's going to push straight up to this bio and a couple of the tanks that were there. As it comes down this ramp, it should make this a pretty comfortable defense. We lose some SCVs. Kind of surprised that Solar went into this as heavily as he did. I don't really feel as though there was actually that much opportunity there, but obviously Solar felt like there was. More of those Hydras again shot down. 13 SCVs falling at the moment. Damage being done. Yeah, 3-3 upgrades coming about. The Spire coming through. Hydra Bane all in production as well. And got the Liberator pre-sieged on this Nidus, which is going to finish up as we will slowly get rid of this. And yeah, with the tank and the Liberator there, anything that pops out is probably going to be doomed. So, fine defense from Clem, who has sensor towered across all of his bases, so he has very good information on anything that's about to happen at any moment of all of this. Another round of Lane Bane Hydra just showing straight up, though, is going to be a Nidus on the far right main base during this as well. The Ghosts need to find a chance to actually stop and snipe. The Ghosts on the bottom have nowhere to really go to apart from just run. I don't know if they're ever going to get to fire a snipe off. The Planetary Fortress goes down, so these Ghosts are just doomed. And Clem loses a lot. That said, on the right-hand side, Clem does pretty well. A couple Liberators now sieging up. One Ghost of that overall complete just run around is going to survive through this. Now a couple of Lurkers just going to get burrowed. They're going to get picked off. The Marines, the Marauder going to come through, still hitting that Nidus. Liberator settling down as well. Just the Hydra Bane coming back together. Hydra Bane all coming through. +3 missiles, +3 melee. Coming up as well. Tanks, Liberator, Marines, and Ghosts reducing as we speak. The Lings get back over to the sides. Marines will take a chance to step through. A couple of Cryptumers going down. The Hydra Bane coming up once again. Just going to see these siege tanks getting jumped on. The Lings wrap around. I've got the rest of these SCVs coming through as well. Planetary will jump onto the couple of Zerglings. And Marine Marauder tank, Liberator coming through, the vehicle plating coming up. These Overseers going back around as well, as we just have 13 Corruptors on the way. Add a bunch of Banes into this as well. You see this army of Clem pushing up the left-hand side. Resources lost now, 26 to 18k, so you can see that Soul has really been throwing, you know, the kitchen sink at Clem, trying to just get damage done, and then he doesn't really care if it costs him a whole bunch, because the idea is he really wanted to break the Terran down before he got more set up. Unfortunately, Clem survived through this, and now Silla's had a Silla's now had like an unfortunate kind of bit of time in this game where I think he really ends up in this kind of weird position where, from Solo's point of view at the moment, he's probably like, well, I guess say it was kind of a good game in some regards, but then it's definitely fallen away from him a lot as well. And like, you just don't get enough damage done. Clem survives through, his army in a good place, his economy in a good place. It's not done yet, but like I say, I think Solo traded with the intentions of being further along and further progressed than he is at the moment. Pew, 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 pew. Corruptors taking a lot of damage. A couple of Lings going to get through there. SCV's going down. 5 workers going down immediately. Ling Hydra Bane going to set up and just come for a charge through. The Liberators are going to siege the Ghost Academy. It's actually going to go down before the Cloak of the Ghost finishes. Not sure how impactful that will be overall. Probably not the end of the world, as some of the Zerglings here is going to run through. Banes, Hydras, the Corruptors all coming across and making their way forward. These Banes trying to close the gap. The Bio and the Ghost going to be there to turn things away. A couple more snipers available for the Corruptors. The Corruptors are just necessary at this stage because we're playing against so many of those Liberators. So we really got to just come through and try and deal with that just non-stop. Again, Liberators coming through. The Siege Tank is coming up for a couple seconds. 3 libs at a time. I wonder if Clem wants to move away from that, having seen the Corruptor count grow the way it has done. It feels like they're going to become less and less useful as we do see the Zerglings looking for a wraparound on the Marine Ghost here. Clem's medevacs are just over to the upper left-hand side. He's busy stutter-stepping the rest of this army, and he does keep the Marine Ghost alive. A bunch of snipes coming onto the Corruptors again, and I just don't think this is good enough for Solar. It's now still going to... Okay, it's now a 12k resource loss difference. I actually do the math in my head correctly. There's a couple of nice Banelings there, but that's really the best part of these last minute or two from Solar, who lost a lot of Corruptors once more. He's losing this hatchery on the left-hand side, and this duel of economy is going to start favoring Clem a little bit over the next few moments. Bane still rolling through, Bio pulling back. Planetary Fortress there, continue around as well. The rest of the Bling Bane coming over, just going to see the Bio continue to trade. The Corrupt is going to be there to chase forward. Slipper is pulling back. But yeah, this looks good for Clem, right? He's going to get this base up to the left side. Solar has a bit of money to rebuild with again, but at this point it feels like we're sending the same army again, just again and again and again to try and make things happening. Marines step through, a couple creep tumors dropping. We do have the Ghost, the Marines, everything else just gathering together here. Again, a couple of Infestors and the Lurkers all coming through. The Lings are coming up, the Hydra coming by. Just going to see those Libs still setting up overhead. A few more Liberators continue to settle down. Lurkers coming by. And everything joins together here. Those Lurkers going to unburrow. We're going to pull back a little. One Lurker pulls back down to the bottom side of the map as well. A couple of Infestors coming by. The +2 flyer attack upgrade. You see the 12 Veins in production as the scan comes down. Lurker gets blasted. A couple snipes. Trying to find a Lurker over there as well, but the second snipe didn't reach. Now this Bio army steps up. The Corrupt is coming through. One Liberator, two Liberator going down immediately. The Ghosts start to snipe again. The Marines stay underneath, just chasing those Corruptors down for a little while. The Bling Bane Hydra having to pull back there. And we do see everything else rejoining. Liberator, Ghosts, all settling one more time. Tanks will siege. The army continues to gather. We're just going to see a couple of snipes from the Ghost coming through. Again, the Bio will take a chance to stem forward on toward that Nidus network that's building up. Clem's just very happy to kind of sit and stabilize this base. He doesn't feel the need to do too much too quickly. Has to obviously be careful of the counterattacks, though. Can't let this get too far away from you, so we're going to try and stay on top of that. As the Great Spire comes up, the Lings and the Burrow upgrade coming by. Solar still establishing himself very nicely right now into this game one. But I still feel like the overall scenario of the game is favoring Clem heavily. It's going to be tough. I mean, Solar is mining both the left and right side base, but he's 13k resource loss behind right now. It really comes down to how he trades, because if he can keep it at about 13k resources lost, and we don't get much worse than that, him mining both bases should be huge, but there's also the question of can he mine both bases, because Clem's got to know that, you know, a big part of this game is going to be making sure that at least one of these bases goes down, and already he's focused on the left side. This base should not last forever. I mean, obviously we've mined a lot of this from Solar, but even if Clem takes it at this point and mines it himself, that might just be the offset of the economies that we need for Clem to really move through and just see, you know, finalize success in this game. As Hatch goes down, and yeah, Solar's going to dive the right. He is going to force Clem off of this orbital positioning, so it is going to chase Clem away from there. Resources in the bank are pretty even. Great Spire will be finishing soon, giving us the chance and opportunity to play with the Broodlords. We are going to get into the natural as well. Wall is down. Tank's going to try and do what they can as they set up, but the units get all the way into the main base. The Ghosts just keep running. Clem is going to have to pull back against this. The only benefit I can see for Clem is a lot of these units are going to be trapped into the base with not really a way out, so if Solar can't fight his way out successfully, he's in trouble, but if he can fight his way out, then he's taken a good fight. And he's gotten a lot done before Clem really got over. He's going to run deeper into the main base, so Solar wants to try and make this difficult. I mean, these Lurkers are being awkward right now. We're going to get some snipes off on them, though. As soon as you break through those Lurkers, I really feel Clem gets into the main base, and everything here from Solar is so committed. Sieging up the Liberators already. Snipe coming through from the Ghosts again. The Corrupt is in trouble. Like I said, this Ling Bane is just going to go down, and while this maybe started well for Solar, the tail end of it is not beautiful. He kills a good amount of production, but not so much that I feel like this was worth all the units he gave up. I mean, Solar still does have economy to play with. He still has money in the bank to try and utilize right now, but boy, does he need to try and utilize it. 4 or 5 workers going down. Corruptors, Hydras, Lings going through as well. Just going to get the Lib Siege on the left side. Drone going to get picked off there. 10 SCVs going down. As the Ghosties is going to come across. A few Lings going down as well. A couple of tanks are going to fire. These Lings still getting picked away at. The Corruptors is going to take that chance to pick through this command center. It's going to be dropping in the next few moments. The Ghost still gathering again. The Lings joining up. 2 starports on the way as the refinery continues to settle. And we do, for the moment, calm things down a little bit. Solar at 174 supply. Clem supply blocked. Maybe he did lose a bit more production in that main base than... He lost a couple of racks, a factory, starport, lost some depots. Clem salvage on the left side is massive, but it still comes down to kind of what goes on from here. Clem does not have a lot of economy right now, but he can replace some of that, especially as he gets the supply back he can build again. A lot of tanks will do some work here initially, some of them not even sieged though. As you're going to see, that base is obviously going to be one of the main targets. A couple of banelings, if they go down, it would be massive. The fungal does pop up and does land from that lurking infester, and Solar committing through onto this position. Couple extra Liberators sieging. Clem tries to surge through beyond this. Army supplies are still very similar. Obviously, losing the base over here is a big deal, because if Clem was about a mine from there, this game becomes a lot more comfortable for him. So losing that is unfortunate, but he is going to be able to replace it in the next few moments. Just, yeah, it's something he has to actually stop and take time to replace, because this was not ideal. Hydrabane Corruptor coming through. Just going to chase onto this Bioforce. Medivacs trying to retreat away currently. I'm just trying to escape out of there as the Lings come back through the bottom side as well. All these Medivacs going down. A little bit more damage being done again. It's going to be seeing the Corruptor's going to be there going after those Liberators. A little bit of Bio Ghost settling down. Also, in the end, Clem is not going to be able to withstand this. What a game from Solar. I was really not convinced he was trading well enough. But look at the resources at the end here, guys. 59 to 57k. He brought that back from a 13k deficit and was able to do well enough in these trades to actually get Clem to get the heck out of here. And that's going to be Solar taking a game 1 victory. Incredibly great game from him. That was really good. I did think at points he traded a bit too badly and was a little bit off the beaten path of being able to step back into this, but no. I was incorrect in that assumption as Solar takes that opening game. Clem, just going to replay for a second here, checking a couple things before we head to a game 2. Incredible stuff from Solar. Like I said, that was a really solid game because this was not easy. There was definitely moments where I'd seen pretty rough for him as well, right? So, very nicely done. Alrighty, Ruby Rock coming up for map 2 of this. I wonder if Clem made too many libs after the Corruptors came out. Like, you remember when those Corruptors first came out and they got rid of some libs? And then I was like, well, now we're rebuilding Liberators, but does that really give us anything? I wonder if that was maybe a point. There were some good fights where we were also able to catch a bunch of the ghosts, right? And kind of like section the ghosts away, push them into a corner, so that was very impactful as well. So that was actually kind of cool. And obviously he did keep a good base count up throughout all of that as well, which is also very notable. So, yeah, I just really felt like there was a point where it was like Solar was, to me, Solar was kind of running in with the same army and having to replace with the same army, and that army had kind of already shown to not do enough. But some of the fights he took toward the end, especially against the Ghost count, and so, like, it's kind of weird because Ghosts kind of become bad if you go back into Ling Bane, because Ling Bane gets really bullied by, Ling Bane kind of bullies the Ghost count if the Ghost count is too high, and we kind of saw that a little bit where Clem, multiple times over, I felt like the tanks were not able to really connect the way they wanted to either. And then the ghosts are getting caught and it becomes very expensive. Yeah, Solar really just doing very well in some of those fights in the later stages. Very cool. Great game. Great game. Alright, game 2, as soon as Clem is here, he's just taking a moment or so, guys. So, yeah, that sword, we'll get into our game 2 of this matchup. herO is done in the wrong E-Cup as well, by the way, guys. So, any fears of overlapping events or anything like that is not going to be a problem for us. Alrighty, GLHF, just get into Ruby Rock here. Get this kicked into play. In the top left-hand side, fantastic opening game from our blue Zerg player. Took everything he had and took a... I mean, his opponent didn't really make even any major mistakes, so it really did take him playing a very solid game and kind of being super consistent all the way throughout to find the W there. Solar is our blue Zerg, who will start in the top left of Ruby Rock. Bottom right side, our red Terran player representing Team Liquid. We've got ourselves Clem. Mentioned a few drones coming up, and we get ourselves into game number 2. I mean, great opening game, but always got to keep in mind the dangers in some regards of the matchup and what can maybe happen over the course of this. Fun to see what we get into for this one as we get this up and running. I'll look to see where things are going to go. Reaper in the orbital, both building through. Hatch gas and pool coming up from solar. A couple of drones coming by. And that command's now setting up onto the natural just initially, so we get that into place. Again, orbital coming up, Reaper on the way. Build through for the first few moments, nothing too crazy just yet. Again, after this, we will have the PvP of Classic versus herO, big matchup there. See who gets to the winner bracket. Grand final with the winner bracket advantage of the 1-0 lead. With how close all the matches are between these guys, I do think the winner bracket advantage may come into play in the finals today. I think there's a pretty darn good chance of it. And so looking to be the first OSC champion since StarCraft a couple years back. Actually, when you look back at the OSC championship history as well, one of the cool things you see is it's actually very well represented by all the races. We've had a bunch of Protoss winners, a bunch of Terran, a bunch of Zerg. It is very cool in that regard in terms of... I mean, maybe it's been a little bit less Protoss-y, but, you know, over 13 seasons, or this being our 13th season, over 12 seasons so far, there's been 3 Protoss winners, there's been 4 Zerg winners, and 5 Terrans, so... It has been kind of a well-spread kind of racial balance in that regard, for sure. There's the Reaper. So it's about a couple queens gather up. We do have the Overlord just chilling out over there. And the Zergling speed coming by for a few moments. Have our Reaper turning back onto the natural and the creep tumor. And take a couple of shots, taking some damage. Nothing too major just yet. Reaper comes back around, and we just have ourselves the Ling speed building through, the couple Hellions on the way, commencing to coming up. It's going to be seen now Reaper is going to poke away at the hatchery. Wanting to try and put some early pressure on. The Hellions are going to start showing up to back this Reaper up as well. That is once more into some Banshee play here, so opening with those Banshees. Something which were okay in the last game, but not like super crazy. They didn't get into like a completely ridiculous position or anything, right? So they did fine. Like I say, nothing overly ridiculous in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, Banshee Hellion coming through, that Cloaking coming up, the SEV still building at the Tech Lab on for good measure as well. I'm just going to see this Overlord stepping forward, just going to have a Marine to chip through it for a few moments as well. Right there too. Run by gets dealt with. Obviously the Hellions can regather again here. Not a major run by or anything, just a couple Lings from early in this game, looking to try and see if they can find some value or find some information right from the get-go. As the couple of additional barracks will build from Clem, so we get those started up. Hellions actually going to take a little bit of a dive through right now, so they're going to have a shot to get some damage done. Banshee will start to come through for some damage as well. A couple Queens going to be right there. We're going to see what they can find as the Banshee has done some good damage onto the hatch. We lost a few drones so far. Nothing overly crazy, but it is the kind of thing that could add up given a little bit of time. Hey, what's up, Bow Job? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime as we do cancel that hatch, so both ends up cancelled. It's quite a nice kill. Let's see the few Hellions still poking at the Queens. Hatch gets in, over to the left side there, putting some work through. You can see the, nope, detection means that this hatchery is going to get cancelled yet again. What is going on? We see the Lings looking to play a little bit of a wraparound here, and they actually will catch some of the Hellions, so man, the 4th base getting cancelled a few times over really is the winning kind of move from Clem so far in this game. He's got a good feelings with the Hellions, but now the Hellions are gone, and this time the Banshees will get pushed back, unable to do more. Solar finally finding his defense as he moves into missile upgrades alongside the hydrogen production. It will be the Baneling Nest to follow that, so we're seeing kind of a route which we've seen previously from Solar. See how well it plays off for him in this one. Punch that creep coming down right there, and you see the Baneling Nest about halfway done. The few Hydras still coming through as well. Roof spines, those upgrades. See how aggressive Solar plays off of these Hydras. See if he wants to try and do something aggressively or so. The couple Queens not going to be there to push the Banshees back for a few moments. And again, that Baneling Nest coming up as well. Hatch coming by. Get that set up. Everything else gathering together as the Marines in the tank will join through. And the Marines just going to be able to get rid of the creep teamer there as well, so just going to pick that off. Tank will siege up, everything else settling together. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield coming by. Again, Marine and Medevac coming up, Armory in the factory coming over. Let's see this hatchery. I'm going to get jumped on. The few Marines are trying to step through for a couple moments as well. The rest of the Zerglings still gathering up. We still have Ling Hydra producing through. Again, Bane Speed. The Musco Augments coming over. Just going to see the Marines are going to be there. A couple of Lings coming about also. The Hydra Queen going to be there to push the Marines back the other side once more. So going to see those Lings still trying to fight. Hydras and the Lings gathering up. Just having the Hydras producing through. Bane Speed, Musco Augments all coming around. Just for the moment. Clem pushing onto the map, looking to get some damage done here, looking to keep some pressure in over these next few moments. Marine's going to be good for a little bit of a pick off here and there. Some creep setting up as well. The Marines will stim. Things get turned around pretty much immediately. No Bane Speed makes it tough. We're missing the splash damage, but maybe the Hydra damage can do well enough. A couple of Banes actually threatening to get close enough. You can see the Banes now slow motioning through. The Hydras are going to fall, but the Hydra damage itself is really standing strong. Remember, those Hydras are upgraded, and the upgrades definitely doing their work right now. Getting some value out of this for the moment. And Bane Speed now finally finishing as well. 2-2 upgrades still building by. As the Lings will continue to morph into Banes, and this time they'll have Baneling Speed, so for any future fights, things should look a little smoother for Solar. Baneling Speed and that Bane count should definitely have a little bit of an impact on any of the future fights that take place in the coming moments. And still gathering, a couple of Lings are going to come running straight through. Medivac's is going to lift off, and away they go right now as well. Plus 1 melee, plus 2 carapace, all building up. Just going to see the Lings producing through in a big way. A few Marines going to get there. A couple of Lings getting picked off. The siege tank trying to set up. A couple of Widowmine shots going through. The Lings then jumped on the Banes, crashing into a couple of the siege tanks. The Banes continuing through there. Crashing in. 3 SCVs going down already. A couple of the other Banes coming back across. 6 SCVs going down. Marines keep on fighting. Banes keep on dropping. It's a lot of SCVs falling for the moment. It's a good attack from Solar, and Clem is just not ready to deal with this at all. And Solar is about to take a 2-0 lead in this matchup because this attack is good, and we've got Hydra still swinging. And they are still coming for this Terran army. They obviously knocked down one base to run across. The third base completely open to attack. The Hydra is standing their ground. Clem is moments away from 2-2, which would have helped massively during this. But now, well, this is already going to have turned out to have been very expensive, plain and simple. Solar is going to take this game number 2. And we get a 2-0 lead here for Solar in this best of 5. So Solar is a map away from eliminating Clem. The battle of the 2-time OSC champions, as both these guys have won OSC championship twice. And now we are 1 map away from Solar, keeping that dream alive to be the 3-time against the Protoss of Classic and herO, who obviously sit in the upper bracket final waiting to play after this series. Mothership will be map 3. We'll get this one on the way in a second. That's Solar. And it done right now against Clem. Maybe the surprise of some, but we know Solar's been good lately. I say I'm never going to say I'm surprised to see Solar beating Clem. Maybe if he wins 3-0. Maybe in the kind of games he's winning in a little bit too, but at the same time, no. Like, I don't think Solar beats Clem through the cheesiness or like all-ins or anything. I do think it's through the macro games and maybe catching Clem a little bit off guard and, you know, I mean a little bit off guard, but not like in like a cheesy way, but just kind of solid macro, kind of draw the game out situation kind of things. So, yeah, like I say, I'm never going to say I'm surprised by Solar winning. Like I say, maybe you can be surprised at a 3-0, but I think at this level you're always surprised by a 3-0, right? So. In the top left-hand side, our blue Zerg is going to be Solar, up 2-0 in this best of 5. In the bottom right, our red Terran is going to be Clem. Why doesn't Clem play Protoss? I think if you watched him play PvZ, it would be less close than it is in the ZVT right now. I think his PvZ is very good, but I think he's much more consistent, and he's obviously going to be way more comfortable in Terran versus Zerg than he is going to be in Protoss versus Zerg. Considering he'll only practice Protoss versus Zerg a little bit on the ladder now and again, compared to like PvT, he straight up plays customs for and stuff, right? Big map in Mothership for this game 3 then. Get this on the go. See what will happen here. Still one map from victory. We have seen a lot of 2-0s turn into 5-game series in this event. I mentioned it earlier. So I'm not saying it's likely necessarily Clem brings it back, but it's A, not impossible, and B, this has been the tournament to take it to 5 games even when it doesn't seem like it'll go that way. In the early matchups, a lot of tournaments have been like that. As a noob, I just don't get it. Clem on the map denying bases, killing drones, it just doesn't seem to matter. I mean, it basically just comes down to how the fights go. And yeah, he's doing the right things, but he's doing the right things to the extent that's affordable for Solar. And in the bigger fights, these Hydras have been able to hold their own, and when this fight came about, Clem just was not well set up and all at home to deal with it. So the thing is, as well, is like so many of the things they do in these games kind of give them slight edges, but if you screw up the big fight, it can undo a lot of the positives that you've made. And like I say, I don't think Solar was necessarily playing a bad game here. Like, yeah, Clem was getting some stuff done. That's kind of what you're meant to do, right? You're meant to keep the Zerg kind of going. It's not like Solar took damage to the point where it's like, okay, like this was bad for me. I'm playing from a losing position now. It was never really that amount of damage that came through in this last one. And because Solar's playing the missile upgrades in that game again, and with the Hydras, I think a couple times Clem was a bit maybe surprised even by how strong those Hydras were, and he didn't really have a great answer to the Hydras when they came across the map either. The Hydras really packing so much of a punch there. Game 3 of this series. Settle ourselves, little Reaper. Just going to be coming through and going after the drone for a moment or so. A couple of Hellions coming about, the SCVs and the starport building about as well. Grenade coming down. We're going to get rid of a creep tumor there. The Zerglings coming about as well, just for a moment or two. Again, link speed building up, a couple of overlords on the way about. Hellions and SCVs coming over. Banshee and the Hellions coming online as well, so we got a lot of that underway right from the starting point here. Group of Hellions gather around, just going to be seeing the grenade coming in. Creep tumor at the front, not quite going down just yet, so that one tumor will stay alive at the moment at least. As the Reaper come back through, just taking their stance on the map. Moving across. Not going to be an opening given just yet by Solar. Not going to let too much happen for the moment. Reaper Hellion comes back through, so again, just going to step over there for a little bit. Armory is building, the barracks on the way. Just going to see the Banshee around the left-hand side, wants to punch itself along here for a couple of moments, finds one drone, gets out early. Clem going to play cautiously with that to continue to settle here. Right now, great opportunity to show your resolve, to show your ability to hold your nerve. And you get it back together, being 0-2 down against someone who is also very good and is going to test you in a lot of ways in these games. And we also adapt to try and fix some of the mistakes. Hellion's going to dive forward just to push the queens away. Actually, maybe do more than that. Going to put some damage on. He's got the armory, so he's going to morph the Hellbats. Oh, sorry, I missed the armory, but was not really expecting the Hellbats to just show up. We can get rid of 3 queens pretty quickly. The few Zerglings showing up will be taking a lot of damage. We got the one queen at the back there was very low. Maybe the Banshee could have killed that before the transfusion came down. These Hellions just commit through as Hellbats obviously right now, straight through into the mineral line. I'm just going to keep that going for a couple moments. Straight into this main mineral line as well. A couple more drones getting shot away at right now. Just going to see the Zerglings trying to show up, but they're going to get roasted too. This is going to get shut down. But it's a lot of lost mining time, and now the double Banshee going to put damage on the 4th base during this. Looking for a cancel as we saw earlier, perhaps. Gets a few drones as well, so definitely not still done. As again, these 2 Banshees will try their best to get a cancel on this hatch. If they can cancel the 4th after all this, I love it for Clem. Kind of liked it anyway. Like, it's kind of weird. It feels as though that is not necessarily the biggest of, you know, the hugest of damage is done. Hatchery finishing is massive, by the way, because A, it can be transfused, and B, you can obviously get the creep to keep the queen moving around, but it's not enough. 4th base will go down. It's not even cancelled. It's straight up killed. So Clem is going to deny the 4th with the Banshees during the chaos of everything else. He'll get one more drone before maybe saying that's a little bit more than he can handle, because these Banshees now low HP. He's going to leave them lingering. Maybe they can come back again in the future. They're going to try and escape through the top, but the queens are there. So for now, probably just going to have to leave them to their own devices. As Solo loses an Overlord, he ends up supply blocked for a significant period of time, which means that now you're stuck kind of unable to build anything for these next few moments, and that definitely kind of sticks you in this a little bit of a rougher position to figure out than you would have liked. That Banshee is very fortunate to take one extra queen shot. I was kind of convinced it was pretty much dead already, but it lives through for the moment. It's not going to die just yet. Units gathering about, a couple of Banshees join together. We will see a few Lings just nibbling here and there. 1-1 upgrades and Combat Shield will produce. The factories coming online as well. Again, we get the rest of this coming about. And now, as the couple of Banshees settle in once again, just going to see the Marines and the Medivacs coming by. Up through the center. This is where Clem is going to look to start pushing to try and keep his momentum in his favor and keep doing things that benefit him here in this TVZ Game 3. Pushing up onto the creep. Tank is going to siege. We are going to see the Marines going to try and fight through. A couple of Hydras and Queens coming about. The Lings are going to try and run forward right now as well. Just a bunch of those Lings falling. Just going to see the Marines loading up. We're going to evacuate out of there. The 2-2 upgrade still building. Combat Shield coming through. They've got our Zerglings. Just going to try and show to provide some additional help. Obviously, Bane Speed not done yet from Solo, but it's on the way. So we're getting to that Bane Speed, we're getting to that Musco Augments, getting into a better position, you know, for these next few moments. Still got the Banshees. They're kind of stuck there. It's going to be difficult for them to find a way out without just going down. One of them is one hit away from death, the other is low in general. So I think those Banshees probably are going to be kind of in a bit of a problematic position overall. Probably going to be tough for them to, like I say, escape away from that scenario. Marine tank gathers together, the few Marines stim on forward. Just going to find a Queen out the front, obviously some creep spread maybe up for grabs as well. If we want to maybe focus our attention there, so far we do not, as the Marine tank just pulls back over to the sides. Look, Den building, and again the Hive going through, the Zerglings producing. Melee and the Carapace upgrades building up as the Marines are going to step forward. Tank is going to siege, and we are going to see the chance to go after some of that Ling, Bane Lurker, and the rest of it for the moment. The Banshee's still going to sit overhead. Shots going through. Ling's already going down. Damage absolutely being done at the moment. And yeah, we have those two upgrades coming about, and Woodermines, the Marines, are going to start to make their way on the map as well. Hatchery up top is going to get cancelled already, so Clem maxed out and pushing forward. A combination of Marines and tanks here. Solo on his way to the Lurkers. The Lurker Den is about to be done, but it's obviously not ready yet, and it's going to be a while until the Lurker upgrades are available. Bane run by on the other side will not get far, just rolls into the wall off as Solo was disengaging off the creep in the top. He had a lot of the splash damage initially here. Clem is a little bit clumped up, which is a little scary. Obviously off creep, there's a point where he can probably turn and fight, which is what he does. And he has maintained the supply lead. There go the Banshees. At this point, I just don't think they were ever going to really find their way back into this to do anything, so I'm not too sad to see them go. I'm going to be completely honest either. I think at this point they were just kind of lingering on the map, and I don't mind him like trying to get some damage with them while other things are happening. Maybe that is your best shot. He made the most of them. They already did a lot of work in this game anyway, as I now see. Creep being cleaned out on the left side. No fifth base allowed for Solo just yet. Marines will stand up against those Banes. We're going to stim and scan for the Lurkers as Clem has the Concave, and he believes he can go through this. He's going to target fire down one more Lurker, then he should have to lift and leave here at the very least. That part will be something we can't really keep on pushing through with. As Clem, though, he resets the Lurker count initially, which just makes it so much tougher for Solo to establish the Lurkers in the kind of numbers that are going to come in to make much of a difference. The Hydra's still there. The Medivacs get pushed back. Three upgrades producing through. Marine Marauder Liberator all coming about. The Widow Mines as well. A couple of Command Centers building as well. Need to get across for a couple of moments as the upgrades continue by. Those Lurkers all producing. Ling's wanting to take a chance to run forward. Widow Mine going to hit a few of the Zerglings. Hydras will resettle themselves for a moment or so. Just going to reposition. Just going to try and chase those Medivacs down as well, but no fortune there just yet. In the center of the map, this bio just going to stim off creeps, so the Banes are going to struggle to get too good a connection. We actually got some Banes right in the center of the bio. Lurker taking some of the attention. Wouldn't mind kind of trying to do a bit of work. Solo sees that this is not going the way he wants it to, and Clem pulls himself back a game as he resets in this series a little bit and is able to put together a couple of good fights back to back to back, and is able to just kind of take control of this game and never really give it back to Solo over the course of that one. So Clem finally gets back in this series a little, and we are going to see him taking one. It's still match point in favor of Solo. Like I say, if there's been a tournament to turn this into like a 5-game series, OSC Championship has been it. We've seen so many Game 5s over the course of this that, yeah, maybe that really is just an open possibility still. As White Rabbit is going to be our hosted game for map number 4. Get this set in a second, guys. Give us a moment. Get this up and running. Players are readying up, and we should be able to get this one underway. So, give it a couple seconds, get this rolling, and we'll kick this off. What's up, Lumonom2? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for priming us up and supporting the channel and the content and the casting. I appreciate you very much indeed. Some ready in GLHFs. Gonna get cold to start us off. We get ready to kick off into White Rabbit here for a couple of moments. Solo versus Clem. Let's get this underway. Gonna have the bottom left. Blue Zerg is going to be Solo, representing Falcon still. No announcement of him being dropped by them just yet. As he takes on the red Terran to the top right side of the map, it is Clem from Team Liquid, of course. Alright, Rax and the Yes coming through to start us off here as we take a couple of moments. Gas pool building by. Get ourselves set up for a couple of seconds here. Get this on the way. Get set for a moment or two, see where things go in this game number 4. First win, obviously, situation still from Clem here. Across the map, Solo will just get a couple queens and his firstlings on the way. Obviously, part of that is going to be to defend against this, so that part will be coming through just initially. Get that started, get this rolling. For now. Ripper will fire the few shots off. Zergling's definitely taking some damage initially. Link speed building, command center to the factory. Coming through as well, and the Queen is going to be there to keep pushing the Reaper around. Little grenade goes down onto the mineral line. Drone will take some shots there. As you see the Reaper pulling back. As the Zergling and the Queen combining to put some more damage onto the Reaper for a couple of moments. Just going to push that through. Deal some damage for now. And Reaper coming over. Queen on the way. Queen's going to go. Reaper is going to have the move about. Still chasing after the couple of Lings just for a second or so. Link speed coming up. Bring that into place. Yeah, hatch coming through. Queens and the drones coming about. Reaper going to move around. Not much happening yet. Going into the cloak once again. Banshees have been a pretty consistent part of this series out of Clem. Reaper steps up. Queen's going to be there. Reaper gets turned back immediately. And again, the Banshee, the Marines coming through, so not really too surprising. It's only going to be the Reaper and then Marine production, though. So no Hellions this time around. So that is going to be one of the big kind of change-ups from this game. Obviously, last game we even went as far as to build the Hellbats. So that's exactly what he would like to try and figure out over the course of this, if possible. Queens are a little bit far forward right now, but not really out of position for anything just yet. Well, Reaper sets dead center. Just going to see the View Zergling still moving about, banishing the cloak coming through. Engineering base coming up, refineries on the way. Link's trying to get there after the SCVs onto the depots. Just for a couple moments as well. And we do see the Link is just going to pull back as well. Reaper going to be there, try and help out with all of that just for now. As the Zerglings continue to chase, and the Reaper will be saved for the moment. Bane Nest, the Evo Chambers, again, bit of everything building through just for a couple of moments there, so the Banshee going to show up and get rid of a couple of drones, and no detection right now, so Solar not prepared on this third base at all, loses 4 drones early from the Banshee, uh-oh. What's scary about this is on the follow-up, Clem is going to be on a high Marine count because he's been building the Marines early and skipping the Hellions, so if you do a bunch of damage right now, the Bio follow-up has a lot of punch packed into it. This is not where Solo wants to be in this game 4 currently. Things absolutely away from Like I say, what they want to be right now is just see our units gathering up. Queen's going to be there. Banshee getting chased. You're going to see Bane Speed, drones, hatch, all continue to come through. 1-1 upgrades, and that stim pack will build as well. And she just gets a creep tumor right on the edge. 1-1 upgrades, and the Bane Speed continue to come over. You'll see the Banshee firing, Hatchery taking damage. All the upgrades coming up, Bane Speed coming by. You're going to see the couple of creep tumors still getting picked away at just for a couple of moments. And a little bit more out of that for the moment. And just going to be seeing our Marines and the Medivacs down to the bottom. Getting set up for the moment. Marine stim, Queen's in trouble. Just going to be having the units taking some damage. A little scan comes down as well. Let's look at those 1-1 melee upgrades and that Bane Speed coming about. The Queens are going to take damage as well here. It's going to be seeing the Ling Bane trying to take a jump on this. A couple of Banes getting in toward those Medivacs. And we'll be seeing the, again, 1-1 and combat shields coming through as well. Ling Bane Queen stepping over for the moment. And the melee upgrades coming by. Drones producing through. And with the 1-1 now completed, so has a few moments to take trades with that 1-1 upgrade lead. More importantly, he's on his way to 2-2, right? So he will get to the 2-2 upgrade lead at some point of this as well. It's going to be another opening, and those openings just kind of keep coming around for the foreseeable future. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Let's just have the drilling claws coming up, combat shield and the 2-2 upgrades all coming about. The Marines, Medivacs pressing forward for now. Those creep teamers getting picked away at already. Ling Bane, Queen stepping through here. The Marine's going to fight back the other way. Queen's still taking some damage. Hatchery is going to take a few shots as well. The Marines end up pulling back out of here as the Ling Bane continues to run. It's going to be a defense out of Solar. He is going to hold on against this, and he's not going to let Clem break through for the moment. So, solid defense for now. Good starting point on this one. And a game where obviously Clem must win, but Solar... And Clem got off to a good start as well, so Solar, it's important for him to get this defense because it picks up the confidence a little bit as well, and definitely takes away a little bit of what has been the Clem advantage for now, just for the moment. And just still producing through Infestation Pit in production. Melee upgrades coming about as well, and it's going to be, like I say, 2-2 on the lead from Clem. Maybe that's more so the point at which he'll get some more damage done in this game when 2-2 is done. He is adding 3 barracks, but this is after a 4th base, so again, just getting onto his full 4-base production for now. Got that set up as the Lings and the Queens. We have it to the left-hand side. The Marines here already getting rid of a bunch of the Lings. No upgrade lead currently for Clem, just sheer number of units. There's only 12 Banes in the game, which is a little scary. There's also the drop to the right side, so Clem coming in here, and he's just pushing back creep and just taking this slow and steady. A little bit of progress here, a little bit of progress there. Working wherever he can. Now he's going to find some Queens, a Hydra as well. Overlords. I mean, Solar's just struggling to kind of pick and choose which direction to actually defend in, and this is where you're going to start seeing Clem's momentum really gaining in his favor. Good Widowmine shot and an even better pickup as Clem goes into the main. He will lose the units in the bottom right. I like the idea of unloading to the main, but maybe just threatening the main, forcing units to move there, and then unload back down to the low ground so you can reset the position is going to work wonders as well. Marines coming about, taking a couple of seconds. Going to be seeing the Marines step through. A couple of creatures going down. Banelings, ooh, they connect, and then the Medivacs took a moment to lift up. I was going to say, oh my god, oh no, the Widowmine shot now. He splashes the Medivacs. My goodness, I thought Solo did it perfectly. I thought he got the splash onto the full Medivac. Doesn't quite happen. Overseer here going to try and bait some mine shots as well, you have to imagine, as he moves straight through for those. The Lings once again going to try and follow through onto the bio, which pulls back against this. The Hydra Queen is going to put the pressure on. We see the Lings continuing to drop, and this army continue to fight right now. Clem trading against a lot of these Hydras, but is it going to be good enough at the end of the day? Pulls back a little further. A few Marines on the left-hand side of this battle, trying to find some of the morphing Banelings. So Clem trying to join everything together. This drop has to probably lift up right now and just relocate. Clem does have the Widowmine count in good numbers on the right side. Lurky on the way from Solar Vipers as well. Widowmine's not burrowed fully just yet. He's going to get a couple of them burrowed up as we go, and he's able to make a bit of a retreat away from that position. Clem's still 20 supply ahead in this game. Now the drop into the main, but Solar is there quickly. Good quick response. Not going to let that come out of get out of hand too quickly at all either. As the Bio gathers. Oh, the Banshees just find the hatchery here though. So the Banshees from earlier, retaining those, gives him the chance to actually make something happen when the game is getting a bit out of control and a bit messy for Solar. And he does end up killing the hatchery because of them. So great job there from Clem. Again, the power of keeping your units alive pretty much throughout this really is a big, big deal. And that is a perfect example of it there. Queens will get rid of these medevacs, which we'll still see one queen at least going down, but better than nothing. As you see the Ling Hydra trying to push through now. This hatchery just straight up getting right-click. Clem going to kill it. He's going to lift. He's going to leave. And Clem just basically saying to Solar, you're going to have very limited economy. 5th and 4th base just fell in pretty quick succession here, so without a 5th or 4th, things are going to get a little bit tough. Widowmine's going to start going off on some of these really clumped up Zerglings as well. Bio's still going to try and stand and fight the Ling Hydra, trying to push on through. You are going to be seeing the Hydras continuing to trade. The Bio going to have to pull back just a little bit further. Extra Bio units now reinforcing forward. The Liberators are going to be here to try and siege up this position. I don't know if Clem has enough Bio right now just to straight up shove on through like he's trying to, honestly. Widowmine hits the Overseer. It just feels like the Hydras are maybe sturdy enough to kind of hold their own a little bit, and maybe Clem needs a few more units. That said, I mean, I guess as long as you're still trading and reinforcing, it's probably kind of okay just across the board. Couple more libs, sieging once again. The Hydra count is taking some big shots here and obviously going down, and eventually Solar can't keep up with that because he lost a bunch of bases. So his economy and his mine has just not been great for a while now. Down 30 supply in this game, and it really does feel like we are kind of closing in on a game 5 of this series. As Clem was down 0-2 and has been able to start bringing it way back in the last few minutes. Liberator Siege now just getting pushed away. Solar going to say GG. He's feeling that he's not breaking out of this one anymore. And we are going to go to the ace match here. Clem and Solar going to go the full distance as we go to a game 5. Both of them fighting to keep their race alive in the tournament and, of course, keep their hopes of a 3-time OSC championship title on the way up as well. So let's see what we get into for game 5 here in a couple of seconds. Throw the ads up, and we'll be right on into this in just a few for Winter Madness, which will be our deciding map. Solar and Clem going to this 5th and final game. All the momentum behind Clem now. Can Solar break it? Can he stop what has been just solid macro momentum from Clem? Good trades early, putting himself in good positions and capitalizing on those good positions a little bit more so than what he was able to do in the early games, in the earlier games of this series, right? Let's find out. We get this set up in just a couple moments. Get this ready to go. Winter Madness coming up. Clem addicted to game 5. He had a lot of game 5s this tournament, man. 3-2 against Cure. He only went to 4 games against Bjorn, but then 3-2 herO, or 2-3 herO. 3-2 a second time over against Cure. Now it's going to be a 5-game epic against Solar, but which player will it end in favor of? On the top left side of the map, the blue Zerg is going to be Solar, as he takes on the red Terran. In the bottom right, this is Team Liquid's Clem. Refinery building, SCV producing, hatch, gas. I imagine very soon a spawning pool. Gonna be setting up and getting ready to go. As we get this ready to start in the next few moments. Well, all the way to Winter Madness. Solar played some great games early in this series. He is just not quite able to control these Clem armies in the last couple. And that's kind of the level that these two are at, right? Where there is absolutely that kind of, vibe that either can win, and it's just going to come down to who can take each fight better in each of these games. And the first couple of times, that was Solar. He played fantastic in games 1 and 2. And in games 3 and 4, Clem has shown a lot of the similar kind of elements just back, in return, but going back the other way, basically. As that Reaper starts up, Orbital on the way, we see an SCV starting to move out onto the maps. The SCV heading up to the top, the Overlord coming by there, Reaper coming through, Orbital and the Command Center coming up as well. Hatch, gas, and pool will be building for the moment. SCV takes a step through. to the natural for a moment or so here, get that underway, get that settled, see what we can find next couple moments. Takes a little bit of time for us to set up on this, but chill overall. There's a couple lings in the drone gonna come through. SCV gonna get chased for a little bit as well. Reaper just comes about. I'm just going to throw a grenade down. Going to get the crypt human right away. Just going to be able to pick that up. Reaper gathers on the left side. Hatcher coming through. A couple drones joining up together. Again, the Queen, the Overlord, the Starport, and the Hellions. A little bit of everything coming through there across the board for the moment as we get this into place. Marine, a few Reaper shots onto the Lings, going to do some damage as well. It's just going to bring that straight by. Hellions coming up from Clem too. Winter Madness has been a map that has shown us the ability to get into a lot of those longer games, so kind of gets me excited. I feel like this series kind of deserves a good long, kind of drawn out macro game to kind of see us through on it. So I don't know. I feel like it deserves for Game 5. I guess we will find out. Reaper will shoot. Zergling's pulling back just for a couple seconds. Banshee is on the way here as well. That cloaking is going to follow. And a couple Hellions are going to zap through. Some of the Zerglings here initially as well. Let's just break through those as we have Reaper still being annoying in the main base. He's going to get a second drone kill now, so 3 kills on this Reaper. And we obviously have the Hellions joined up in the natural. They're going to make a dive into the natural at the moment, so that's going to be something to watch for. Lings are about to have Lings speed, but not yet. We'll see this Reaper going down. Now the Hellions in the natural have forced the drones to run away, but they're stacked still, and the Hellions still have 1 shot potential. They're going to come through for 5 worker kills overall, and that I don't think it was worth it. Considering the Reaper did so much of that damage, the Hellions basically go for 2 or 3 more workers. Not exactly ideal, right? Not exactly ideal. Could have been... I think you want more for the Hellions you give up there as Clem. Scrounged the defense together there, did Solo, because he just about had some Lings popping that ended up saving him. Whew. Dangerous couple of moments for sure. Dangerous couple of moments for sure. Banshee there, going to shoot at the Lings a little further, so get a little bit more done. Just going to see the Hellions escaping away to the natural. The Zergling's going to give chase. Hellions pulling all the way back, getting back onto that mineral line. Just going to try and protect themselves for a few more moments. They're doing what they can. As you see, the Lings absolutely doing okay. 4 SCVs going down. These Hellions need to kind of be saved, because if you lose the Hellions, continued counterattacks could be an issue. 1 Banshee across the map, the other Banshee here to help play defense. And 5 starting off in a messy kind of affair. We are going to find at least a drone or 2 here. Bit of miss micro there from Clem, but he will start to get some drones off that extractor. That Banshee is already hurting. He will maybe find 1 more drone here on the 3rd base location, but he has to be careful because we do have the Queen stepping over to play defense, and I do think keeping these Banshees alive and kind of keeping them going for a while longer is going to be important here for Clem. Overall, he's still killed more workers, right? 8 drones to the 5 SCVs, but obviously he's given up 5 Hellions, was given up 24 Lings to make it happen as well. I mean, both players have basically made sacrifices to deal damage in this game so far, but just yet to see who's going to come out victorious for it, or better off for it overall, I suppose, toward the end of this whole scenario. Orbital's still building through. A couple of SCVs are coming up. The tank and the Marines building. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield producing at the moment as well. And a few Queens step back toward the 3rd base. For now. Now this Banshee is a 1 HP Banshee, guys. He doesn't need... she does get away, flying away, low HP. Calculated, as they say. Wouldn't be surprised if it was calculated to me. Clem is... You know, when you control these Banshees through hundreds and thousands of games, you kind of know when they can take that 1 more shot still. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you can stay calculated. 1-1 in the combat shield will be on the way through, so Clem continues to progress his position very nicely for the moment. Just getting that set up very decently for now. Bringing that up and running. And yeah, Spire coming through, the Baneling speed is coming up, 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield, all coming by, get that on the way. Banshee comes back over to the left. About to complete. Again, a couple creep tumors being taken down. The Queen's going to step over there to push the Banshee back. A few more creep tumors coming down again. Reset here for a few moments, so get this back on track as we have the 1-1 coming through. The Mutas, the Banes, the Lings, full building. So Solar going to play Mutas for the first time in this series. Some Mutaling Bane from him. Because he's going into the Mutas quickly, he's going to be much further behind on upgrades. So the 1-1 will be the advantage of Clem. But also, he's not going to be able to drop as much in this series, on this matchup, because of the fact that your opponent is going to have the Mutalisks available. So that's going to be kind of a big deal. Marine Stim in here initially, going to get some creep tumors. Here the Mutas going to show themselves for the first time. And like I say, getting out of this is going to be tough for Clem. He's going to lose a lot. He's going to lift up. He's going to try and make something of the situation, but it definitely ain't pretty, to say the least right now. Definitely not exactly the start you want, because these medevacs are going to go down. He's going to send one to the main, but there's going to be a couple of units already there. So this is going to be a great initial shutdown from Solar. He gets off to a flying start here in Game 5. And once the Mutas are out. So gets that a little bit more back on track. Gets that set up. Going to see the few Marines gathering in. Just going to see the Mutas are going to try and fly forward here as well. The Ling's looking to get a wrap around. Like I say, this drop will go down for Clem. Maybe the important part is you buy yourself some time. Any time spent here with these, Mutas chasing those medevacs was time they were not chasing you around the rest of the map either, right? So maybe that is what we get going there. The few Mutas are going to come over, just going to chase that medevac for a moment or two. Looking to get this set up. Just come down as well. Again, the 2-2 upgrades, the drilling claws coming by. Let's get into the center here currently. Right down the bottom, the few Marines and the medevacs up the right. Widowmine actually going to hit nicely, and the Marines are going to end up trapping the Mutalisks, so we're going to kill a couple. Another Widowmine here is going to go off, and those Mutas are going to take a beating. Oh, a little disaster from Solo. That was a lot of damage taken on the Mutalisks right there. And Clem benefiting greatly from that. He's actually going to cut off the Mutas again. Oh no! 3-4 Mutas go down once again. Disaster for Solo. Clem's movement with the Marines has been spot on, catching Mutalisks out of position repeatedly so far. Wow. That is absolutely huge. What a response from Clem off of what was the first push that was kind of caught off guard by the Mutas, and he's just done so well against them following up. All these creep tumors go down. He'll get a few of the extra ones back there as well, so he's looking to push the creep back away from this right side base, and maybe one of his main targets as he pushes here. He's got Thors in the army, so they can help against the Mutas big time. That stops a lot of what can happen over the course of this, of course, so Thors will be able to splash those Mutas, keep them back. And Clem with the Drilling Clawed Mines looking to get active here. Mutas going to come in on the other side, going to hit another mine shot. Good for Clem already there. The missile turret in strong position. Clem just steps through. He's got a lot of Marines. Of course, the mines are going to help him a lot here. That's a good Widow Mine shot. Hits pretty dead center on the army, no? A lot of the Ling Bane there taking damage. Widow Mines in the back, still good, but the Marines get caught for a second. They stopped moving. Not sure what happened there with the Marines. It looked like I think he almost clicked on the tank or the Thor, rather than clicking back on the map, because he was pulling back and then they just sort of stopped. So I think he clicked on one of his units instead of further back, and that does give Solar a couple of bailing connections of his own, some of his own splash damage. That definitely puts him into a bit of a better spot than what he was just in. The Thor just blocked the Marines? Yeah, maybe. Maybe the Thor just got in the way and it's a bit slow moving. Happened in such a rush. But it just looked a bit weird, the movement that happened there. Something happened that kind of obviously made those Marines move a bit weirdly either way. We're just going to be seeing the Widow Mines going off. A lot of the Widow Mines going off at once, which does make it a bit dangerous, because now you don't have more splash available to keep it going. However, Clem pushing through. He's also saying you don't have a lot of splash. Widow Mines still claiming the lives of Mutalisks across the map. The Thor in the front is going to be massive if it tanks damage here, and I don't know if Solar's really having enough to hold on. His supplies go in the wrong direction. The Ling Bane Hydra trying to run through. The Banelings going to connect one time, but not going to do enough, and Solar is just going to get out of there. Clem is going to take this series. He is going to take it 3-2, the reverse sweep, as Clem moves to the top 3 of the OSC Championship. And Clem is going to take top 3, and Solar, unfortunately, will fall. The man who defended the final Zerg race spot for such a long time in this event will fall. Solar, he lost a Classic, he beat Percival, he beat Bjorn, he beat MaxPax. It looked like he was going to beat Clem for a lot of this series, but he could just not keep it going. GG's. Clem is going to find victory, and he will play TVP in the lower bracket final against one of Classic and herO. Who that is depends on the PvP, which obviously comes up next for us, so we're going to get that ready to go. We're going to get that PvP rolling in a couple of moments, guys, as Clem completes the reverse sweep. We'll take a couple of moments, we'll hop on over to Korea, and we'll jump into that. So I'll see you guys in just a few, and we'll go into the next matchup here, which will be Clem versus... which will be Classic versus herO. The winners of the grand finals, the loser down to play Clem in the lower bracket final. See you guys in just a sec. Welcome back, everybody, as we are heading into 10,000 feet to start the series off. They want me to host the games, but I don't know what all the maps are, so I'm just trying to figure that out. I'll get going here in a second. This underway, guys. Thank you for being patient. Just take a moment before our upper bracket finals here. So we know what the bracket looks like. Right now, it is going to be Classic versus herO. The winner goes to the grand final. The loser plays Clem in the lower bracket final. So we got that ready to go very shortly here. I'm just trying to find everybody. Make sure we have everyone that we need, and we'll get ready to kick this off, guys. So, thanks for joining us. OSC Championship. As we have got herO, BRB, one moment. Perfect. So here's going to be BRB a moment, but then we're going to get into this and get this ready to roll out, my friends. Alright, kick this off. Get this underway as we get into a next series. So we've got herO versus Classic, loser Clem, grand finals still coming up here today. Plenty of StarCraft 2 to come. All great series. I know it's a PvP up next, guys, but obviously we've got a PvP that is one of the hottest PvPs in town here on Classic. The guys that keep winning things for Protoss, so get excited there. Get this rolling in a few moments. Alright, herO is BRB a minute. Once herO is done with his BRB, we're going to get back into this. It's like I say, waiting for herO to return, and then they're going to kick off into this PvP. The winner gets a nice little break before the grand final, while the loser will have to exert themselves against Clem, and then the winner obviously gets the 1-0 lead in the grand final best of 7 as well. Ready in GLHF. Going to be called as we kick off into PvP mode, Classic versus herO, kicking into action right now. Let's get this started, guys. I'm getting this ready to roll out. Countdown's on. Countdown's finished even. Going to be in game momentarily. 10,000 feet is mentioned. Let's do it. Let's send it. Let's go and kick this into game number 1 of this best of 5. In the top left corner of the map, our blue Protoss player, man, we've not casted him in this event for a hot second, because the last time he played a match in this event was January 8th, because we played that winner bracket section that he was in that on that kind of first week of games. You remember the very first day we had of this event, January 6th, was Classic against Percival. And then the day after, 2 days after that, we had that winner bracket streak where Classic went through Christiana 3-2, Solar 3-1, Showtime 3-1, and then Max Pax 3-2 to end up in this upper bracket final. So it's been a hot second since we've seen Classic here in the event. Obviously secured that upper bracket final spot. We knew it was going to be a while until we saw him again. And here he is today, looking to take himself the championship home 2 weeks later. In the bottom right side, our red Protoss player herO. We've seen how he's played. He just knocked out Clem earlier today to throw him to the lower bracket and to give himself a shot at this upper bracket final. As herO and Classic, of course, and RSL finals behind them recently. And just two players who you definitely think can definitely go back and forth and do a lot with each other over the next little while. So, away we go. A couple gates coming through, the probes coming up. There's going to be 2 gates here from Classic, where herO currently plays the singular gate to open up with in this series. So a little difference between the two right there. It's going to be interesting to see how that works out. I'm intrigued, actually. I'm interested to see what kind of comes of that, I suppose, in the next couple moments. We'll find out. Let's start this off. I'm just going to be seeing the gateway, the cyber core building through. And we'll see what the tech is from herO. With one gate, you're typically teching into the Stargate with an expansion, so I would imagine that's going to be herO's kind of way of thinking. But he is going to go Nexus before any tech structure, so And he's going to get a sentry, which actually does take away from your ability to kind of build kind of tech. Classic is immediately going to start looking to punish this. A proxy in the bottom left will be a robotics facility to start off game number 1 of this best of 5. I mean, it's PvP, it's not that strange. Especially when one guy is trying to be the big expansion player, and Classic is just like, no, I don't want to play you in an expansion-based game where you're going to naturally take the lead on the expansion. Absolutely not. And so he will not, or at least he will try not to. As that Nexus comes through and get that settled, and just take a couple moments to figure things out. This nation gathering about again, and a couple stalkers gathering through as well, so just take a moment here. Sentry's gathering up as well. I'm just going to have a couple stalkers stepping over. Sentry's going to be there to nibble back and return. Put a bit more damage out just for the moment. And get this put into place for now. Stalker's going to shoot. A couple sentries gathering together here. Can we take a moment or so? The sentries and the stalkers joining up together. Again, stalker warp gate coming about. A couple gates coming through just for the moment. Take a couple of moments then. Just going to be seeing the fight going to start really breaking out for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the stalkers taking some damage. A few probes are going to be pulled in as well as herO tries to deal with this. The Immortal's going to be showing up as well. Classic losing a lot of his stalkers is very scary because it does really feel as though that becomes a big issue very quickly, right? So that is something which is a little scary right now. A few probes are going to keep pulling in. That stalker being pulled out of here for the moment. The Immortal and a couple stalkers. Immortal is going to go down. No! It gets saved by the arriving Prism. I don't love how much Classic lost early, but maybe if he can get another Immortal out and not lose too much else during this process, maybe it will not be so bad. Maybe we can kind of be okay continuing through on this, so let's see. I'll take a moment or two to, like I say, figure it out and get this settled in and see just where we go over the course of this one. Zealots on the other side, so herO's going to put some counter pressure on at least, so he will get something going. Obviously, Classic's still going to be positioned out the front here for a few moments as well, so just going to try and figure that part of this out as we see the Zealots continue to put some work in. The Adepts are going to keep on gathering together. Just going to be seeing a couple of units going through. The Immortals are going to start playing. Just going to see a couple of these probes going down, 5 workers dropping. On the Classic side of the map, and herO looking for Classic looking for damage too, but it's not really happening. Now he's down 12 workers, still has an army lead. Just this gate across the map, this warping across the map in general is causing trouble right now, and it is absolutely causing problems. So issues being created. The Stalkers are going to try and show up. Just going to see that pylon over here, going to end up in a little bit of trouble as well. The Immortals and the Stalkers keep pressing through. Just for a couple of moments, and we are going to have ourselves the sentries in some trouble also there for a moment or so. A couple more Adepts warping in. See the sentries trying to join up together as well. We continue to go back and forth just for a couple of moments here, trying to see what else we can do right now. So there's not a lot right now as the army is from Classic is doing okay. I mean, the Stalkers on the other side is a lot of your supply that's just not here. I mean, there's just not a lot of firepower here, but there are 4 gateways, so we're going to try and put those 4 gateways into play. The Stalkers warping in, but that's where the 3 Immortals are going to be huge. Now the probes will pull as herO will give up economy to try and survive. The Prism is not going down. The Immortals had barriers, so they've been kept alive nicely. One Immortal is low. We don't pick it up because the Prism was about to go down anyway, so we just leave it to do as much damage as we can. Is there enough here from Classic at the end? He steps forward aggressively with the Immortals. Another warping coming through. We'll do everything we can to kill units off. Classic is going to be up 9 workers. herO can obviously rebuild workers quickly with the double Nexus, but I mean, Classic has more mining right now, so Classic should be able to keep building stuff. I mean, the problem is he's going to have to reset the Prism, so the Prism's going to have to come back out here, so that's going to be a problem. There are definitely issues right now as this Adept gets in. I mean, any damage you can do is going to be amazing, even just slowing some workers mining. Adept trying to find some value, honestly, in the end. Not exactly going great, but they're probably still being worse, honestly. Stalkers across the map. I mean, hero's going to have the immediate kind of counterattack impact of this, whereas obviously Classic is working with the kind of robo in an out-of-position sort of area, so that part becomes a little awkward as the Zealot and the Stalkers will continue to swing their way through the pylon for a few moments. So we put some damage in there. Just going to see the Prism and the Sentry still coming up. Pylon coming by. Immortal going to shoot at the Stalker as well. Stalker taking damage. The Adept shades out to the right. A couple more probes coming through. And yeah, the Immortal will also continue to settle down for now. Just gets the Stalker warping going. And we do see the couple of shots coming about, so again, look to chase that away. A couple of sentries are pushing through. It's funny, we've got so many sentries, but they are going to be able to help out here, dropping the force field into place and helping to turn those other units away. The Adept going back the other way also, just for the moment, as this continues to be a pretty serious situation right now in this game number 1. Sentries, Stalker, and the Immortal gathering up. Just going to be seeing the couple of probes still building through. Classic ready to go. Work accounts have evened out now, but herO is going to be defending the low ground with some defensive structures as well, such as the battery and so to try and help keep him alive during this. The Adept is going to get cleaned up. The Stalker and the main base will be having probes pulled into it. The Sentry stays alive and should be able to stick around for now, so the counterattack doesn't do too much. Classic is dropping into the main base with 2 Immortals, and there's nothing in the main because herO's defending on the low ground. These 2 Immortals and the Prism are all very healthy, so it's going to be difficult to really get rid of those. We're going to get rid of a couple Stalkers even, and we don't quite get rid of the other Stalker. Okay, we do. We take a few more shots on the Immortal because of it. We can drop to the low ground. This warping in Stalker is going to be kind of doomed as well. Probes pull in. It's going to be some damage taken. Some extra units showing up. The Zealots just trying to buy the time here as they chase the rest of this army away, but now we're going to take control of the main base. Classic is going to get rid of the pylon. He can go after the other pylon and just deny any future warp-ins. I love that we're just straight up running away from that group of Zealots, which is probably the right call, to be fair. I mean, the Zealots actually do a lot of damage if they get in reach, and you don't have a lot of damage output against the Zealots. Just a little bit of mayhem to round out this opening game. Classic is going to take the 1-0 lead, though, and he is going to move up by a map in this best of 5. So Classic gets the 1-0 lead, gets started in the right sort of way, and we'll head to a game 2 here in a couple of moments. As yeah, complete and utter chaos. Is PvP really meant to be played any other way? Not really. Not really. Alright, game 2 in just a few. Get this set to start, guys, and we just wait for... Oh no, I'm hosting, aren't I? For some reason the players wanted me to host, which is all good, but I need to remember that I'm hosting. I've not hosted for like the entirety of this tournament, so it's just a little bit of a shock to the system. Is all. Shock to the system. Drag everyone around, put me into the referee position. Match history off, players are ready. And we can jump straight into game number 2 as this PvP continues. You will take the advantage here as we get this set up to roll. Alright, Classic and herO coming about into this PvP on Old Republic. We get this started, we get this underway. Countdown, and away we go for game 2 of the matchup. In the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player is going to be Classic. And he is up 1 map in the series, taking on herO in this upper bracket final. That was a definitely a daring affair from both. Very fun. Very fun indeed as we get into this game 2 now. Get this up and rolling. Probes, pylon, all building by. Get settled. See where things go to. This probe is just going to come across, throw down the first gateway, drop that straight into position at the moment, so put that down, probe moves out, see that gateway coming down for both players. Will herO try and expand again in this series is, I think, a question that doesn't really need an answer. I actually don't think he will. Not like that. I mean, if Classic just... I mean, to be fair, it got weird, but then I feel like he was very fortunate to make it get weird in the first place too, so... I feel like it's something he's probably going to steer away from. He's definitely not going to do it in quick succession, like, you know, back-to-back games here, I don't think. I'm pretty sure he's going to go to 2 gates. Unless he really just thinks he can adjust the build to keep him safe and to not expose him to the dangers that Classic presented. So maybe that's a possibility. Expanding in PvP is like playing chicken? Yeah, a little bit. Oh, this is funny. They're both going to expand. Oh, I don't think we'll do it again. And then they just both expand instead. It's a little bit of playing chicken. I mean, expanding in PvP is actually something you can absolutely do, but it's very difficult to hold. It's not so much chicken as much as it's like... it's very hard to expand without being... while being safe to everything. And it's very difficult to always kind of shove things over into your favor and so on. So... Yeah, it's interesting. I'd say it's really chicken. Like, the guy who expands first doesn't always really lose. There's a lot of ways to expand and succeed. A lot of it comes down to the micro fights and, like I say, identifying and responding well to what your opponent is doing specifically. Because there's usually a lot of different ways in which you can do that. Probe's pulling through, Probe taking damage, Stargate coming up, and the Adept coming through on both sides as well. And at the Warp Gate building, the Nexus coming online. It's going to be seeing the Nexus there about to finish. Couple Probies going through, the Adept coming about as well just for the moment. Get that all underway. Adept is going to be able to pick the probe up, so it's going to take that down immediately. Look to see what our next little stage of this will look like as Adept will put some damage out for the moment. Hey guys, only Clem left in the lower bracket, so the winner of this will go to the grand final, and the loser plays Clem in the elimination match before the grand final. Rough series for Solo. The 2-0 lead into the reverse sweep from the opponent is so brutal. Especially when you played such a great series too, but that's the level of competition that these guys put on. The level of play that is requested, and yeah, it's tough, plain and simple. This is Adept. And shade through, getting after a few of those probes initially. Probes going back the other way. The couple of Phoenix spent some work on. Again, Stalker in the Warp Gate building. Gateway in the Assimilator coming about. I see the Phoenix lifting up the Adept for a few moments. As well, there goes a Robo Facility dropping down too. Oracle gonna fly into this natural, and we'll begin to get rid of a couple of probes already. The Phoenix gonna activate. Gonna get after the Oracle as well. It's just gonna take that out. It's gonna be a pretty easy cleanup as we shut that down, and now the Phoenix will move out onto the map as well. It's just gonna get straight over with those. Moving to the other side, and yeah, Phoenix from Classic, and from herO he just goes into the Twilight. He went Stargate, but obviously went Oracle, and he kind of loses the gamble here. So he's going to go straight into the Twilight, whereas Classic's going to keep building Phoenix and then move into the Robo Facility. So, I mean, you keep building Phoenixes also. You don't know if maybe your opponent's responding with Phoenix versus Phoenix, but he's going to see the third base. That means he should know his opponent's not being aggressive. He sees the Stalkers. That should mean he knows there's no more Phoenix in production. And so identification of this is starting to be figured out, as Classic should start to put 2 and 2 together here, I would imagine. Again, Blink building, Phoenix and the Immortal on the way by. For a couple of moments, get that all set up. See where we go. Blink and the Nexus coming about, the Immortal and that Phoenix still building through as well. So again, we got a lot of that on the way. There's the pylon. Dropping down to the bottom side as well. Moving over there just for the moment here. Again, Blink coming, Stalker on the way. Robo Facility building through as well. The Immortal comes down the bottom side currently. And get that Gateway being added on too. And we will just have, yeah, the Immortal moving about. And we continue to settle with the forward gate right now. Top of everything else. That Blink still building through. Probes on the Gateway coming about right now. Stalkers in the center are going to be there to keep the Phoenix at bay. So we see a little bit of back and forth on that one as 4 units continue to warp in. Just 1 moment or two. Just going to see that Stalker in some trouble right away as well. Just going to bring that across. Get that warp in and see where we are going. And Phoenix gather up. A lot of units from herO pushing on the other side, and they're going to step straight into this natural. They're going to straight up target down that Immortal. The entire kind of point of this from Classic is that you're meant to be very strong and sturdy on a few units, but if herO can just walk in with Stalkers and kill you, then you've kind of messed up. And Classic just instantly says, GG, he's not messing around there. This one's done. You can move on from that. There's not much to not much to add to that discussion. Let's just on to the next one. Here's the TLDR. No reason to, like I say, talk about it. Let's move to game 3, as it is going to be Tourmaline, and we get tied up here in this best of 5. That really was just herO saying, cool, I'm going to kill you now. I think Classic just wasn't expecting him to walk in. Kind of lost track of him. Ends up being a little bit brutal. Alrighty, let's go into the next map and drop the invites through for everybody. And we'll be good in just a moment or so. And thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here. Again, if you're over on the YouTube, don't forget to give us a quick little like on the video today. It helps out massively. And if you really are enjoying and you want to see more, hit the subscribe button. We upload daily in terms of daily uploads in terms of the best matches, and we usually stream daily as well. Though I am away this weekend, and next weekend's Home Story Cup, so there's going to be a few less streams over the next 10 days or so. But obviously, in general, we are streaming daily with as much content as possible. So subscribe to see when all of that comes up. You can follow on Twitch as well for the same effect. Don't miss any StarCraft. Get those buttons clicked as we have. In the top right side, the red Protoss play here is going to be Classic. Taking on the blue Protoss bottom left, it is herO. Game number 3 of the series, and we kick off with a 1-1 scoreline on the board. Winner gets that 1-0 lead in the winner bracket final. Looking to see what we can do as we pick this off. We get that underway for the moment. Yeah, probe. Waddling across the map here initially from herO, heading to that upper right-hand side. A couple of assimilators coming online, the gateway in production. Two gates going about, the assimilator coming online. Got that going for the moment, and again, I'll look to see where things are going to go and what we're going to do and all of that good stuff. Just waiting for that to develop by here for, like I say, a couple moments, get that underway and kick this off. Chase the probe. Take a couple moments to run around there for a couple seconds. That's probe just being an annoyance. Both players going to go double gateway, so we're finally going to see a double gate versus double gate game, rather than the rather than what we've been seeing of like a fast expand and then expand versus expand. So this is going to have a little bit of a different vibe to it in that regard. Let's just set this up and running. Stargate building from herO. A couple of adepts coming through. Put that on the way up for the moment. Maybe the Stargate from herO. So he's going to go Stargate while the couple of Adepts come by right now. So just going to get that on the way up. And the Stalker and the Wolf Gate coming in on the other side for Classic. As you just see the Probe's going to nibble here for a moment or two at each other. So we get that on the go. Build that about. Just going to clean up this pile on the low ground. We can open up the expansion from Classic. That's what he would like to do. And it does feel like it. No tech coming down. Just Stalker Sentry. See how well he can deal with the Adepts in the early moments as the Adepts from herO shading across to the upper right-hand side of the map. So we shade those Adepts in. We start to open up the possibilities of what happens here. So the Stalker will be there. A couple of Adepts go the other way. Just gonna see a couple of units shooting out and about, trying to get the job done. Central in the Walk Gate building. In next is coming through. Twilight Council will produce. Adepts trying to get up to the high ground. Stalker's about to finish again. The Walk Gate coming about. Twilight Council will build. A lot of that coming through. There's a couple of Adepts trying to shade. Force field comes down. Good force fields. Initially, Adept will take some shots. Stalker still continuing by. Twilight Council just completed. Nexus on the way from both sides. And yeah, the Wolf Gate coming up alongside those couple of Stalkers. A little poke in from the Oracle on the other side. Yeah, got the 3 kills, but that will be about it for the moment. Let's see what Classic can find as he looks to do some damage over here. So pushing in, Stalker Sentry, ready to do some damage. Blocks the ramp, which is an interesting choice to start off with. That's a force field you don't have to kind of then block Stalkers from running away from you. We'll turn it onto the Oracle. You're going to lose everything here as... Oh, maybe not, because 2 more Stalkers show up. So I thought we were going to lose everything pretty quickly, but the 2 extra Stalkers will add the damage to kind of keep things going. We do free 1 Stalker from the grasps of the opponent just initially, and things will then settle. Yeah, it did feel as though that was going to be a little bit of a... I don't know, it felt like that was going to be a little bit scarier than it was for Classic, because I really felt like he wasn't going to get that much in the end, but made it work. I wonder what the logic is of just throwing the instant force field in the ramp. Maybe if units are split, but I don't think herO had much of a split going on. So maybe then the force field would have been better low ground, but he just didn't necessarily know that, so was just making a judgment call preemptively. So now have a couple of Adepts going to try and shield on the other side. We're going to recall home because the natural is exposed. If we don't recall, we just have nothing here, and those Adepts can just lay waste to the natural. Mineralize, just trying to make sure that is not a factor. A couple Stalkers pull through, and these Adepts are already in some trouble. 5 probes going down, the Adept will fall. 6 workers now going to be dropping. The Stalkers get the Adept, they're finally going to cancel. Go back to the low ground for a moment or two. Again, Blink, the Robo facility, the battery all building. Couple of probes building as well as the gateway. About to finish. The Dark Shrine is not far from being done. Dark Shrine and the Charge all coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the Blink is about halfway done. The Robo facility setting up. 2 more DTs building in. The probes near Similar coming about. That charge will finish shortly. The DTs will take a chance. Move toward the natural, so herO gonna try and slip in here. Robo's not finished yet, so we gotta try and minimize damage here. Force field on the ramp, probes pull toward everything else. Observer on the way. It's pretty decent so far. We send the probes over to the 3rd base, but they're still gonna be chased by the DTs. So a lot of lost mining time. Observer is a few ticks from finishing. What we have let happen is that DT get into the main, so now we have to chase deep into the main to clean that up, which means the DTs on the low ground are gonna get an even higher chance of getting damage done, because they're just going to be able to stick around for even longer here, and it does feel like it becomes a bit of a problem. Stalkers and the sentries pulling away. Just going to see the gateway and the Robo and the battery coming up back at home from herO, who does okay here. 8 probes and a ton of lost mining time for Classic. And of course, you've got the threat of the DTs for later as well. I would say that that's a pretty good success. He did go Charge rather than Blink, so he's just not going to play Stalkers at all to any high number, but he's actually going to morph an Archon. And with Zealots warping in, it looks like herO wants to just send this and commit into getting some damage done. So it feels like herO is ready to go. And Classic is like, well, do I want to go? How am I going to defend this? Let's see, because like I said, the Zealots are going to be an issue right away. As 32 army supply of Classic, but herO has a lot more right here and right now. Sorry, it's a bad time to sneeze as we see the Stalkers coming from the other side, though, from Classic. So that's his numbers. The Zealots will take a long time to go down. We get rid of that Archon. herO's attack is not going to succeed. And Classic really had a lot of stuff despite everything that the DTs did. And Classic cleans that up. Initially it looked scary because Classic was off to the side with the other units, but once he brought those in, it was convincing numbers, and obviously the Zealots are just warping in from, well, I would have said the top side, but obviously in this case the bottom left a little bit here, which is obviously not exactly ideal. This will begin to settle. And Stalkers keep chasing for a few more Zealots there, so again, we're getting a bit more damage done just for the moment. There's a couple Stalkers warping in, just going to bring those straight about. Just going to be seeing the DTs, going to get jumped on as well, so just a teeny bit more damage for the moment. Stalkers coming around, Sentry's going to be there. We just commit in as Classic, who obviously has the Blink to help him create good fights for himself right now. This Archon is going to finish up, but goes down pretty quickly. Not really much coming of it before it's all done. I'm just going to be seeing the few Stalkers on the other side blinking back to play defense. herO supply is starting to lack. He's 42 army supply to the 10. So, sorry, Classic has 42 army supply to the 10. We goes up to 20 with a few warp-ins. And the Stalkers will obviously get a lot done. There's going to be a long time until they ever really get cleaned up. The Immortal took a shot, so the barrier gets popped, and that means we can jump on it more comfortably, which we do. And, yeah, hard to really say anything other than this one is going the wrong direction for herO. I mean, Classic's going to get a prism across the map, so reinforcements are going to be better off. herO's doing what he can. I mean, he's building Immortals, he's trying to keep it going with the Zealots and so on. He really is giving it his best shot right here as those Stalkers pull back down to the bottom, aiming for the rest of this. The Zealots in the center are going to come through. You do see the DT already swiping through for a bunch of those workers, a bunch of Adepts warping in as well. Glaives coming up. Stalkers keep on peeling back. The prism is right there. We load up one Stalker into the prism. Now the couple Stalkers and the +1 attack upgrade coming by as well. So continue to get that going. The DT still swiping. 10 workers going down already. Make it 11. 12. Setting up down on that third base. We will see a few more adepts. The glaives coming up. +1 attack upgrade. Building also here currently. A couple of cannons will come through with this. Continue to get that going just for now as herO tries to make the defense. And hey, worker count is going to favor herO, and Classic has not broken through yet, but with Glaives finishing, this is going to be his big, umphy punch to really try and say, I can break through into this, and I can see success right now. Let's see if this is going to work out, as that Glaives, like I say, is about to finish up. The DT is still swiping through for a few more probes. Then causing issues. Classic wants to just focus on the other side of the map, but herO's not letting him. A few more adepts warping in. These adepts are great against the zealots, and that's going to be the issue, because so much of this army from herO is based on the zealots. The Archon's going to be really nice against the adepts, however, but we could maybe jump on that Archon even and try and focus that down. I'm not sure it's a big issue, just one Archon. Like I say, right now we're pulling back, trying to keep the Archon out of reach, let the adepts do their work. Probes pulling in obviously are not going to fare well against Glaved adepts, and Classic Supply will once again be reigning supreme because he made the right call. The Glaved adepts were actually a great choice because he knew his opponent was zealot focused, and that really makes it just difficult to hold. If you're zealot focused, but not at that point where you just got like loads of Archons to back them up as well, it really is where the adepts excel, and that's going to be the case here. As this is going to be now a blink through to get rid of the tech units. The Immortal the first target, the Archon's going to be surrounded next. It's a little messy at the end for Classic, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be any cleaner. He is going to have enough, and Classic looks to take the 2-1 lead in this PvP Best of 5 upper bracket final of the OSC Championship. Immortal still firing, next is taking damage. The Adept shade through the natural mineral line, so probes will fall very rapidly over here. There is no defense for them. And that is going to be all of that getting cleaned up as well. And yeah, I mean, even as a couple of Zealots show up, they go down quickly. The third Nexus has fallen. herO fighting until the bitter end, but the reality is that Classic is going to retake the lead of this series, which has obviously been the tail of this matchup so far. Classic gets a 1-0 lead, herO tied it up. Now Classic looking to take a map lead once again, but will herO tie it up in the game 4? herO not giving up yet. He's going to, again, really fight until the bitter end, but again, I think in the grand scheme of things, we can kind of see where we are at for the moment. Stalkers, Sentries, and the Immortals. It's going to come through. It's going to be having the Forge, the Gateway, and the Immortal coming up. A couple of shots coming about. The Zealot is going to come on over here from herO as well. Again, just going to see a couple of Stalkers taking hits. A few more Adepts warping in. And having a Force Field of 2 going down. The Adepts are going to fight. The Immortals are going to be there. Credit to herO, believing he has a chance to counterattack, but man is not a quitter, that much is for sure. This is going to be obviously disastrous for herO. There's no way this fight ever goes in his favor. And Classic will take the lead, as previously mentioned. It's going to be the 2-1 advantage over there. Alright, so advantage established, and now we go to Nightshade for our next map. So we're going to get that ready to go. Just a moment or two here, guys. Kick this off and get this ready to rumble. Match point in favor of Classic. I think the players are going to be ready pretty quickly. They're pretty eager to just go game to game. That doesn't seem to be the case, so just getting one more invite out for another caster, and we are good to begin, guys. Wait for them to join us and kick this off. Counting on down. Alright, let's go into this. Get this ready to go. Oh. Sorry guys, I just sneezed during the end of the game, so now my nose is sniffly again. Can't win. Can't win. Alright, Nightshade coming through. Let's kick this into action as we have a 2-1 lead for Classic. An old map here. part of the OSC extended map pool. The last few times we'll see the OSC extended map pool in the tournament, because obviously we're getting to the end of it. Again, this is day 9 of this Ladder Legends Championship bracket. It's been an absolute grind. We love it though. It's been a lot of fun. There's been so many cool series. And so far it's ending in all the right ways. A lot of exciting matches as herO does fall behind 1-2 in this best of 5. Taking on Classic, the blue Protoss, in the bottom right corner of the map. It's coming about, assimilator coming through. Take a few moments to settle this in. That hero's ending was just silly. Classic running away from hero's army was the third the size. Yeah, I think he could have probably just ended it. He almost gave herO the belief that he should stay in for a few moments. Is that just breaking hero's spirit? He's like, come on, think you could attack me. And he's like, lol, of course you couldn't. Bam, I've got way more than you. Is that what went down there? Is that what took place? Maybe. Maybe. The wild one. Alright, we'll drop the pylon into place right there, get that up and running. And it's going to be proxy play from herO this time, so we're kind of seeing a good array of builds from both players. We've seen expansions from both, we've seen a proxy now from both, we've seen completely different ways of approaching the different setups as well. Classic in the top right side is looking to build something. That's a lot more kind of hidden away, more like a Stargate. And it is going to be a Stargate from Classic. Obviously, the pylon from herO is a pretty typical Robo pylon, and that is what he goes into. So it's going to be the Robo from herO, the Stargate from Classic, both proxying. So let's see how this pans out. Obviously, it's going to be interesting if you put a lot of the attention on the map initially and early on here as herO, then maybe you don't have a defense at home against that Stargate, but the Stargate on the map means it can't be used defensively either, which does limit a little bit of what you have available defensively as Classic. So there's I think I prefer the proxy Robo in this scenario, but let's see how it goes. There's a couple of Stalkers coming through, the Warp Gate's coming about, the Adepts are on the way in as well. Just going to shade back through to the other side. A couple of Adepts going to come around once more, take a couple moments, and the Adepts coming about. The Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to build through. Just for now, get that all set up and see where we're going to go. Adepts will chase, just going to shade through. Adepts will try and find what they need to. And the Oracle coming about, the Warp Gate building, and the Prism and the Sentries continue by as well. That Warp Gate still very much so coming into play, and Gateway a part of the production as well. Well, first Oracle is out, making a move. Classic is getting into the defensive Robo. He sees the Robo now, and we'll start to deal with that on the other side as the Adepts are going to make that play onto this pylon. The Stalkers going to drop back down here onto these Adepts, put some damage in. Sundry's able to get one Adept already. Still got the Immortal and the Warp Gate coming up, the Gateway coming through, a couple Stalkers and the Robo Facility coming about as well. Prism is moving across down to that bottom right-hand side, so that's going to come over as well here, just for a couple moments as the Stasis gets a catch. And he gets settled in, and you're going to see the units showing up from herO, starting to deal damage. One Stasis not doing much. The Adepts get in, though. So the Adept will target down a bunch of probes, but Classic has to defend over here. Now he's going to get a few Stalkers out of his own. He's going to have his own Robo producing. herO's going to turn the attention to the front door. Classic up 6 workers currently, which is the workers that he's just killed on the other side, so that will be his advantage. As his Immortal is ticking along, but it can't come soon enough. Warping into the base from this Prism, going to get the Zealots warped in to try and take the attention of the Stalkers and to keep them moving. It also protects you from the probe pull, so it's actually very smart in that regard, because it's going to make sure that the probes pulling in are not going to be something that just straight up kind of, ruins your day here, because then the Zealots can kind of deal with those. We're going to see the Immortal just jumping to the other side right now. Classic is losing a lot at the moment, as we do see the Immortal still dancing forward, jumping on through. herO looking to bring this to a game 5 if he can make this work. A couple more Warpins coming straight in. The Zealots are going to be there. Classic's going to start losing workers. The Oracle is going to return home, which, to be fair, there's not a lot of anti-airs. The Oracle will be a defense, but maybe just a little bit too late. Like, maybe we just let this do a little bit too much already. I think that's not too crazy of a statement, to be honest, as we are going to have the Phoenix, the probe going about, a couple Stalkers coming through, 3 of them warping in underneath that prism right now. That Stargate still building up the right side as well. Stalkers and some more will also gather together as we see what we can do next. Still gathering about, still seeing what's up. Still seeing the Stalkers anymore. Looking to poke through the gateway for a moment or so. More warpins coming by for the moment, and just going to get those ready as obviously at this stage herO just holds the low ground, gets rid of the gates, and puts Classic into an even more painful position where it's going to be difficult for him to do much. He's across the map with a few units. The Adepts get in again, and honestly, if these Adepts hadn't been getting in, what would we really be achieving so far in this game? Honestly, not a lot of anything. Stalkers gather up. Mortal firing, just going to see the rest of these units gathering as well. We're going to keep poking through the prism. Going to pull a couple units back at the same time right now. A couple more units warping straight in. Getting that on the way. And away we go. One more shots coming through there. I'm going to see the Stalkers and the Immortal going to fire. Sentry's going to get some shots off as well. I mean, Classic trying to defend this high ground at this point. Trying to find something to make this worthwhile. And you see the Immortal still taking some damage in return. The Prism's still up overhead. And the Phoenix are going to try and help also. Army supplies are pretty similar, so maybe there is more hope here than I should have given credit to initially, perhaps. Maybe there's a little bit more hope here than, like I said, I was initially giving credit for. A couple sentries going to warp in alongside everything else. The Immortal and the Gateway coming through. herO just expanding is the issue, right? So he can start expanding now and just hold this low ground. And as Classic, you still have to figure out how you break out of here. And that's going to be the real challenge. Getting out and away from this position is not going to be easily done. Again, the Immortal setting up, the Gateway coming by. It's going to see the few Adepts coming over as well for the moment. Observer and the Nexus coming through. Let's get settled right now. We will have the Void Ray and Immortal producing. Lots of little just bits and pieces for the moment, but let's see where this goes to overall. One more Stalker going to warp in. Just going to see these units gather beneath the prism. Yeah, Void Ray setting up. The Gateway coming about. Mortal and the Stalker still building. Probe still producing. That building die. Oracle on the bottom. And again, just going to be seeing the Robo cranking out Immortal still. That proxy still going. Like I say, Classic's building a Void Ray, but remember that Stargate's just proxied, so it's out in the middle of nowhere, and that's part of the problem right now. Like, we are just out in the middle of freaking nowhere with everything that's kind of going on, and that makes it so much more difficult to really make something of this. We'll get rid of the pylon. I mean, that's actually nice, and maybe could have been used a while ago, because repowering that Robo feels pretty neat, although is there much really stopping herO from just walking a probe out and repowering that? Probably not. Classic is going to have, I think, one push in him. Which is going to be this kind of push where you have a Mortal Void Ray and like a pretty good kind of chunk of just what I call typically power units in PvP, so those tech-heavy units. He's pretty much going to have one push, and I'm pretty sure he's just going to come across the map and try and win the game with it. The thing is, he still has to get out of this base, which is what the Prism's probably for. I mean, he's gathering the Void Rays on the other side of the map, so... Okay, this probe spots the Stargate now. 2 Void Rays on the other side will at least force a reaction there, and maybe that's enough to get you out onto the map with everything else. And then we just have to try our best from there. Like I say, it's definitely not ideal. No one's going to say that it is, but there's not really much else you can do at this stage, to be honest. Tries to get down. Doesn't happen just yet. The Void Rays are making their way around the back of the mineral line, though, so like I say, if there's going to be a chance for them, this would be it. But there's Stalkers, and there's a battery, and the defense is just absolutely in place. One Void Ray goes down. This game is not going the way of Classic as herO shutting this down. A couple more Mortals gathering back up. A couple of shots coming in either side. A few hits coming by just for the moment, so we get that going. Some more hits coming about, and damage being done. Continue to play cleanup here for the moment. Continue to come back over. Just going to be seeing a couple more shots coming by with this. Just going to see a couple more hits coming over as well. Classic will say GG. herO did a great job of containing and ensuring basically that this was not going to end up going anywhere. GG's. That will be our map, and that will be a game 5 of this series once again. Lots of game 5s today, man. Lots of game 5s. Ruby Rock to round us out as we get this on the way in just a moment. Oh. Alright, so get this game 5 up and running here on Ruby Rock. Get this started. Classic and herO joining the lobby. Just ready to roll. And get ready. Get this settled. Players are ready. Perfect. Let's do this. Let's go into the final map of the upper bracket finals. One player to lock themselves into the grand final. The other to have to play through the lower bracket, which means going through Clem, which is going to be not fun. I mean, both these guys can obviously beat Clem. Classic has been the one guy to beat Clem more consistently than anyone else. So, let's see what we get as we have in the bottom right corner of the map. The red Protoss player here, unable to make it work with that Stargate. Honestly held on a long time, and it was a game where, you know, the game was not really designed to end quickly or anything, sure, but still kind of held on a long time, made something of it. It is Classic. He tried all the things, I think, in the end, to really kind of give him a chance of kind of breaking back through into settling back down overall. So, top left is going to be our blue Protoss herO. He also just did things right. You know, he really said, I'm not going to let you kind of get back in it with any of these, you know, tricks and tips that you might be trying to utilize against me. So he made sure none of that was to come through. And there we go. Gate coming in on both sides. Probes coming up. Get settled in initially. And we do see the assimilator coming down. The chrono boost coming about for a moment or so. And probe just going to be still chronoing for the moment. Gate's producing, assimilator is building. We're going to see just double gateway each here for this game 5, or does someone have something a little bit more suspicious set up for this one? Going about a little bit of activity here for the moment or two, and we'll just see some scouting to start us off. It's going to be a pylon upper right side from Classic, so we'll see what that means, see if there's any intentions on that in the next moment or so. Get that ready to go. Kind of centering the warp gate building up at the same time, so bring that straight through, get that underway. And yeah, Sentry Stalker, warp gate building. herO is on the double gates, but just the one sentry. He's going to go straight to the Nexus. Classic is not keeping the probe near the pylon, so it doesn't look like he's going to actually try to utilize that aggressively at all. And so that looks as though that's going to move through kind of aptly for the moment. Sentry will chase. Probe taking some damage. Probe just getting chased away right now. Again, a couple sentries in the warp gate building on by. Again, the Nexus coming up just for a moment or two. Getting that underway. Yeah, so far, so good. Let's see, the hallucination is going to get chased out for a moment or so. Both players just want to see what's up, and it's a very, very standard game. Just one hidden pylon from Classic, but no actual trickery or chicanery coming through from him right now. Just very normal. It's going to be both of them going into Twilight Council. What a way for this series to end. Twilight on Twilight. Blink, blink very likely here. Unless one guy tries to pull out the DTs. Which is a possibility as well if you go blink, you know, Twilight versus Twilight. And you're just like, well, do you play the safety of the Robo facility or do you not? And if you go Dark Shrine, you can punish it. But if they have a Robo, then it's not good because you're behind on Blink and behind on that investment as well. Twilight's building. Hallucination moving through. You can see the Dark Shrine coming up, the Gateway building by. So it is going to be DTs from the Classic. And now he makes use of that pylon in the top right side. So the pylon originally that wasn't up for much is now going to be used for the Dark Templar. That Dark Shrine will come straight through, so we get that set immediately. That is going to be the call for him. Does herO go into a robo to get defense up, or does he not? That is the big question mark here. As the hallucination steps over, he's going to see a couple of stalkers able to shoot already. He is going to go robo. Alright, so herO gets the robotics facility underway. We're going to start off with that. The stalkers will be there to push the hallucination back the other direction. Hallucination will fall, a few sentries gathering together. More stalkers warping in alongside this, and that blink upgrade is still building by as that robo comes into play. Stalkers and the sentries all joining up for now and seeing where we're going to go. Hallucination will take a couple of shots. Says, yo, Scientist for Science, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on the YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the generosity. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much for thank you for supporting. Like I say, very generous, and thank you for the support. Thank you, thank you. As our Stalker Sentry will gather together, just a moment or two here, get this settled. Tense game as these DTs get ready to try and make their move. I think it's actually going to finish at a similar time from both, just Classic should have less Stalkers. Yeah, he's got 4 less. Obviously, he kind of knows his opponent has a robo, so he's kind of holding back and waiting a little bit to try and at least cause some disruption for the DTs to get in. He's going to try and slip it around. The Observer, yeah, is going to move, and the Stalkers are blink, which should mean they can wall it off, and the DT's not going to get anywhere, so that's not going to go anywhere at all. Easy shutdown, easy denial, and well, that's going to be a shutdown on DT number 1. Now the next DT comes in. That's going to get a couple of probes, but that's going to be about it. Good force fields just stop it from getting. Trying to slip and slide it through full Electro, though nothing much coming out for now. +1 the Immortal coming about. The Temple Archives is on the way by as well. It's going to get a couple of gateways warping in as we speak, and the Hallucination still down the bottom. Looking to get through here as well. Also looking for the opportunity to try and make something happen. So that Hallucination coming around. Again, Shadow Stride +1, all building. The charge is on the way up as well. Continue to move about here just for a little while as the Hallucination is still set up. And we see where we go next. Again, Shadow Stride going to be a part of this. So we will have Classic having that DT blink. He's also heading into charge though. And for the moment, herO doesn't counterattack across the map to try and take advantage of the DT investment from Classic, which didn't go too well for him at all. So herO's not overly eager to try and punish that or stop that or anything along those lines. Hence will not do so just yet. This nation goes down. Sentries and the Stalkers help to ensure that, so we make that denial. Person loads up the DTs. We're going to try and go in with those from a different direction this time, which will be fun as well, as the Observer sits overhead with those couple of Stalkers just for the moment. Stalkers gather. Hallucination will take a few shots again. Just see the Stalkers coming around. The DTs getting to the main base, which, again, the idea here is just trying to go somewhere where the defense was not immediately at to try and create some opportunity for you. You can push the DTs around a little bit already, so a little bit of push around there. We load a couple of them up right now. Just going to see the +2 and the charge coming up from both players. The next coming by. Stalkers and the Zealots coming back over. The bottom left base from herO already coming online as he looks to establish base 4. Classic will expand to the 3 o'clock for base 3. Again, +2 and charge building up at the moment. Stalker Zealot will join in the center. You see +2 attack building from both players. That charge still coming up. Stalker's just going to blink across, so Classic's going to say, okay, definitely behind a bit in this game. Let's make some crazy moves. He's going to initiate the base trade. He'll get about a 10-second jump on base trading over herO, who is base trading himself in return. He was already coming across the map just down through the left-hand side. So away we go. It is base trade time. And like I said, this is the kind of game in which you can cause chaos maybe as Classic and bring this back for you a bit. herO has a lot more army supply. I love what herO does. Just straight into the main with a few of these Stalkers and just enough to go target firing down a few of these pylons, depower a bunch of those gateways, and just stop additional warp-ins from Classic. So just in case Classic has a way to get some extra warp-ins off, now you're going to take that away from him. Now you're going to make sure that is not a factor. Again, the +2 coming on either side. The couple of Zealots will charge. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers going to fight a few probes going down. Zealot Immortal Archon going up at the moment. The warp gates are going to drop. The Zealots are going to keep on fighting. And we'll see those gates keeping on going down as you just see the Plus 2 attack coming over here, the Nexus coming over, Robo Facility batteries, and the cannons all coming up. Solid Stalker going to fight through this main base. Pylon goes down there, so there goes the power of the last few of those gateways. Drop a bit of a recall down from Classic to try and defend this right side Nexus. It's the last Nexus in the game, and he does not... Okay, he does have money to rebuild a Nexus, but it's not exactly the ideal scenario, obviously. So, trying to play cautiously around that concept. 62 probes dead. herO still has 24, and that bottom left base of his is going to be huge. And we're going to already build the Nexus up from Classic. I didn't realize he already had one on the way. The Robo Facility is building from herO because he's recognizing one of the ways he could lose this is if he loses both observers and his opponent tries to capitalize on the Dark Temple play. So he's going to try and ensure that that doesn't happen by making sure he's well enough set up to avoid it. So, again, credit to herO, really just thinking of everything so far. And yeah, out of all the things he could rebuild, the Robo really is just in case it comes down to it. Not a bad choice, especially just on this base already. Get it going before it becomes an issue. We're going to blink in. Going to get rid of the pylon. I mean, herO's army is going to come chasing in behind this. We do have probes that will help to protect the cannon here initially as well. We have the observers that want to just try and stay away from those stalkers. DT is still chasing the workers down. A lot of damage being done from Classic. I'm still not convinced it's going to be enough as his supply is plummeting, and herO is looking as though he might claim himself the upper bracket, the grand final position from the winner bracket. Just going to see this base surviving through. The Stalkers blinking around elsewhere, and herO is going to get Classic to say GG in what was a stellar, exciting, and fun PvP matchup. It is going to go the way of herO, though, and herO is going to take this one down with the 3-2 scoreline. So herO 3, Classic 2. herO will be in the grand final, which means that we are going to get Classic versus Clem, which is always awesome, obviously. So we're going to get into Classic versus Clem. We're going to get that going just a couple of moments, guys. So we'll kick that off, and we'll get that on the way for you guys momentarily. We'll hop on over to NA and get that ready to roll. I'm going to take a couple moments. BRB, guys. I'll see you guys in a sec. More StarCraft coming up after this.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Classic and Clem. Coming through for game one of the lower bracket finals, guys. Classic Clem coming up. That will be followed by the winner versus herO in the grand final. Who will become an OSC champion? Will it be Classic? Will it be herO for the first time? Or will Clem get his third time title in this event series? Those are all the questions we're asking, and those are the questions we're looking for answers to in the next few moments as soon as we get Classic and Clem in-game and ready to party. Should be able to get into that in just a couple seconds, guys. Just waiting for the players to give us the go-ahead. Did Rogue, Rain, or any other important Zerg participate in the tourney? Yes. There was Shin, there was Solar. They were definitely the most notable ones. There was also Yakov, Mixu, and Cham, I think was the entire Zerg lineup. And GG Machine as well, yeah. And a GG Machine. And how's everyone doing? Thanks for joining us. If you're enjoying the stream, once again, just, usual shout out to support if you can. Use the Prime subs if you did not already on the Twitch. No point having a Prime sub that doesn't have a home. And of course, as per usual, you can like and subscribe on the YouTube. I keep saying it, but it's just so effective, guys. It really does help. So thank you so much if you're choosing to do that. Where are we at on the YouTube subs? How are we doing on YouTube today? Let's have a little peek at the numbers. The live video right now has... Whoa! Oh! For some reason I thought that was likes. 445 likes, that's the number of live viewers. Ay, ay, ay. 120 likes on the stream right now. Keep it up, guys. Let's keep it going. You can definitely get that a little bit higher, so keep those buttons being pressed on the YouTubes. I appreciate you all, and thank you so much for listening to me say it so much, because we say it all the time, but it's important. You got to. What do I expect the series to come down to in matter of importance? I don't know. I think the series is going to come down to... I think Clem and Classic here is genuinely going to be a fight of how well can Clem navigate the early stages of the mid-game against some of those Classic storms and that Classic pressure, and how well can Clem kind of withstand Classic's pushes when he gets the storms and stuff coming through as well. I think a lot of the games between these two really get decided in that kind of phase of the game where it's like, okay, Classic just got enough to start pushing, or Clem was already being aggressive before that, and that maybe gets shut down and so on, so... yeah. We'll see. First map will be Ruby, second map Old Republic. I don't know what the server rules are though, so I can't actually host on NA without being told that. Cool. Ruby, Rock Central. Cool. Lobby link this up, and we'll have this opening game ready in a moment or two, guys. Classic joining the lobby, waiting for Clem to join us as well. Hope Clem wins so we avoid a PvP or another PvP. I kind of want Clem to win too for that. Honestly, I actually think if we hadn't seen Classic and herO just play, I feel like I would have been into that. Now, I know we saw Clem and herO play earlier today, but that was longer ago. So, by my logic, it's better if Clem wins just for a different matchup. Honestly, Classic herO played a really fun PvP. If we have to watch that again, I'm not upset about it, but obviously I think everyone wants to see Clem play more Protoss, right? TvP is generally going to be seen as more entertaining than the PvP, so... Alright, just waiting for Clem to ready up, and if he is ready, we can kick this off, guys. We're going to go into this opening match of the lower bracket finals. Let's get this up and running on Ruby Rock. Let's take it away. Take it away. Countdown good. Game beginning. StarCraft 2 soon operational here as we get into our opening game of this best of 5. It's the lower bracket finals of the OSC Championship 13, the Ladder Legends Championship bracket. Welcome everybody, and welcome to the players. In the top left-hand corner of the map, the red Protoss knocked down to this lower bracket just now by herO. Actually a tale that is true for both of them. Both of them knocked down to the lower bracket by herO, but just from the upper bracket final is going to be Classic. On the bottom right, having to fight through Cure, then Solar, a nail-biting series before getting a break while the upper bracket final was played. This is going to be Clem from Team Liquid. And Clem keep the momentum up against Classic, 3-1 against him over in Hangzhou for the All-Stars event the other day. And Clem now, a few days left for the PvP rematch as these games move through. Those are the questions we are asking. Those are what we are wondering. That is what we are thinking on. Get this all up and running. Appreciate you guys, and let's see what happens here as we kick this off. Gateway, everything coming through, nothing too crazy first moment or so. Just the probe scouting across the map from Classic to try and see what will happen here for a couple of moments. Get this ready to roll. Probe gonna nibble at the SCV. SCV takes some damage. Reaper will be starting up. It's going to bring that through for a couple of moments. The probe pulling back into the main a little. Again, Nexus and Cybercore both building. Probe producing. Again, orbital command and that Reaper coming through. The depot is on the way about for the moment. Let's see how our Nexus settling down here on this natural expansion for a few moments. So we get that ready to go. And drop Island into place as well. Yeah, that Reaper will be coming up. Orbital on the way through. Factory building. A lot of that coming for now. Warp gate on the way through, Stalker coming up, probe on the way, Nexus building, again factory and the reactor coming online right now. Let's just have ourselves the Reaper get into that upper left hand side. Reaper will shoot, probe takes damage, is going to go down. Take away at that for the moment, so nice little kill. Now he grenaded his own Reaper there as he tries to grenade the Stalker away. We'll turn back around. Starport coming up back at home as well. Never forget when Clem was proxying that Starport into the Hellion drop-in. I mean, he pretty much would do it in every single match that he played in TVP, just at some point. Such a good build, such a strong one. Still a kind of a comfort build for him sometimes, but not going to open the series with it, so something to think on. As we will just have the Sentry. Oh no, mistake there from Classic. Sentry is trapped, so the Sentry can't get out from the little area here. It's not the end of the world right now, but there is something that's going to, you know, be a little bit of a pain in the butt overall, so that's a little awkward just for the moment. Gonna have to try, like I say, figure that one out. As I mean, eventually you can get like a, you know, a robo in a prism that can save that Sentry, but until then, there's not really a good way to fix that, so that is unfortunately just one very stuck Sentry. Well, see if he gets involved. He can still hallucinate from there, fortunately. So and as Blink comes up to the Stalkers, the Sentry will try and absorb that information on how to blink so you can blink out of trouble, but I don't think he'll be successful. We've not seen it happen to stuck Sentry then. Other than that, we continue through. Hallucination just into the main, into the natural. Scouting through that immediately. The few Marines are going to take a step toward the hallucination as well. It's just going to come straight across with that. Again, a couple gates in the robo facility coming through. That blink is halfway done. Have the Raven and the barracks building up as well, so we bring that straight through just for now. Widow Mines are going to burrow. One Stalker probe. Second probe. Okay, I actually got 3 probes there. I didn't see where the first one went down. Maybe he was splashed on with the Stalker, or maybe one of these mines got 2 and I just thought it was 1. Either way, it's an okay-ish medevac drop. I mean, especially killing a Stalker early is very nice. That's like more than you're usually looking for, but I think Classic is not going to be too upset by the concept of, hey, well, you know what I did manage to do is I managed to clean up a bunch of what Clem is working with, and, you know, medevac will not linger on the map at all. The Raven comes up from Clem. Next step from him is to establish further harassment, and obviously that Raven can sit behind mineral lines and order turret pretty repeatedly for a while, and it does seem like that will be the idea here in the near future from Clem. Raven's going to get there without being seen. The probe there, just missing it, and then yeah, can get behind this natural, then can sit between the main and the natural, so we'll have that choice. Probes pull very preemptively, which they need to if you don't want to lose the workers. Classic says he doesn't. And I would rather lose the mining time on all than one actual worker, then he lets them go too soon anyway, and one worker dies. It's just a bit of a shame when you pulled them away so quickly, but I'm not going to shout and argue about it as extra Stalkers warp in. This is 4 gates from Classic, so Classic with a very high gateway count. A lot of Stalkers here initially, just going to come blinking through. Gets rid of the siege tank. The Marines need to start getting some damage on that. Trace the prism. He gets the prism. Okay, that's kind of big because that means no more reinforcements. Bunker will finish as well. Stalkers are going to blink in deeper. That's a very scary move considering the scenario, but let's see if we can make it work as the Marines will continue to chase. The Stalker's still blinking around. The auto turret, the Raven on the other side of the map will try and get some damage done too. We've killed 14 SCVs here though, so Clem's economy is going to be in tatters. Oh, the siege tank doesn't go down, so Clem at least preserves that. The entire time, he's obviously not mining off the natural. He's running around with those SCVs and just taking a bunch of damage overall. That part obviously not exactly ideal. Stim Combat +1, all still building through as well, bringing that up just for now as these upgrades continue by. Now we're going to see the probe resetting for a moment or two. The few Stalkers head down to the bottom right-hand side for a moment as well. Get that underway and get that in position as the Stalkers will still sit out the front. But yeah, Classic. The issue is you put a lot into the 4 gateways, right? You know, when you go 4 gate Blink Stalker, you put a lot into that investment, and so to lose all of those Stalkers is so much loss. You see the 3rd Nexus is only just coming up now from Classic. Clem's going to come back in, so the Raven is not doing tons of damage, but it's doing enough damage to just keep the mineral lines from kind of being super active. Clem's now going to have Stim. These Stalkers just blink in. They're going to recall. We're going to lose 1, though. I mean, more than anything, I think this is just Classic trying to buy time because he wants to try and get to Storm, and he felt like that maybe gave him a few more moments before Clem comes running across the map. +1 combat shield here soon. I think there will be Storm before Clem gets to the other side of the map, but I mean, even having Storm here is not necessarily a given in terms of just being the defense, right? Like, it's going to be a good step in the right direction, but it's not going to be the be-all and end-all necessarily. Depends on how well the Storms drop, and you're on 15 army supply against 57. Okay, you got 4 gates, but that's really about it. Couple Stalkers here as Clem refuses to stim too soon. Medevac showing up with taps targets for a moment or so. Clem will chase, and again, I mean, these Stalkers are happy to buy some time, although it costs you another Stalker. Clem's army supply still looking fantastic as we look to go get across this map and just send this push. The SCVs are coming too. Well, SCVs don't really love playing against the Storm, but let's see what's about to happen as the units come about. A couple Stalkers blink away. Bio's going to take a second or two to jump onto the rocks. Storm coming down. Marauders in the tank taking damage. SCVs are showing up. Tanks will siege. Going to see the SCVs still taking damage as well. A couple more shops coming in. 6 workers going down. We're all going to be seeing Classic ready to try and pull off this defense. We've got Storms available still, so Clem's got to be careful about those. Got to really respect them at this point, because if you don't, that's one way to lose this. Trying to push up and push into this position. It's another nice Storm. And for now, Classic is hanging on in there. It's double army supply still, though. The only issue I have for Clem is obviously he's using a lot of stims, so his army is low HP. Another Storm coming out. Classic, though, surely now loses this high tempo. There's no more Storms remaining for the moment. This part I'm sure of. Archon going down. Clem obviously has that kiting potential away. The Archon didn't die yet. It's still sticking around and just being annoying for the moment. Bio is still super low. Has to make sure he doesn't take any damage throughout this. Army supply still doubled up from Clem. He has a +1 attack upgrade advantage. The cells don't have charge, so they are so much... I felt like this was okay for Clem even if they had charge, which I was kind of thinking they did. Now I've realized they don't. This is even worse. Stalkers from a couple sides. Again, a lot of this Bio army is low HP, so it dies quickly, and, a few range units like Stalkers getting shots off are nice. Clem may have to stim again here as the Stalkers get pushed back. It's still double army supply, but less than before, and the Stalkers blinking through to get the cleanup here as Classic getting this defense. Stalkers still trying to step through into this. Clem trying to micro what he can, but this is Classic chasing this down, and the defense is being made. Classic finding enough Storms to throw the defense out here. He loses 19 workers, but Clem lost a bunch of SCVs, dragging them into this battle as well. And Classic is going to defend, and he is going to win game number 1 with an incredible defense. That was absolutely ridiculous. Just Storms. I mean, Clem needed to just not go up the chokiest parts, I guess. If Clem approaches from the left side onto the 3rd base, I wonder if that would have just gone significantly better for him, because I do think that is obviously a pretty major part of the issue, coming up that right-hand side, just trying to force your way up that specific kind of narrow ramp. And then we obviously lose the tanks very quickly as well, because the Storm was able to get and reach them very quickly too. definitely feels like a problem. As we get game number 2 set up here in a couple of moments, guys. Old Republic will be our map. This through in just a moment and get this ready to go. Alright, Classic with the pullback. Turn it around there as we get ready for game number 2. And kick this one off, like I said, in just a couple of moments. Get this ready to rumble. So Classic takes the lead by 1. Yeah, game 2 coming up right now as well. Get this started. Get this ready to rumble. Alrighty, GLS Chef's making corrupt. Let's jump into game number 2, guys. Let's get this one started up. Get this ready to rumble. And kick ourselves into this next game. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Players just taking a moment between maps, but we are ready to go now. So let's kick this off and see just what is going to happen. JLHF getting called. Old Republic coming up. Let's party to this one. In the top right-hand side with the 1-0 lead after a pretty impeccable defense, it is going to be Classic. Holding on against Clem's aggression. I mean, Clem really was in a good position there. We can't really say otherwise. He really just put himself in a great spot, but the attack was not good enough, and the Storms did enough. Enough Storms found their way through. Let's find a lot of that value right there as we get into game 2 of this best of 5 in a couple of moments. See what is about to happen. Pylon, probe, building, get set. Take a couple seconds. Figure out where we want to be on this one. I really just wonder how it would have looked if Clem chose, like I say, a different direction of attack. I get it, you want to go for the heart, and that is like between the natural and the third base, but just if he approaches from the left side third base, because even if you just go on the third base initially, like maybe that's good enough for you just to kind of play out from there anyway, right? So maybe that's a factor, maybe that's a possibility, not sure. Definitely something to think on for sure. Top of side server preference in game 2, so his server is going to be played here, and that is going to be a bit tougher for Clem. Playing west instead of central, so keep that in mind. Winning that first game for Classic wins one of the off-server maps that he would need to win in this series, so it's a big benefit as well. Clem had so much army supply, he thought he could overwhelm. I think the issue is Storm is really good at buying time in that scenario, and so the army supply gets knocked down heavily by the Storms, because Clem's obviously feeling the need to go, so he kind of pushed too much. I thought he could overwhelm as well, but he needed to kind of just have the better opening or the better position to do it from, and not having that originally was a little bit of the nail in the coffin from the very get-go as the Marine here. That's going to just fire up a couple of shots, so we get that in position, get that ready to go. See what we're about to do is the factory and the command center coming on in. Zephyr will take the chance to shade forward initially. Stepping through for the moment. I'm trying to see where we can get to and what we can find. Cancel building, the warp gate coming about. Stalker is going to come down the ramp as well, so take a moment there. I gotta say, I do think Classic Storm play is really just super impressive. Like, so often he's able to pull out this Storm action, and he's able to really defend a lot of positions, but I don't think he's gonna find a defense in. He may be the best player with Storm currently. Obviously, he's one of the best players no matter what anyway, but like, you know, if I was to give Storm to somebody and say, do as much with it as possible, I think Classic might be that guy. Not that that's really something we do, but like if it was, if it was, then I've got my, then I've got my guy. I'm sorted. Marine's gonna step up. Depth is gonna be in some trouble. It's gonna go down, so depth will fall initially. It's gonna get picked away at here. Just see the couple gates, the blink, all coming through, taking a couple moments for the moment. Stalker gonna get onto the Hellion, chasing that away. Tank, Banshee, Marines all building up as well. And Robo coming about, blink coming through. A lot of this still building for now as well. So again, we get some setup. See where we're going. That Marine on a bit of a journey, as you can see. And yeah, just trying to figure out what exactly our plan is here as the setup continues through. Banshee tank cloaking coming up. Again, the couple of barracks coming through. Prism in the blink. Going to be a part of that as well. Banshee shows up and a couple of probes are going to begin going down. So we're going to find some damage here. Banshee going to cloak as got 3-4 workers. And picked off pretty quickly immediately. There's going to be 5 workers going down right now. So good damage to start us off actually. 7 workers killed. And Banshee is going to get out of there. Classic just not quite prepared for that first Banshee showing up. And it gets work done. So good start initially from Classic. Now we have the Banshee moving off to the side. The Prism is going to be here to meet and, well, see that Banshee, but the Banshee's going to see the Prism. As we see, Charge is going to be the choice here from Classic right now after Blink straight away. So super quick Charge. Marines will be in position to zone the Prism out. We'll not let too much happen there just yet. Again, extra gates coming down. The Nexus coming up. Siege Tank Marines and that Stim. And the +1 building through as well. Stalker coming about right now, getting that set here just for the moment. All the Banshees coming through. The Stalker's going to be there to try and help out as well. So again, we get that underway right now. Some back in combat shield, +1 attack, all building through. Take a couple moments and see where this is going to end up as the double Banshee now shows up. And for the second time in this game, Classic isn't prepared against Banshees, but this time it's 2 of them. They're one-shotting probes. And again, Clem just flies in, kills a bunch of workers, and he's just going to fly out of there, man. Like, this is a pretty easy cleanup. And Stim combat and +1 building through on the side of Clem as well, so we get all those upgrades coming about. Marine Marauder Medevac still built in as well. And Classic is going to load up a few Stalkers to make a play into the main base and just try and find some damage back in this game. But it's been a fantastic start from Clem. He's found a lot of damage early, put himself into a very good position early on for sure. Giving himself a good setup right now as Stim combat +1 coming about. A couple of Stalkers getting hit. Marines are going to come through. Stalkers taking a bunch of shots right there, and the Marines will be there to help push things away. Combat shield and the +1 all building about. That Storm's still coming online here. Going to see the Bio-Units are going to get there to pick off that Stalker. That will go down. Now the Banshees are back. I mean, they've been absolute heroes all game. And they will go down now as we run out of cloaking and the Observer's there as well. Could have had one more probe. He'd rather take it to the main base and try and get a little extra out of this. Or maybe even keep it alive. Either way, I don't think it really matters. Clem has done so much damage. He's coming across the map. Now Storm is going to be done, so there's going to be the chance for Classic to defend, obviously, with Storm, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Let's see, as the High Templar is on the ground, it dies. So just got, that's not exactly great. The tanks and mines setting up in the back. Clem is going to chase forward and just kite back into those splash units. Let them do their thing. Stalkers are going to blink through. Widow Mines are going to have their say. And Clem is going to have his say about how this series might start going from here as he takes this to a 1-1 scoreline. Just damage from the Banshees really carrying us through to a position that was not going to be argued in the next few moments. Alright, so Clem and Classic will go to a third map, which will be on Nightshade. So let's get that set up in just a couple moments. Get this set here, guys. Go into this one. Back onto Central as well. Everyone fighting through. This off in a couple of moments. So yeah, get this ready to go. Ready to begin. Alright, Go Ghosts Classic, waiting for Clem to do the same. Give us that sign that we can begin Go GLHF, and we can kick this off. Classic and Clem Game 3 starting right now. Again, spot in the finals versus herO on the line. That's what is up for grabs as we ready on through. Get ready to begin. Let's do this. Let's jump into it. In the top left-hand side, tying it up 1-1. The red Terran player from Team Liquid is going to be Clem. Battles against the blue Protoss in the bottom right corner. Classic. Here for game number 3 of this best of 5. Oh, what a series, guys. Great day of games so far. We had 6 best of 5s, plus, well, 5 best of 5s and a best of 7 coming into it, and obviously this one, and then the best of 7 remaining right now, so it's been a great day of games. Been a long one so far, been a long one for these players. Obviously, Clem playing from pretty much the start of the day. Classic at least didn't have to start for as long, but it is getting late in Korea, so definitely a grind as it usually is in these on-lane events for these guys, but again, all of that coming through. As Rax gas building up initially. You can see the gate and the simulator coming through right now as well, so just going to get that started for now. When we get that underway for the moment. Getting this all kicked off moments, get that underway through, get this set up, see where things are going to go. Alright, Orbital Marine coming about. Nexus on the way through. You're not going to see the probe across the map. Just going to get chased around a little bit. Nothing too surprising on that one just yet either. It's just coming through for that right away. Yeah, Orbital Command Marine building through the factory and the command center. Coming online as well, so we bring that up into play. Just going to see the Marine and the SCV gathering also. You see our Nexus and Cyberport building up at the moment. Again, factory in the command center building online. Get that on the way through. The probe will get back home. What can we expect between the guys here? I don't really know. I mean, I do feel like Classic is going to keep enjoying Storm. I think he can play the Robo, but I think Storm is still his stronger playstyle. You might argue over the course of a best of 5, mixing in the Robo Bay and Colossus and stuff once is nice, but I actually think Clem is weaker against the Storm too. So I think it's in your best interest to keep playing against this, to keep playing the Storm rather than just try and play the Colossus. Maybe one of the maps he kind of prefers having the Colossus on than the Storm though, so that might be a factor. Good question. What's up, Bodie87? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated, mate. Thanks for all the great StarCraft content. The Chinese tourney was a fun watch. Hell yeah, no, it was really good. The All-Stars event was awesome. Loved that. I had a really great time with that. That was really sick. Hopefully we get more China events in the future, or just soon, honestly. I guess we'll wait, see, and cross our fingers and toes for some more from China. As you're going to see, the Adept is going to move through, just going to throw a shade down, blink in the Warp Gate building, Gateway and the probes building up as well. Marines jump into the bunker, and the Adept will take a shade forward through the natural up toward the main base. We'll check to see what's going on initially. As the SCVs come through, the Medevac and the Marines are building up. Got a lot of that on the way in right now as the Blink, the Sentry, the Warp Gate, Gateway coming through as well. All of that coming by. The couple of Marines are going to keep building. The Stalker will shoot at the Hellion. Yo! Daily Herbivore with a £100 donation. Thanks for everything you do for the streams and the tournaments. Hey, am I crazy? I'm pretty sure you donated last night, no? Am I crazy? You donated last night while I was offline already with 100. you don't have to refund it again. I did read the message. Well, thank you so much for the 100s there. Wouldn't mind having let's watch this fight 1 second. Wouldn't mind gonna hit the probe. As across the map we're gonna deal with the Adept, and it's just gonna be cleaned up. A few Marines try for some probes, but honestly not gonna do too much just yet. So thank you so much. Yeah, guys, Daily Herbivore, if you pay super attention to the stream, you will have seen the daily donation goal was at 100 when we started the day, and that was intentional because Yeah, a donation came through last night from the guy for £100, and now another £100 coming through. Dude, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream and the content, and I appreciate the generosity through and through. Really do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As a few Stalkers going to step in here, Marine going to take some damage, so a few shots coming in there. Heads going back the other way as that bunker settles down. Get some love in the chat for the big donation, guys. Get some hype going. There's an anonymous gifter going to gift one out to Daily Herbivore as well. Thank you so much for the generosity. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys. We do see Clem trying to move out onto the map. So we'll try and come over for the moment. Just going to be seeing a couple Marines, Vikings, and tanks going to fire. The Stalkers going to get chased away for a couple moments too. Just going to get those pushed back for now. Charge on the way out. Stalker in the Immortal producing. And that charge coming through for a couple of moments as well. So bring a lot of that up and into play. As the Bio is going to keep chasing those Stalkers, but that's obviously kind of what you want to some extent as Classic. You're buying time with these Stalkers and getting yourself more time to get set up. A bit more of this army comes back around. We are going to see the Bio. Just going to fight. The tank's going to shoot. Stalker's still going down. Tank going to siege. Zell in the front starting to go down here. Units from all sides. We're just going to blink into this. It's a lot of damage output because we do have the Vikings out great against these Stalkers. The Immortal at the end is going to be pretty beefy, though, and I don't think we can actually get through that as Clem, but he gets rid of most of everything else. This is a fight which is kind of interesting, because this is the sort of fight where it's like, oh, Clem just got shut down and pushed away, but I actually think he's okay. That was a good pullback on that Stalker, only to then walk it straight into the ramp. As now there's tank siege as well, you got to be careful. If Classic doesn't recognize the reinforcement, he could have maybe lost more there, but I think he does. He does a good job of adjusting to the situation as well right there. The Marines and the Viking gather, a couple forges, and the Prism on the way up as well. The results actually going to have that charge now. This is where things go a little bit better for Classic, and the final cleanup here may go okay. We're actually going to step into the Immortal, trying to kill it off these Marines. They do get it, so we get a bit of value there from Clem that she maybe wasn't meant to. As, yeah, Classic cleans this up, but Clem did a lot of damage. Resources lost here is going to be 3.6 to 3.8k, pretty close, slightly favoring Classic. And Clem is just on his way to stimming +1 behind this. I honestly think this is one of those, like I say, it's a weird push. Because usually when you see a push go down like this, you're like, oh. You know, you see a push go down like that, and you're like, oh, okay, well, if that push just happened, then it got cleaned up, then Clem's kind of in trouble. But he did enough. He cleaned out enough for this to be worthwhile. You completely reset the Stalker count down to 0. You completely reset the tech count. And Classic, I don't think it's too shocking to actually see him go Robobay right now, because I think this is a scenario where trying to go Storm, you're just not going to have enough to support the Storm, whereas maybe the Colossus can get by without a little bit of support and kind of get through for a little bit defensively at first. So you are going to see him switch into the Colossus this time around rather than playing the Storm in these early stages. It's going through 1-1 coming about from Classic, the extended thermal lance coming over. Colossus gates, the Nexus all coming about. The Widowmine's going to be there, as you just see the Medivac doing a little bit of healing. Lazard's going to drop down. The Marines, the Marauder coming through as well. It's going to see a few shots coming through on all of that. As we take a second or so, and it's going to see Classic actually going to go for the recall on that Prism, which obviously just makes a whole bunch of sense. Trying to ensure that you don't lose that. Let me keep it nice and safe where possible. Bio gathering, again, 1 upgrades, and that thermal lance continuing through as well, so keep a lot of that on the way right now. Bio mine joining together. +2 thermal lance continue to come about. Again, the +2 armor going to come about as well. Again, you have the Colossus and the Robo facility continuing by. Marine will push that probe away. Pylon comes down, a couple more probes dropping already, as that Marine is going to put some pressure through and try and get some damage done. We get a few workers here in Classic. The one thing I'll say is he's obviously rebuilding into those bases very quickly. So 5 base set up for him, now expanding to 6. This is a big map, and Classic is looking to utilize it by just going base, 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 base. And, yeah, he just wants to get all the expansions up and running and have all of the economy in the world, basically, is what it feels like. And so you just have the 2-2 trickling along here from Classic. The 1-1 going to finish up from Clem. We're just going to see the Widowmine get picked off. Fire going to get going. A couple of Zelds getting picked away at. And we'll see the Nexus coming down. The Set up on that right side, continuing pylon coming through as well. Again, the 2-2 coming about, some speed coming over. Last couple nexus continue to build for now as the army of Classic sets up into the upper right-hand side. Factory gets down the left, just going to see the upgrades continue to come through. That bio army will still collect together right here, so that's settled in. Again, the Vikings, the armory, the ghosts, so again, a lot of that just straight into place. We're going to be maxed out versus maxed out here, and we'll see how these late game fights go. Classic obviously has the Colossus. He's going to have 2-2. 2-2 to 1-1 is going to be a big deal, and Clem's armory is later, but it's not super strange to see that be later. What's maybe strange is that he's got late armory. Okay, no, he does have a ghost command. I didn't see that, but he is going ghosts and some Vikings. So he's got the tech units to kind of make up for the lack of, just straight up upgrades on the infantry. No stim yet from Clem. I like it a lot, because Classic would love to force you to kind of stim really early here. And so by the time, you're just immediately starting to drain medevac energy and so on. Prism in the main base, so Clem does not have a good shutdown on this. Man, there was a while ago, like a month or so ago, Clem was so good at stopping these prisms from getting in and just denying the big warp-ins from happening. Now Clem has to deal with that while also still looking at the army on the front door. Fortunately for him, I actually don't think that's too powerful for Classic at the moment. We're not really seeing much come from Classic pushing with that either. Clem has lost 20 SCVs. His army supply massive. I don't know if this extra Zealot warp-in is a good call or not. I mean, 2-2 to the 1-1 means that the Zealots actually tank for a long time. We do see extra units showing up. I just wonder, because it felt like the Zealots were already kind of getting cleaned up, and then there was obviously already going to be units in position, but like I say, with the 2-2, it does still take a while to clean these Zealots out, so it probably was a good call in the end. As it keeps Clem busy, and now Classic's pushing in on the right side once again. This time, he's still not going to get too far forward. He still kind of gets forced back for the most part. Unable to do too much here just yet. 12 Zealots still building, a couple disruptors coming about, 3-3. Is going to build as well, so we continue to get that going right now. Bring that up. Prism around the top into the main base. Just going to see the Zealots are going to unload. Stalks pulling through. A couple of Vikings going to get shot at. Everything else going back over there. We are going to see that army chasing back the other way. Clem is going to get a bit of a catch. He's going to get rid of one of the Colossus at least, so there's not a lot of tech units. But that's the kind of game Classic's playing, because he's going to have so many bases. He can get away with not having as many tech units because he's just going to rebuild and trade kind of, badly, but also, killing a lot of eco. So it's going to be inefficient trades that he can build back off of very successfully. That is the idea right now from Classic. And that is something we've seen be a real mainstay of the TVP matchup in recent history. It really has been a big part of what just keeps happening in this, like I say, matchup as of late. Let's see a couple of disruptor shots coming through. We got away pretty decently, honestly. And got a catch on a couple of them now as we try and chase forward. Vikings right there to help out as well. Disruptor still taking some damage. We're actually going to kill it. The Vikings going to get thrown to the Colossus. I think we can kill that Colossus and justify sticking around to kill it. It's equal upgrades right now, so it's not as bad of a fight for Clem as it might have been at other points. Clem does have the supply lead army-wise over Classic. Hits the rocks there for just a sec. Classic's going full disruptor mode. Prism back into the main base. Because Clem's been thrown off and obviously is being already harassed over here. It's going to be difficult. He just says GG. I mean, he's stuck on 3 bases as well. And he's up against Classic, who is literally just expanding every single location on the map. And Clem just cannot regain control. I really felt like this first push of Clem was so good, though. But yeah, he just couldn't start. I mean, it's the Prism. If the Prism doesn't get in and start sending Zealots everywhere, it becomes such a different kind of game, right? But once the Zealots start getting everywhere, and then you can't get your ghost count stabilized, and you've got the threat of the army at the front as well, it's so difficult because the Zealots in the main require a lot of units, but if you overpull units to the main base, the army on the right side just gets melted, and you lose the base over there. It's a really difficult balancing act that is best dealt by just not stepping on the tightrope in the first place. Don't let that Prism into your main base, and the entire situation becomes way smoother from the very get-go. 10,000 feet coming up for a map number 4 here, as Clem will be trailing, and Classic is 1 map away from being in the Grand Finals, and that would guarantee us a new OSC champion that we've never had before. Clem, again, is a 2-time OSC champ, but Classic and herO have never won it, and it would be a PvP to decide it. And if we get there, which is that question for the moment, that's what we're figuring out this next moment or so. Ready, GLHF, says Clem. Classic says go GLHF as well. And we're going to kick off into map 4 right here. Let's see if Clem pulls it back, or if Classic is going to keep running around and just throwing a base here, there, and absolutely everywhere on the... Isn't this a best of 5? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm just saying if Classic does win. I just like to talk about possibilities a lot, you know? It's exciting. It lets you know what's on the line for this game, if the guy wins or he doesn't, and so on and so forth. Top left-hand side, the red Protoss player is going to be Classic, taking on the blue Terran. This is Clem. Game 4 of our best of 5. Getting set up right now, getting this underway. Ready to see where things are going to go over these next few moments as we get this all up and running, ready to rumble. Probe in the pylon on the way up as well, just for a couple of moments so we get that started out and get that underway. And we look to see where we continue with for the moment. Clem is going to send one SCV right across over here, so he's going to Engineering Bay block super early in this game, and that's going to be his starting point right now, as we'll have that Engineering Bay on the low ground. The probe will come down, nibble at the probe, nibble at the SCV, sorry, and just try and stop Engineering Bay, but that's going to have quite a bit of HP on it, so pretty late spot from Classic, and Clem will be fairly successful in these first few moments, as the probes will continue to pull in. Engineering Bay, nibble, nibble, nibbled at, taking some damage right now. End up going down. Probe pulls at the SCV as well. I'm just going to see a little bit more nibbling being done for the moment. I mean, we're going to deny this, just takes a little bit of time, and obviously these are all probes off the mineral line, so Clem is trying to slow Classic a little bit early, trying to impact him. Maybe trying to get him to build an off-location base. Maybe he wanted to try and do something harassment-wise if Classic had, you know, build off-location for the expansion instead, which is sometimes the reaction to this, but that's not what Classic does. He goes for the slower expansion on location, though, with the probes called early. Adept in the warp gated building. Again, the command center low ground. The factory coming up. CC on the way. Just going to see that reactor finishing on this barracks in the next couple of moments right now. We do have the Adept going to take a shade. Going to move straight over with that. The Adept is coming about. A couple of moments. And Classic will head to the bottom right-hand side to see what's going on here. So we're going to get in position there. The Marines going to get straight onto this Adept. And the Adept is already in for the trouble. It's going to take quite a few shots. Doesn't go down. Does make its escape for now, at least out to the other side of the map. So I'm just going to get out of there. Pull them on, peeling away. Coming around as well. Helene the Marines still building up. The Dark Shrine building up from Classic as well. And with just another aggressive step forward there. Takes down the Adept and now hitting the Stalker a little bit. Helene still there to keep on trading as well. Helene and Marine going in after the Stalker, just trying to get a little more done. The Stalker will indeed go down at the end of this. Oh, that Stalker's still going to fight. We are going to see the few Marines taking some damage, so a few shots coming around. For the moment, a few shots going back and forth. The Dark Shrine coming up, the Robo Facility coming through. Again, just going to see the medevac, but I wouldn't mind the few Marines coming over. The probes are going to pull. They're going to get in after that Hellion. A couple workers going down right now. The medevac boosting across the other side, trying to get settled here. Get some damage done. And let's just take a moment or two. But mine hits the Stalker. It will fall. It's going to be seeing a few Stalkers going in after the Medevac still, so not a bad start at all from Clem. And now on this high ground, we'll get another probe or two that kind of just need to get pulled away, unfortunately. Not really a better way to go about that as the Medevac comes back into the top side. Just going to move around for a little bit here. Take a couple seconds. Bunga drops in. Engineering Bay coming up. Tracks, Raven coming around. Tank and the Marines building by as well. So can we get a lot of that on the way through just for the moment here. I'll see this DT showing up, but if we can deal with this DT well, I mean, we've got the Raven on the way too. And this does not feel hot at all for Classic, who is going to be trying to maximize what he can get from the DTs. But yep, there's the Raven, and there's another DT going down. So damage taken across the map. DT just doing nothing at all. This is not where you need this to go right now if you are Classic. You are looking for a lot more than what you just found. And Clem starts to look good in a Game 4. I'm going to say we're looking to a Game 5 yet, but it's definitely on the right track if you are cheering for Clem, because his opening has been good offensively and defensively. Some combat children +1 all building through. The few Marines is going to load up. This drop is still around looking for more. Let's just get a couple more probes on that third base location. And again, just more damage being dealt. Just a frustration after frustration continue to come through at the moment. Such an annoying scenario. We do see the DT is going to strike through a couple of those Marines though, so we get some damage dealt. It's going to be seeing the bio. It's going to be there as the Raven comes back in. And we get some more workers at least. So this time Classic does find some damage. Plus you know the DT, but I mean, you gotta do, you gotta give something to get something a lot of the time in this game. It is rare to kind of create something out of nothing, so loses the DT, but like I say, doing okay. Otherwise, the auto turret is good to get the Prism. Prism will go down. There's a couple of Zealots are gonna gather up. Storm charge coming through. The Medevac on the top, gathering as well. Still just gonna see Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 building into play at the moment. So bringing a lot of that through. That Storm just building on the Templar Archives. Chrono boosting that along right now as well. I see all those upgrades about to hit, and from Clem are going to make it a hell of a push as he goes across the map, and the units are moving across as we speak right now. So it is push time. It is time to go, go, go. Clem. He's going to be up against Storm, so we've seen this one before. Game 1, Clem big push and Classic defending, but with the Storm, no SCV pull this time. I just don't think Clem needs it. He's building the third command center behind this. Puts a little bit less pressure on him. He's going to actually kill a High Templar with the auto turret. The feedback goes on the Raven, but that'll be all that High Templar does. I mean, Storm is ready. First Storm comes down very far forward. I'm just going to give him the third base, but I mean, the third base is not exactly the... you can't just give him a third base and be like, wow, I'm just going to two base now. Like I say, Clem's not pulled SCVs here. This time he's going to disrespect Classic a little bit by stepping through, but then he thinks maybe a little better of it. Thanks to Siege, can Classic somehow scramble enough Storms together to actually make something happen here? I'd be pretty disgusted if he can. This really does feel like one where Classic should not have success. This game was kind of against him. He had one successful DT. Everything else really did go against him here, as he is going to Prism Micro his butt off with the Archon to actually get a bit of a defense together, and he will hold. Wow, he will actually defend, but I mean, that was through some cool micros. I'm not going to be disgusted yet. He holds, but in the sense of he's going to probably die anyway to reinforcements, which should happen in the next moment or two. Like I say, you had to give up your third base, you had to give up a lot of your good units. I mean, High Templar just gets target fire there. We feed back some Medevacs, that's where we're at. We don't have the energy for Storm, but we've got to do something because they're going to die. Nexus cancelled again, Widowmine gets a shot in, and Clem is going to once again re-establish this series as a tied situation. We are going to go to the Game 5. We are going to go all the way. Again, Clem just cannot get away from these, he just cannot for the life of him get away from these freaking, Game 5 series, man. Widowmine's going off, Archon's going down, Bio fighting through, Clem is going to take it, like we said, to Game 5. We are going the distance on this one. So, 5th game coming up in a couple moments. Going to get that on the way, guys. We're going to get this started, as it is going to be the deciding map played on Winter Madness. Clem's server preference, but every game this series has been won on the opponent's server preference. Classic winning Game 1, then Clem Game 2, and they've obviously been alternating server preference from there and alternating wins. So, a funny stat there, because usually we talk so much about server preference, but it's just not been the be-all and end-all at all in this one. I mean, as it shouldn't be against, between two players like Clem and Classic, really. They're better than server preference dictating exactly how these games turn out. Okay, everyone hosted up. herO sits in the grand final. He's... what do you guys think? I think herO's upset if he has to play Clem or Classic. I actually don't think he minds too much. I mean, maybe he prefers Classic. I think PvP's dangerous. Clem's dangerous. I don't think there's a good opponent to come through from this. I think herO's just happy that he won the upper bracket final, so A, he doesn't have to put in the energy right now, and B, he gets the 1-0 lead in the best of 7 as well. That's also going to be a pretty serious benefit and positive, so... yeah, I think that's probably the way that this really looks overall as we settle into Winter Madness. Game number 5, it is deciding map time, my friends. Let's get into this, and once again, these two giving us an absolute phenomenal series, as they so often do. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Terran from Team Liquid is Clem. He's up against the red Protoss in the top left. We've got Classic here. I can say once again, this series between two players who are just so much fun to watch, so much fun to see. I love watching them. And yeah, every time they play each other, they bring out bangers. And again, this has really been no different just yet. Get this all started out. Ready to party. Clem's 4th 5-game series in a row. Yeah, man, he's going the distance in all of these. Can Clem make it to finals? Will Classic hit him to the post and rematch herO in the PvP? All to be figured out. Two gateways coming up from Classic, so it's going to be a very aggressive start from him. 2 gates on the way through. It's going to be seeing the barracks is building, SCV coming up. I love Clem and I hope he wins. Come on, Leakweed Clam. Love to see the energy, guys. Like I say, I think Clem has a lot of fan love right now to avoid the PvP final, but like I say, Classic herO is just a fun series too. Like, I don't think we can really go wrong with that final. It's going to be great no matter what. This game will decide it. Like I say, 2 gates from Classic means he can be a bit more aggressive early on. herO won with some aggression against Clem in Game 5 earlier today. The proxy 2 gate in the middle of Mothership, and Clem obviously just no scout, no info, no idea it was happening. Perhaps a factor here too is the command center factory coming about. We get this on the way. Let's see, our Nexus and the Adepts are building through a couple of moments. Marine coming about. Get this set up and ready. Get this set up and rolling. A couple of Stalkers just warping straight through here. The probe on the way about. Nexus coming through. Command center building from Clem. Just going to see the barracks continue to come around as well. Cyclone coming by. Adept will pull around. Just going to see those 2 Adepts chasing the SCV initially. Adepts trying to rally over to the ramp. Again, Cyclone building. Barracks and the reactor both on the way. These Adepts will cover the ramp for a few moments here. Twilight Council and the Warp Gate continue to build up as well. 2 Adepts will continue to deal some damage here. Get some work done. Yeah, Adepts going to end up shading back for a couple of moments. Right now, a couple of Adepts going to shade through again. Just going to get into that high ground, see where we can go. Cyclone going to be the defense. Adepts are going to get SCVs pulled onto them. They'll get a couple kills, but I don't know if this is really all that amazing. 2 SCVs. And mostly the Stalkers in the low ground will go for, I was going to say 1 more, but they don't. Does 2K really do that much from Classic? Not really. Not really find much value from... Like I say, just because you invested into the gate earlier, right, it becomes that little bit of an investment, so... Link building, Warp Gate on the way, the couple Stalkers and the Robo facility coming about as well. Impact will start. The Marines building. Over these next few moments. Let's pulled back into the main. Let's see what's going on. That's rolling for the moment. Again, +1 stim combat shield all coming about. Starport in production. The blink and the prism on the way up as well. Just going to see the gateway and a couple of additional probes building through also right now as that prism continues into play. Again, starport on the way. Reactor coming through. Refinery building. All that coming in for the moment. Stimpack combat shield and the +1. All in production, as you can see right now. Bringing a lot of that up for the next couple seconds. The Stalker going to get a couple shots off on the Marine. It's going to go down as well. It's going to be a nice little grab just for the moment, and we continue through. Stalker's just blinked down. Obviously got the couple Cyclones into the main base. They're going to try and defend up over there. It's a lot of Stalkers here from Classic. No third base yet with the 4-gate investment. Clem is a moment away from having Stim. That's going to help massively. He's got a couple of Marauders and a bunch of Marines. So while you don't have the typical defense of the Siege tanks, Classic's going to show up. Clem's not going to show Stim yet. He kind of wants Classic to blink into him, I imagine, but Classic's going to be very responsible. He's not going to blink in. No bunker from Clem's a bit of a shame, but like I say, he does have these upgrades finishing on the Bioons. He's going to pull the SCVs. He can afford to lose some because obviously Classic is pretty aggressive. Third base only just starting now. Cyclone's nice to force this back a little bit. I mean, as time ticks by, this feels better for Clem in my eyes because we get more of the Bioons out that have their upgrades available. Prism needs to be careful there because Cyclone lock-ons will get rid of it and the Prism will go down. So that's a massive win from Clem as Classic slips up for a moment. Now he's stemmed forward. These Stalkers do not have a secondary way to get out apart from blinking, so they cannot really escape this push in. And that's a lot of Stalkers going down. When they blink again, they will be able to probably get away from this. Clem is obviously not losing, is losing stuff at the same time during this as well. He will lift up. The medevac will get brought forward. If we blink forward into this, we can obviously get some kills as Clem, which is exactly what he starts to do. Classic losing the Prism brings you so much potential because then all of a sudden you're in that weird situation where you're just kind of, again, blink is your only getaway, so you can't blink in and then micro back with the Prism or anything, and that is going to turn that into a very funky couple of moments right there. My goodness, exciting moment as we are going to be seeing the bio from Clem resetting. Classic's on to go into the Colossus, so he'll get that set up right now as well. That will be his next step in this game. He'll get that underway for these next couple moments, and we will see where we go as Thermal Lance comes through. Colossus still building. Marine, Marauder, Medevac, a couple of barracks are still coming by, so again, a lot of this coming through just for the moment here. And get that started, get this all underway. Bio army up through the center of the map again. Viking, Marauders, Marines coming through. The armor upgrade building as well. The Widow Mines will burrow up toward the probes. Unburrow, reburrow. Couple seconds. Clem walking into the opposition there. Just save the one unit trapped by the force field. Dropping the main, denying the mining for the moment as well. As Classic does get the blink forward to get rid of that mine, which he sees with the Observer. Mine drop here, just going to unburrow, reburrow, just for a little bit more lost mining time being forced. And good job by Classic, pulling the probes away. Does not let any of those Widow Mines kind of connect in a big way, so able to deal with that very nicely for the moment. Fire will continue to unload. A few more units just popping out over here. We are going to see the Stalkers, the Colossus, stepping through. Bio will stem forward here and will be able to get the Colossus. I think he wasn't watching. He wasn't expecting the units to be there as he loads up to play getaway. He loses one full medevac. He needs to be careful because the blink's coming in a sec. He's going to have to unload, and these units are in trouble as Clem this time makes the mistake. He will just lose one more medevac, this time empty because he unloaded. As Clem will regather everything. But yeah, that actually felt like I thought what he was doing. I thought he knew the army was there, so I thought he was just going to stim and just dive the Colossus, right? And just be like, oh, I'm just going to catch this before you do anything. See if you can force field in time. But he actually just didn't realize he was walking into the army, so he ended up in a bad position. Then he obviously lifts and leaves, and it doesn't go too well either. Clem, 133 to 123 supply, 3.7 to 2.7k resources lost. So favoring Classic on the resource loss tab. Clem building double armory, so a bit of a mistake there, because you don't typically want 2 armories, you just want to unlock the 2-2 upgrades ability to build. There's the usual kind of way of that. There's the Zealot Stalker Sentry Colossus gathering for a moment. It's coming around to the bottom, just getting set up here. Stalker's going to shoot, wouldn't mind firing, just going to see a couple of shots coming back around, wouldn't mind trying to land on some of the Stalkers and the Colossus right there. Bunker going to go down, Depot getting picked away at. Clem's supply-wise is okay to deal with this right now. Classic. Oh, the Stalkers are in a weird position, so the Vikings are going to get a play onto this. We're going to get rid of the Prism. Cancels the warp in. That's massive. No Zealots to support this, and that means Classic's army will end up melting. Everything is going to go down. It was an awkward position because the Stalkers were out of position to the right side to begin with, but even worse when the Prism gets killed without the warp, and that was very close to finishing. I'm not saying some Zealots would have changed the entire pathway of that, but it maybe would have done a little bit more for you. Once those Zealots didn't get in, everything else was kind of just destined to die, and that is pretty much what happened at that stage. And that is going to be a brutal little scenario for Class again. Fully reset on that army. These few Marines are going to go down. This drop gets found. Clem will see pretty much everything on the map for Classic over to this left-hand side, so being able to see that is obviously some pretty major factors. Just going to be seeing the Zealots coming through for a couple of seconds here, as we see the army resetting just for a moment or two. Bio pulling back across, taking a moment. Just going to be seeing that 4th base setting up as well. Stalker Colossus gathering, waiting. Everyone kind of waiting. Ooh, intense game. Game 5. Clem is definitely looking better off than Classic is at the moment, but we're not there yet. Classic, I mean, is now building some disruptors too. He's going to finish his +2/+2 upgrades soon, but +2 attack is ahead of everything else. Clem's going to be close behind. And +2 armor finishes from Classic. Clem should be even upgrades, and then Classic will have an edge on +3 attack, but it's not crazy. It's not like a full 1-1 set of upgrade lead. GT building, ship weapons coming through, the +3/+2 coming about, disruptors are coming online. So shot fires. Just for a moment or so right there. And Medivacs and the Marauder still building through. That Ghost coming up. We are going to be seeing Classic heading through the center. You know, I've counted Classic out a few times against Clem before, and he brings it back and pushes himself back in position, so I don't want to say it's done yet. Like, Clem is in a good spot. Classic is starting to expand everywhere, and he's catching Clem in a moment where Clem is not really doing a whole lot of anything right now. And Clem's just sitting here, and I guess maxing out before he goes, maybe waiting on Ghost, maybe waiting on 2-2. It's going to be interesting to see if that's something which backfires, because now Classic's going to have a ton of bases, and Clem does not have anything around the map to deny any of those bases, so this could be a little bit problematic soon. Clem, obviously, his advantage from that previous fight win is, you know, straight up to kind of getting maxed out here. Classic is not in the most ideal of army comps because he's playing Disruptors. The Disruptors initially again denied, now he's split from the next two. The Vikings already got rid of the Colossus. This is the issue, is that Classic's army sucks compared to what it usually does. However, the Prism got in low HP, it just survived, and will get a massive warping off on low HP, so Clem is going to have to stop chasing, pull back over here. +2 armor is a second or two from finishing. I think it does complete before the Engineering Bay goes down, so fortunate for Clem, that upgrade at least is not denied. Now the Prism will fall. No, still alive, and now we're actually pushing the right side because Clem pulled everything back toward the main as Clem panicking a little bit, messing up a little bit. SCVs will pull in. The Stalkers are going to go for the for the Planetary. The Disruptor hits on the units, and Classic is going to take an incredible fight because the Prism just slipped through. Just as Clem was diving on the army and capitalizing on what was honestly not a good army comp from Classic, and you could see it in action. Classic finds a way to make something happen. It's all because of that Prism, and that's why Prism denial is such a key factor in this TVP as the game gets deeper. Oh, Classic maxed out again. 95 pros will help you with that, of course. He's got economy for days. We blink into this Planetary once again. Clem needs to figure out how to get in position, but he's going to be zoned by the Disruptor, so the Planetary will go down. The question is, does Classic lose a lot retreating away from this? He's got Zealots that can stop the retreat. He's also got Disruptors that can buy time as well, and Clem loses the right side base. He's going to leave the game. Classic is going to get it done. as he outplays Clem in these last minute or two. Just able to get so much value. And again, that Prism gets in. It starts to swing everything. 2 times Classic was getting absolutely dumpstered in the main army fight. Like 2 times he was getting absolutely dumpstered. He was in the bin. But both times he finds a way back into it. No GG. Guys, Clem's not going to GG in that game. Like, you can be mad about it. He's not going to GG. He was in a stupidly good position. Like, this... In his mind right now, this feels like absolute utter bullshit. Because 1 Prism survived on the sliver of HP and he lost the game because of it. It's going to feel unfair. So yeah, he's not going to GG. Like, I think we can just accept that. This suspiciously rage quit. Of course it's a rage quit. He just fucking lost from an incredible spot. Like, he was in a... Like Classic was in a nigh on horrible... Like, he was just in a horrible place. You saw his army was about to get absolutely deleted, and all Clem has to do is shove across the map, and he's good. But having to pull back for that Prism, I actually think he just panicked against the Prism too, because I actually think against the Prism he probably could have just... I think he could have just sent less back. But yeah. Classic gets it done, and it sets up the PvP Grand Final as it is going to be. Classic versus herO coming up. You think Clem quit a bit early? He's 3 bases against 8. I think it's over. He couldn't lose the 4th, is what it comes down to. Clem didn't do anything while Classic was mining everywhere? Yeah, because I think the first time Clem wiped out Classic's army, he was just appreciative of like, hey, maybe I can just take this into my better tech units and actually work with the better tech to kind of set up from there. And he tried to do that and try to kind of make that sort of approach. So I don't think there's anything too wrong with that concept initially, but obviously in this case it backfired. I mean, it didn't go wrong. He set up in a position where he was able to kind of match the army. In fact, if anything, it was good play from Classic to just take that moment to mass expand. Because then while Clem is trying to... basically Clem is trying to say, okay, I'm just going to set up my set, get into a better army and max and go because my army will be way better. Classic says, hey, if you do not manage to, if you do make a mistake, I'm going to have a boom in economy. So while my army is going to suck and you're going to take that advantage and I can't stop you, I'm at least going to have an insane economy to kind of fight back and push through. So I don't think that was a mistake from Clem, sitting back and doing nothing, because you saw how much better his army was. He just then, in that moment, had to be able to step forward and actually win the fight and not have the Prism in the main. Not let everything else then go wrong in those few moments after. Because that's obviously where everything could have gone very wrong very quick. Oh, that's where everything did go very wrong very quickly. So, GG's. It's going to be a Classic herO rematch in a few moments. Got time, guys. We'll take a quick BRB. We'll come back and we'll see you in a couple of moments. See you guys in a sec. Classic and herO. One of them will be a first-time OSC champion and take home the OSC trophy for the 2025 season as we get ready to roll. Kicking this off in a couple of moments, guys. Thanks for joining us today. If you're enjoying, do not forget to support the channels, follow, like, and subscribe. All of that is free to do, and all of it's greatly appreciated as our players are ready. Let's kick off into the grand finals. It's best of 7. I'll do the intro when we get in, I guess, a little bit, because obviously it's best of 7, but a 1-0 lead. But I'll just say it in-game in case anyone starts watching a video or VOD from the start, so they don't miss out on that info. Get ready into this next map. Alright, so in the top left-hand side, we do have our blue Protoss player. He came from the winner bracket, so he will start with a 1-0 lead in this best of 7. This is herO. And in the bottom right, it is going to be our red Protoss player. It is Classic here for game 2. So game 2, because we're going to call game 1 the game which is a free win for herO because of the winner bracket advantage. Let's see how this plays out for him. Bit of PvP to wrap us up today. Let me get this ready to go. And this ready to kick off, getting this started. Get underway for a couple of moments right now. See where things will go. It's going to be seeing the Chrono Boost on a Proby. Take a couple of seconds getting set up. It's going to be 2 gateways each. Obviously, you saw a variety of builds from both of these players during the upper bracket finals. So now they rematch. The fun thing about PvP is everyone has a bunch of different builds to use. I wonder what the tendency is going to be. Honestly, there was no tendency in the first series between these two, right? It was a lot of yeah, there was a lot of kind of mix-ups from both players. Like, no one really did anything in particular, kind of like repeatedly, right? No one was the expander through and through. No one was the proxier through and through. Everyone did a bit of everything in that last series, so it kind of leaves it wide open on this one. I'm gonna get this ready to roll. Two Adepts coming about. That's going to be the proxy from Classic to start us off. So he's the one with the robo facility, middle of the map to begin with. As, you know, the fact that this is a rematch, the 1-0 lead kind of makes sense, because it's like they kind of continue their earlier series. There's just a new endpoint, right? And herO is just one map close to it because he went 3-2 earlier. So because of the way it works out, this 1-0 advantage is kind of just a nice continuation of how these guys played against each other earlier on. So we can kind of have that as a nice little something. A couple Stalkers going to come through. The probe will be chased. And we just see a couple Stalkers in the warp gate coming about. Robo facility building through. The extra Stalkers coming online. Again, that warp gate coming through as well as we continue to bring that straight by into action for these next couple moments. And a couple Stalkers coming through. The warp gate is very much so in production as well, so bring a lot of that by just for now. Just going to see the Stalkers able to get rid of a Proby. And yeah, a couple sentries, the Stalker, the Immortal coming through in the grand finals of this Ladder Legends Championship bracket for OSC Season 13. The Stalker's going to hit at the Adepts, who will take the chance to fire through a little bit. So see the Immortal is going to be there. The Stalker is going to get picked away at. The Adept is going to help to get that. So first Stalker goes down from herO as this Immortal and Adept combined are going to combine for some damage initially, so able to get through at first. Robo coming up, Nexus coming by, a couple more Stalkers coming into play. Continuing to get that going as the Prism and the Warp Gate still building as well. Get that up and running here as we take a couple of seconds. Again, the Immortal coming about, so we're going to see the Robo finishing up from herO defensively, who will be trying to defend the expansion. We'll see if he can also slip by with some of those harassing units on the other side of the map as well, so he's going to be trying for that. If nothing else, we cancel the Nexus, which probably is just smart, because I don't think that's going to survive, and We'll lose this first pylon very quickly, but obviously there is going to be a second pylon on the back. Oh, it doesn't reach the second gateway, though, so one of the gates remains unpowered. Yeah, it's Stalkers over here from herO, so it's going to force an interesting response from Classic, who actually is going to get a surround. Oh, my goodness. So that's interesting. I mean, at the same time, now we still lose power to the gateways, though, so you're not going to be able to warp in. If we lose 3 workers, a lot of lost mining time. But you killed 3 Stalkers as well. A couple of force fields going down. The Prism massive in terms of turning this around and backing away from this without too much of an issue. A couple of units going back the other way as well. Gateway and Mortal continue to come about. Just going to see that Sentry taking damage, Stalkers taking shots. We'll just be seeing a couple of Mortals, the Stalkers, and the Sentry still gathering up for the moment. Sentry and the Gateway coming by, the pylons coming through. Prism still overhead there as... well, Classic still the aggressor, so still able to hold this position a little bit in his favor for the moment. We'll see how that turns out overall as a couple of units back power on by. We'll be seeing the couple of Mortals actually going to... I mean, at this point we kill the gateways off, right? And that's going to be very powerful because it removes a lot of your production from herO. So those gates are going down. Don't think we can do much about it. The Prism takes a few shots on its shields. Not ideal because if the battery gets healed up, it's going to gets regenerated. It's going to waste those shots on the Prism. Going to try and drop another force field down again. Immortal coming through. Pylon taking a bit more damage. Again, Immortal coming about. The gates coming through. The Sentry coming over. Also coming down again. A couple of units just getting warped in. We are going to be seeing the Prism over the bottom side. Moving about a little bit as well. We will come over. Just going to be seeing the Prism is zoned out. The Prism goes down. What a disaster from herO. Trying to make something happen there. And it's just going to go completely wrong. And just like that, we undo the winner bracket advantage. So Classic is going to retie the series. And now we go 1-1 into the next game of this grand finals today. As we figure who is going to be the newest OSC champion. Again, no repeat winner. It's going to be Old Republic for this next map. So we'll get that started here. Obviously don't have to worry about servers because we're on Korea. Perfect. Alright guys, second or two, we'll kick this off and we'll get this one running. And thank you for joining us. And we can get ready to roll. Like I said, momentarily readying up from herO and Classic. We're going to go straight in. No reason to delay. We'll get these games, like I say, marching on through as we get tied 1-1 in this best of 7 matchup. Late in Korea. Not super late though. It's like what, like is it 1 AM right now? It's 8 PM at 9 PM. Oh, it's like 2 AM. It's like 2 AM in Korea, I believe. So 2 AM in Korea right now. It's late, but not really late. These guys sometimes play in the European timed cups as well, so yeah, not super late. These guys will be fine as we get into this game 3. Man, it's been a great final day of the OSC. I mean, it's been a great tournament in general, but what a great final day. The result today, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Did we get every map possible today, actually? 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. Oh my god, we had every map possible today. I didn't realize that. Jeez. I didn't realize we had every map possible so far today. Oh my goodness. That doesn't happen a lot. Holy. Yeah, that really is kind of wild. That caught me off guard, honestly. Didn't really realize that, to be honest. That is kind of nuts. I like it, though. I like it. Too bad you woke up late and missed a lot. Well, if you want to go back and watch, there's some beautiful VODs available on Twitch or YouTube. You can go back. We stream live on YouTube, so you can catch up on everything on YouTube if you don't like watching Twitch VODs. Skip through the series you don't want to see and stuff very easily. It's all available at youtube.com/WardiTV. Give it a look. Sub there if you don't already. Appreciate you. Only similar coming by, so we just get that set into place for a moment or two. A couple of gates coming up. Probe on the way. Let's get this settled right now. Cybercore coming on both sides of the map. Probe gets out. Over to that left-hand side. Just going to set up over there. We will be seeing the second gateway coming through. So it's a second gate versus single gate herO. Maybe looking for the fast expansion on this one. And a way to get that started initially seems to maybe be the idea that we're going to have. So we'll set up that at first. We're just going to be seeing this gateway coming through. Again, Robo Facility dropping down. The Stargate building from herO. We do see the Warp Gate coming up on both sides. The Adepts coming up. Get that on the way. It's going to be seeing Stargate pulling through as well. So we keep that going just for the moment. Get this all settled. Rogue's going to come nibble up at each other for a couple seconds as well. Just going to say, hi, how you doing? Not bad at all right now. So come back over and get the Stargate and the next is all building through. Robo Facility from Classic is on its way out. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers building. Warp Gate coming online. And we do have Classic just wanting to kill herO. When he came to killing herO earlier when he expanded, it did go well, if I'm not mistaken. Did it? Did it go well? I can't remember too much StarCraft today. I'm pretty sure it went well when Classic tried to kill herO earlier on the expansion attempt. Because then we said, is herO going to dare to expand again after this? That was the opening game. And then herO did expand straight after again, and that was the game where Classic expanded too. There we go. Just needed the right little something to jog my memory along there. As we see the Adepts continue pressure onto said Stalkers here for just a moment or so. We are going to see Classic getting a Stalker kill. Anything you lose right now from herO is obviously less defensively. He has an Oracle out. He's going to get the Void Ray going. So it's going to be kind of a very Max Pax-esque defense. With that Void Ray coming through defensively at first. Prism will be there. The Adept and the two Stalkers will ping through. Oracle gets up into the main base, trying to see what else is going on. And he's going to activate through for a couple of these workers right away, so I'm getting through for some damage. We're all just going to see the rest of this continuing. The Stalkers will gather up. Void coming over as well. Keep that, moving that over into position. Get that next Void coming by, and yeah, we just gather this up right here. A couple of batteries are going to settle. Get that underway. So far, so good. Oracle will gather. Again, just, I mean, at this point, we need to kind of keep pushing, I guess, though, as Classic, or do we? I mean, he's kind of holding back for a second or two, getting a few more warp-ins. You see the battery in the main base important in case you try and play the elevator up into position there, so just trying to deal with that right off the bat. That's herO. That's going to have the 4 Stalkers in the main. Oh, that's a dead Prism from Classic. That's just too committed. It's going to be pretty costly, so that's going to be a dead Prism. Stalkers trying to do the most they can out of this. I mean, the rest of the units showing up, just kind of walking onto the natural. We could force field the ram. Doesn't really stop the Void Rays, though. Do we have enough damage to shoot through the Void Ray without the battery healing being that impactful? No, we do not. That was a disaster for Classic. He just lost everything in pretty... Well, not even quick. I'm struggling to find words to describe how bad it was, but it was bad. Let it be known that I did not prepare my vocabulary for how bad an attack this was going to be. Yeah, that was a perfect defense out of herO. And that is just going to be Classic, I'm sure, not exactly loving that one as we get into game number 4. So 2-1 lead from herO. Maybe taking the lead of this grand final. Nice to get a map for him, because obviously when your 1 point comes from the upper bracket final, like, that's great and all, but it's nice to actually get in there and win the game, you know, actually feel like, okay, I beat him this time, you know. And obviously, he came from beating Classic in the upper bracket final as well, so maybe that feeling is not there as much, but to kind of get your feet in this series since you started playing again, that definitely feels good. So get ready to jump into Death Aura for the next couple of moments, kicking this off into, like I say, map 4. Classic looking to play tie-up 2-2. What's kind of wild is if herO wins this game, he's on match point already. He's on tournament points, and he's a map away from lifting that OSC trophy. Let's see what happens as we kick this into play. In the top left is going to be our blue Protoss player, now down in this final aggression. Does not work out for him there. It is going to be Classic in the top left corner of Death Aura. And the bottom right, our red Protoss player here is going to be herO. Alright, so we take a couple moments and settle map 4 herO. Chance to get into match and tournament point right now. The last 3 weeks of this championship bracket have been a lot of fun. They've been pretty heckin' awesome. But at this point, it could end at any moment. Well, it can't end at any moment just now, but we're on the verge of making it end at any moment if herO gets to a one map away scenario. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, perhaps. herO gonna expand. And that's not just any expand, guys. That's a Nexus first. So herO is just gonna say, cool, I have control of this series right now, and I'm gonna take advantage of it. He's just gonna throw the Nexus down super quickly, and we'll see what Classic tries to do against this. It's one of those builds which it doesn't feel like it should work in the mirror, but then sometimes you can make it happen. As we get this started off. 2K ways to follow it up. Classic is just gonna go throw the pylon down. So Classic, he didn't even scout, by the way. So Classic doing this off a no scout. He's just gonna throw the pylon down anyway and be aggressive, which, yeah, Nexus first. You're gonna suggest that that's probably good because the Nexus comes down, then the gates, then the cyber core. So you're significantly delayed on being able to build tech units and a tech structure. But you're gonna have a much faster Nexus. But does that ever kick in as Classic goes into the robo facility once again and just says, "Hey, look, I want to try and kill you, mate. You know, I want to try and be done with this. I want to kill you off. Let's see if we can make that happen." The Stalkers in the robo facility building, the Warp Gate coming through. As gates gather, probe coming by. Cybercore and a couple probes still building through. Robo facility and a couple Stalkers coming up as well. Sentry Stalker on the side of herO, and the Stalker going to be there to push away at that probe as well. So just shoving that back out for the moment. Just chasing that away, clearing this out. Stalker going to shoot. Probe taking some damage. We are going to be seeing, obviously, the probe here from herO retreating. Did see the robo, so he knows that that is coming. And he is going to prepare a robo-based defense for himself. There's two more Stalkers and that Immortal on the way from Classic, who, again, Classic right now, he has seen with the probe what's up, so he gets a good read of things and timing of things, and he can try and build his offense from there. This probe trying to sneak back out, maybe going to try and get something sneaky on the map. Not going to be allowed. Nice little catch from Classic to stop herO from just having that possibility open to him. Two more Stalkers plus this Immortal will gather. We do have the Prism now on the way. We had a Sentry on in amongst that as well. And the two additional Stalkers finishing here in just a second or two, as we are going to be seeing straight away. This first Stalker at the front is going to be in some trouble, getting a lot of shots. Stalker taking a lot of damage, doesn't go down just yet. Now the battery in some trouble as well, as we're going to fly through, and that battery takes some hits. The pylon will be next on the list of things that will take some damage. We're going to see that pylon going down as well. A couple Stalkers in the Sentry coming back through, pulling this back around, taking a couple moments. I mean, this is going to be probes pulling in. Good target fire gets a Stalker that was within reach. Easy pick. The Prism obviously may want to stop the warp in, but it can also lift up the units and evacuate them as well. The Immortal now taking damage. It might be time to back away. Only 2 workers killed so far at this current point in time. Immortal's coming up. I mean, obviously we have the Immortal out here now from herO as well, as he looks to get this defense well underway. Prism into the main. Just going to see the Sentry, so you can force field the Ram. That was annoying, and that's going to give you free shutdown on this pylon. We're going to battery the pylon to keep it alive. And we are going to see another Immortal spawning in a second. It's going to pop out an insta-kill on the Immortal. And we didn't even kill the pylon we were going after. Classic loses an Immortal for no reason there, and that is not good. Obviously, in this sort of scenario, that's not the situation you want to have. Anything you do is, or trade out, is meant to at least have value attached to it, or some sort of return policy, and there's just nothing there. Going to go for the similar play again, but 2 Zealots and the Adepts on the high ground going to be good to put some damage out at least. We do at least kill the pylon this time, so that's a benefit. We're going to try and rebuild it though. To lose power to the gates for a couple moments. And the Micro continue. We're going to go to the high ground here. We kind of need another Sentry though, right? Force Field's going to expire soon. Classic is probably going to have to try and warp into this. He is trying to try and warp into one more Sentry. He can still Force Field, but it won't completely block the Ram. Immortal gathers together. We're going to kind of dance forward for a couple moments here. The probes are coming through as well. It's going to be seeing the couple of units dancing in right now. Continue to jump on through. Immortals jumping up. Immortals dropping down. Stalkers taking some damage. We do see those Immortals peeling away. Those Immortals continue up for the moment again. A couple of Adepts coming by also. This is what, 44 to 45 supply. I mean, the problem is that herO has the second base already, so Classic has work to do, and he loses another Immortal. That's not the sort of level that's going to give you the advantage here. The Stalkers are going to kill the Prism. No, the last one did not get the shot off. The one in the back didn't find that attack. However, he is going to lose his Robo facility here, and herO is going to also take down a Stalker as well, just for good measure. I think it's fair to say that this one is going a little wrong. A little quickly right now. It's going a little wrong, a little quick. Unfortunately, as we continue through, just going to be seeing the Prism still holding up in the high ground and try and drop around, maybe see if there's some more potential to do something here. We are going to have the Stalkers and the Immortals stepping forward, some damage as well over the next couple of moments. Immortal's still taking some damage. Just going to be seeing a couple shots coming through. That Immortal's still taking shots, and the Immortals are still going to chase. Classic backing away. herO's got the defense here, it feels like. These Adepts are going to get by for some damage, but it's not going to be that meaningful in the grand scheme of things. Classic says GG, and herO moves up to a 3-1 lead in the grand final. He's a map away from becoming the OSC Season 13 champion. Can he close it out? Will Classic find a way to step back in this series one more time? We'll find out on Ruby Rock. Alright, we'll get Ruby Rock underway here in a second, guys. Post this up. Players in, and we will go, go, go. Get everyone invited. As the players are go and readying on Classic. Now down by 2. He needs to win 3 in a row. No more mistakes available. herO now definitely discerning himself as the better PvP on the day. herO is one map away from getting this wrapped up and concluded. So we get that ready to rumble. We get this ready to go. Kicking this off. Like I say, Ruby Rock gonna be our map here. Get this underway in just a couple moments and see what we can round out with. Ooh, alright. 3-1 advantage for herO, grand final, potentially last map. Guys, thank you so much everyone that's joined us throughout the OSC. If this is our last game, let's hope it's a banger. But let's actually hope the Classic maybe pulls it back, because we're not done yet, are we? We're not done yet. We got some more in us. In the top left side, our Blue Protoss player, it is Classic. We have had every map possible played today. Until this grand final, which if it ends now, obviously that would spoil our streak. We're really going to do that, guys? We're really going to spoil our streak of every map being played? Boo-hoo, that's no fun. Boo. Thumbs down to that one, you know? Thumbs down to that. Finals of the probes coming up. Get settled here. Get ready to move out. These next couple moments. Chrono boost on the Nexus. Settle down again. Gates and these simulators coming about. The probes coming through. Get going for a few moments here. Oh, game number 5. Classic. Can he get some momentum back in this series for himself? I mean, it's PvP. It's a volatile matchup, and I do think, you know, the way the last couple of games went, yeah, the aggression didn't go well for Classic, but it can swing so quickly in PvP. So I'm not going to put too much on that. I'm not going to say too much about it just yet. See those couple of gates coming about. The probes are coming up. Type 4 will be building. Just going to get that pylon dropped into place. Again, just going to get that in position right now. Gates from Cybercore coming through for the moment. Get that underway and see where we go. Just the probes continue through that pylon. We'll be finishing up right there as well. Probe going to go back and forth a little bit. Get set up right now. We are going to drop the Robo facility down on both sides. So we're now going to go Proxy Robo versus Proxy Robo. Classic loving the Proxy Robo. herO's like, hey, I kind of like the build you're doing. Let me show you how to do it. Maybe I can show you how it wins. But now it's going to be versus each other, so this becomes very scary, because obviously there's a lot that can happen here very quickly. That can, like I say, make this a pretty scary situation right off the bat, so we'll see what happens there. There's that Robo facility coming through on both sides, the Adepts are coming up as well. Getting that on the way. Getting this set. 2 Stalkers, 2 Adepts all coming up, that Wolfgate coming by as well. A couple of Adepts is going to be there, play cleanup on the probe, scout, and start to move them across the map, as it is 2 Stalkers versus 2 Adepts, and it will become 2 Stalkers and 2 Adepts on both sides. They're just doing it in different orders, which, you know, playing Adepts first, then Stalkers on one side, and then Stalkers first, then Adepts on the other, so Still leveling out to a pretty equalizing position overall. That's coming through. Little cancel goes down. Battery will come down as well. Just going to get that set up also here for the moment. Sentry, warp gate, building at the moment. Just going to see the couple sentries coming through. Just going to have ourselves the prism. We'll take a chance to go down that right side, heading toward the main base right here. And again, we continue to settle for a couple seconds. Just have the prism into the main. So Classic, the first to strike. Likely the first to get damage done, but needs to get these adepts synced up on their attacks. The battery is not just going to out-heal them. At the same time, herO's just shoving across to the other side. So he's going to walk into the base of his opponent, because Classic never fully walled off here. And the Immortal just going to walk right in. Classic gets supply blocked already, and that's actually maybe a big deal. You're killing probes here, but being supply blocked may be more significant. Oh, no Prism here either, though, and so these units are going to start going down, and now I don't really know. Prism is going to show up. We're going to start microing to safety. 21 to 19 workers, 18 to 12 army supply. I mean, Classic actually holds the lead in both regards, so maybe this just was better for Classic overall. He killed workers, and then I guess herO's attack over the other side, I guess, was not really that impactful overall. Now we do see the Immortal there. The Adept's just going to try and shade through for damage as well. It feels like herO is desperate just to now do economic damage, but yeah, he has no new Immortal on the way out or anything, so he is just going to be on a way worse army, a way worse setup. And PvP is going to PvP on this one, as the Classic, I think, is looking very good. I mean, herO losing a lot of workers. He killed a bunch of probes, but again, he did it with Adepts, whereas Classic's army is genuinely going to be that much better after. The Prism just went down from herO as well, so he really is on the dying last couple of units that he's going to have on this phase of the attack, at least. He's going to GG. Classic will take a map back, and now he's only 2 maps from victory, as this PvP is fast and fiery. No stopping to breathe. We are just going. And, yeah, no holding back, just full-on aggression coming through as we go to Tourmaline for the penultimate map. It's the penultimate map that got picked. Let's find out. We load this up and start in a moment, guys. Let's get everyone in here. As ready ups the cold. And we will go into game number 6. Classic brings one back. Can he take us to a 7th game? Can he take us to every map possible today? Genuinely pretty sick. I don't know if we've ever had a day where every possible map was played. Maybe once or twice before, but like, or maybe on like a shorter day, maybe, but like on a six series and a long series, like 6 best of 5 plus day, like that's pretty, it really is pretty nuts. I keep saying it because it genuinely is kind of wild, in a good way. As in the top right, it is going to be our blue Protoss. It is going to be herO, and he still has tournament point in his favor. Just needs to win one more map. As we have in the bottom left, the red Protoss is going to be Classic. Chrono Boost on the Nexus, get that set up. Just going to be seeing the gateways building, the probes in production. We got a lot of this starting as the Adepts. We got the assimilators on the way. Seeing whether we're going to do any kind of crazy expanding or seeing if we're going to start proxying. There's obviously a lot of questions to be asked here. Entering this game 6, herO on match and tournament point. Classic trying to deny it once again. So the gate's coming about. 2 gates each, so it's not going to be a faster expand. Not too surprising. It's Tourmaline. This is, you know, low ground, no ramp, and just short rush distance. Does not feel like the map you want to start being kind of super expandy on. Hero's going to throw down the pylon. I mean, I don't hate a proxy rover from herO who, you know, probably just, you know, didn't quite get to do what he wanted to do last time. What I don't love for him is if this probe comes back through and ends up scouting it immediately, because then that's obviously not so great. This probe is trying to check around as well. I mean, are we going to use that pylon? It does feel like we are. Cybercore will be done soon, and herO is looping back to it, so... I mean, what better place to hide the proxy than in plain sight, which is basically just by clicking straight across the map. Don't think this is going to get seen, and there it is. Robo coming down from herO as he puts the chance to win this OSC championship on the line with that Robo in the middle of Tourmaline. Couple stalkers coming through, the robotics facility coming up as well. I'll find this probe, yes, that is going to go down and knock that away. Classic is going to be expanding, so herO is going to get his shot at kind of being the aggressor here, at being the guy that gets to attack into the opposition. Incendiary's just pulling back a little bit as well. Continue to get away here right now. Next is about halfway done currently. Again, Stalker's coming in on both sides. Warp Gate's coming through just for the moment. Shots coming out. Again, the Stalker Sentry will take some damage. We get some hits in already. Making some good progress here. Early stages. See, the more shields you're doing right now, the better. Gonna get a pylon right up at the front. Prism on the way initially. Gonna go Prism in the Sentry, so gonna have a little bit more kind of the pushing gateway power at first is the idea, it seems. As we are gonna see those Stalkers stepping back. Again, try and drain some energy off the battery by hitting the shields through. Prism coming back over. Using the Stalkers coming around. We are going to be seeing Classic stepping back through. Prism taking some shots. Going to get pushed back the other way. A few hits coming through. Just going to see that Robo facility about to finish up. Classic. About to get that completed here. A few more units warping in once again. Just going to be seeing herO trying to break forward. Going to see the few depths breaking up as well. Just trying to get that right now. As we are going to be seeing them get up that ramp. Just going to be seeing the Immortal trying to fire, just going to go hitting in herO. Desperate to get something done right now. The Prism continue to come around. The Adepts are going to come back. The Sentries are going to shoot. The Adepts still take damage. We are going to be seeing a couple of units still going down. So damage being done. Damage being done. Just going to have the Immortal and the Zealots still continuing through for the moment. We are going to see some more Warpins coming in. Classic. Is he holding? He gets a new Immortal out. That's going to arrive from the high ground. But it's going to get force filtered away, so it can't do damage. He's getting punished for coming down the ramp. And herO is starting to make this work. Going to see the Stalkers taking a little bit more damage as well here. A bit more being done. We are going to be having herO in a good supply. But he's not closed the game out yet, and that means we're not done just yet. What's with the constant aggressive playstyle? This due to PvP? Yeah, PvP can just be like this. Proxy Robo is a very good build, and you can do it on both sides. We are going to see this. I'm all getting jumped on from Classic. It gets saved by the Prism showing up. But that's pretty much all we've got from Classic right now. It looks like he's outnumbered. It looks like he's outmatched. It looks as though herO is about to be an OSC champion as the batteries continue to heal. They come through. They get their work done. They're going to put some more damage out. GG is called, and herO is your OSC Season 13 champion. Congratulations, herO. 4-2 in the Grand Finals over Classic. Getting it done. GG's. Good job, herO. What a great series. I mean, really different from the series we watched between them in the upper bracket final. They just both went hella proxy mode in this one. They were like, hey, you want a proxy? Bam, 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 bam. Proxies all over. People fighting. It was a lot of fun. GG's. Guys, I'm going to BRB one moment. I might be doing a sponsorship, but I just need to go check on Ellie. So give me one moment. I'm going to leave you guys with the Ladder Legends video. I'll be back ASAP. I'll let you guys know what we're doing. But we might do a sponsorship, which if you can stick around a couple minutes for is appreciated. So let me
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Alrighty guys, welcome back. We are going to do the sponsorship, but hold that for a second. So if you want to stick around and support the stream for free, stick around. It's going to be like, if you stick around for 5 minutes, you'll help the stream out massively. We're going to play Marvel Rivals for an hour. I just had to run off because Ellie's been to the vets and I just wanted to see if she was okay. So I just wanted to check on that before I decided what to do, because if she wasn't okay, I wasn't going to do the sponsorship. So yeah. I just want to say, as we wrap this up, congrats to herO. Thank you so much to OSC. It's amazing having OSC every year. They sponsor our WardiTV Monday Cup. They run so many tournaments. They give us content to cast in the King of the Hill. So in terms of King of the Hill and the OSC mid-season playoffs and all the other stuff as well, it really is amazing watching OSC kind of do their thing. Because they really do their thing very well, to be honest. Yeah, they do their thing very well. And it's very fun to watch. And it's just cool because every year it gets to January and we're like, man, it's OSC time, you know? And we get to do a whole bunch of OSC stuff and it's really fun and we just genuinely enjoy it and it just is like a whole bunch of fun for sure. So yeah, I really do like that. Yeah, thank you so much to OSC for having us once again, basically, is what I'm saying. I appreciate it. Now, I'm just trying to open my sponsorship tab here, guys. It does not want to work, so that's going to be a thing. Thank you so much to Ladder Legends as well. They are part of the reason why these OSC season happens, and thank you to them for sponsoring. You can check that out as well. OSC do have a Ko-fi, by the way, guys, so if you want to check out more, you can check out, first of all, their website, oscesports.com, as well as also you can check out their Ko-fi and their other ways to support them too. Obviously goes a long way. It's always appreciated if you do that sort of stuff, and we get that ready to sort out. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, I'm going to start the sponsorship stuff up, guys. So, I'm going to get this ready to rumble. We're going to be jumping into some Marvel Rivals. So thank you so much to OSC. Like I said, check out their links in the chat. Definitely check them out. We love them. We do OSC stuff all the time. Like I say, every Monday is essentially an OSC event and stuff like that. I don't mean to zoom off from it, guys. Obviously, we just got to do this, get into the sponsorship and stuff. But it's been great to do the OSC once again. Shout out to everyone for being involved. And like I say, stick around if you want to support the stream for free sponsored content. If you're on YouTube, I am going to turn the YouTube off because we're only sponsored on Twitch. But if you want to support on YouTube, just hop on over to the Twitch channel and just watch for a few minutes and we'll help out massively because this is basically based on viewership. So the more viewership we have, the more that we get paid for this, and that allows me to run more StarCraft 2 events for you guys in the future as well. So, yeah, that's what's going on. Oh my god, Marvel Rivals has another update. This happened last time we did Marvel Rivals. It needed an update. I literally just updated it the other day. I literally just updated this thing, man. Oh my god, because I was going to do this the other day, and I made sure it was updated, and then I didn't because the chance didn't come around. Crazy. Alright, guys, again, if you're on the YouTube, I'm going to turn you off now. Thank you so much for watching. Come join us on the Twitch for some sponsored content. And while it's just updating, I do have a couple of ad-read things to do, so let's read those out, shall we? And go from there. Again, I'll not be live for the next couple of days on YouTube, but there will be regular YouTube uploads, guys. I don't know if I ended it before I said that, but all good. All right, so Season 6